Apa bang? Hah? Jangan lari. Ngapa mau lari? Ah? Konflik antara perambah hutan dengan masyarakat pelestari lingkungan terjadi karena mereka berbeda pandangan. Para perambah hutan berpendapat, mau makan dari mana? Sedangkan para pelestari lingkungan terus memberikan edukasi sekaligus pemahaman bahwa mereka bisa mencari mata pencarian selain dari mengeksploitasi hutan. Jawabannya ada pada kelulut.
Pak Kodir is one of the leaders of the Pekon Datar Lebuai community. He knows very well the habits of the people who always clear the forest for gardening, take wood to sell. They don't think about the consequences. The important thing is that they can eat and fulfill their daily needs.
Saya sempat nyari rumah Mas Kodir ini, akhirnya ketemu juga. Mas, saya sempat jalan ke sini dan melihat hutan di sekeliling kita ini banyak yang rusak, gundul. Apa itu penyebabnya, Mas?
Karena masyarakat di sini ini masih kurang kepeduliannya. Masih banyak lah, karena kadang di sini ini masyarakat ini masih serakah, istilahnya nggak peduli gitu terhadap hutan. Tapi mudah-mudahan dengan adanya Pak Diki, saya kenal Pak Diki gitu sama KPH, mudah-mudahan bisa dibenahi gitu dengan masyarakat itu. Mari kita temuin Pak Diki.
Diki Zulkarnain is an assistant officer who was deliberately sent by the Lampung Forestry Service to change people's habits of cutting down forests. He is aware that the community needs sources of life in the forest. On the other side, the forest must remain sustainable. Being in such condition, Diki has no better choices. Diki must be able to find a solution so that these two elements can coexist.
Pak Diki, ada yang mau ketemu?
Halo Pak Diki. Halo. Pak Diki, saya sempat mendengar dari Mas Kodir kalau Pak Diki lah yang berhasil merubah kebiasaan masyarakat di sini. Nah, kira-kira apa Pak yang merubah kebiasaan di sini, Pak?
Kalau merubah kebiasaan masyarakat di sini sih sebenarnya bukan saya. Tapi dengan budidaya lebah inilah saya bisa merubah pola dari kebiasaan mereka itu yang tadinya mereka merambah hutan, ketika paceklik mereka mengambil yang seharusnya tidak diambil di dalam hutan ini. Nah, sekarang mereka ini bisa sedikit demi sedikit sadar karena kita mulai berbudidaya lebah trigona ini. Kenapa saya bilangkan sadar? Mereka dengan adanya budidaya lebah ini, mereka akan sadar dengan penanaman. Budidaya lebah trigona ini membutuhkan vegetasi yang sangat-sangat benar-benar itu memadai ya. Jadi di lebah ini dia butuh propolis. Propolis ini dihasilkan dari resin getah seperti pohon sonokeling, terus damar, terus ya pohon-pohonan hutan yang khususnya ada getahnya. Nah, selain itu juga harus ditunjang lagi dengan pohon yang mengandung bipolen dan nektar. Nektar itu adalah madu mentah yang keluar dari bunga, contohnya bunga kaliandra yang ada di sini, terus bunga randu, bunga kemiri, semua yang ada di hutan ini bisa yang ada bunganya yang mengandung nektar itu adalah kebutuhan. Kalau serbuk sari bunga jantan itu ada bipolen, itu dia memang dari bunga-bunga seperti rumput, terus bunga-bunga yang memang bisa ditanam di sini nanti. Ya, kita akan lebih mudah lagi merubah kebiasaan masyarakat itu untuk merubah dengan bertrigona.
Kalulut are mostly found here. Trigona bees are not the same as Apis cerana. Trigona are smaller in body size and do not have a stinger. Although it is known to have many benefits, Trigona bees have not been managed optimally. They only use Trigona honey for their own consumption.
Saya kesini ini dengan beliau Bapak Diki Arianto selaku bina hutan di sini. Jadi untuk
Diki began to consult with several residents. Initially, it was not easy because they had to change the hereditary tradition and it was loaded with many interests. Diki patiently continues to strive to provide an understanding that this effort is for the benefit of the local community and humanity. They gradually starting to understand that this is an opportunity to change everything. This first step will be very decisive. If it fails, the risk they will return to the forest and destroy all plants.
Nah, sesungguhnya kayu pun itu hanya 10% dari hasil hutan yang bisa memberi manfaat.
Bagaimana cara Pak Diki dalam memberitahu kepada masyarakat ini bahwa membudidaya lebah trigona ini lebih bernilai ekonomi dibanding menebang pohon?
awal mula saya datang ke sini, saya kumpulkan masyarakat. Saya dekati mereka dengan cara pendekatan emosional. Perlahan saya kenalkan lebah trigona ini kepada mereka dan saya mengiming-imingi mereka dulu. Nah, saya ceritakan tentang hasil karena saya sudah melakukannya duluan. Jadi saya ceritakan nih setiap 1 bulan ini bisa hasil sekian dengan harga yang sekian. Nah, di musim pandemi ini kebutuhan madu di luar sana sangat-sangat luar biasa. Nah, dari sinilah mereka ketika melihat panen yang berlimpah, nah terus harga jual yang tinggi dan peminat yang sangat luar biasa, akhirnya mereka sadar dan ingin mengikuti berbudidaya lebah trigona ini.
Together with several residents, Diki started preparing various needs, such as finding a place or house and food for Kalulu, including getting rid of nuisance pests. After everything is finished, the trigona bees scattered around the forest begin to be moved to the prepared place. This process must be done patiently so that these bees are not disturbed and leave.
Sistem pembobokan ini adalah untuk melestarikan hutan, jadi tidak merusak yang udah ada. Kayu ini kan kalau dibobok dia tidak akan mati, tidak akan rusak. Kalau sistem zaman dulu itu ditebang, itu hutannya bisa rusak, kayunya bisa mati. Kalau dibobok seperti ini kan koloninya selamat, hutannya, kayunya juga selamat.
Not all trigona bee nests found in tree trunks can be taken One of the principles that must be adhered to is not to destroy forests or cut down trees. They only take or move trigona nests that are in dead trees, or take part certain ways by breaking them so that the tree remains alive and growing.
Ya pemirsa, di dalam pohon mati ini terdapat koloni lebah trigona. Pak Nadang akan pindahkan nantinya ke tempat budidaya. Selanjutnya koloni lebah ini akan dibawa kemana, Pak?
Mau dibawa ke tempat lembah budaya madu itu.
Tempat budidaya madu itu, Pak ya? Berarti bisa kita bawa ke tempat
Bisa
itu, ya?
dibawa ke atas.
Siap.
Ya.
Dengan banyak jenis lebah yang ada di sini, itu didapat dari mana, Pak?
Kalau untuk yang di dalam setup slim hive ini, kita pakai sistem bobok, kita ambil dari dalam kawasan hutan ini. Karena dari kawasan hutan kita bawa ke tempat budidaya. Kalau yang di dalam log, itu karena di hutan tidak boleh menebang, itu kita ambil dari luar kawasan, lalu kita taruh di tempat budidaya ini. Yang di dalam kawasan, kita bobok dengan sistem yang benar, lalu kita pindahkan ke kotak ini. Kenapa saya minta teman-teman pembudidaya ini untuk pakai sistem bobok? Ketika kita membobok di dalam kawasan, masyarakatnya kan harapannya sejahtera. Tapi saya berharap hutan itu tetap lestari.
Some trigona or kalulut houses are ready. In order to be able to produce good and maximum honey, they must also understand the nature and character of the kalulut kingdom. One large colony of the kalulut kingdom is inhabited by various types or small colonies that have different tasks. Some are tasked with serving and protecting the queen. There are those who are tasked with foraging for food, and there are types of mermaids who work like soldiers who protect their colonies from pest attacks. The type of this security guard colony is that troops are ready to die to defend their kingdom from enemy attacks. Battles between fellow trigona bees sometimes occur between groups of different colonies or of different types. At night, the kalulut colony never sleeps. The sound of their activity can still be heard, even though it is faint. Some of the kaluluts continue to work on making and filling honey bags. Some are in charge of collecting excrement that will be disposed of the next day and arranging propolis to make nests, while the queen is busy taking care of the larvae that are ready to be fertilized. Trigona bee honey, or kalulut, has a very beneficial content for the human body. It contains propolis, antioxidants, flavonoids, vitamin E, vitamin C, phenolics, amino acids, zinc, iron, water, and sugar. This is what makes the price more expensive than other types of honey.
Kenapa kualitas trigona ini madunya lebih bagus? Karena dia disimpan di dalam kantung propolis. Kantung propolis ini terbuat dari resin getah yang diolah oleh enzim lebah ini tersendiri menjadi propolis. Di sini ada yang namanya birberit atau bipolen. Bipolen ini diambil dari serbuk sari bunga jantan dari bunga-bungaan seperti bunga jagung, bunga krokot, terus bunga kaliandra, bunga kemiri, dan lain-lain yang ada di sini.
Baik Pak,
Nah,
kalau gitu
itu.
boleh nggak Yoga cicipin gitu rasa
Oh,
madunya?
boleh,
gimana?
ini sudah saya sedot tadi dari sini. Ini boleh dicicip. Kalau untuk rasa madu dari trigona ini dia lebih segar.
Jadi ini langsung dari sini Pak?
Iya, langsung. Tuh. Apa rasanya?
Memang rasa madu dari lebah trigona ini manis ya Pak ya?
Iya,
Ada rasa asamnya dan ya gurih segar gitu sih
iya,
yang saya
betul.
rasakan gitu
Karena
ya.
dia memang benar-benar diambil dari nektar bunga yang ada di alam.
There are various types of trigona bees around the Labuai flatland itself. Although they still call it kalulut, but the shape, color, and size of the body are different. In addition, the difference in the type of kalulut can also be seen from the structure of the nest and the shape of the funnel from which the kalulut exits and enters the nest. Based on the results of residents' research, so far there have been 7 types of trigona bee species they have found, namely Heterotrigona itama, Homotrigona or Lophotrigona canifrons, Lepidotrigona terminata, Lepidotrigona ventralis, Tetragonula drescheri, Tetragonula repeni heterotrigona, or Sunda trigona, and Trigona apicalis. The taste of honey produced by trigona bees is also different, depending on the type of bee and the food. This condition certainly requires beekeepers to prepare different types of food depending on the type and needs. This is the key to forest conservation efforts. In order for this kalulut honey to be maximized, farmers and local residents must be able to preserve the forest as a place for trigona bees to find food. They have to keep the forest so that their kalulut cattle don't go hungry and produce good quality of honey.
Ya pemirsa, tepatnya di sebelah kiri saya ada satu koloni lebah trigona itama yang siap dipanen. Bagaimana prosesnya? Kita kebetulan ada Pak Diki dan Pak Rohmat yang membudidaya lebah trigona ini. Iya. Nah, Pak Rohmat sedang melakukan proses dari pemanen Pak ya. Oh, ini disedot ya Pak ya. Emang caranya manual seperti ini Pak?
Iya, kita harus hati-hati karena ini adalah lebah. Gimana caranya kita panen tapi dia tetap nyaman.
Untuk budidaya di rumah nih Pak, apa nih kesulitannya Pak?
Bedanya di rumah dengan di kawasan itu masalah vegetasi. Jadi kalau di kawasan itu kita nggak usah berbicara tentang vegetasi lagi karena di situ memang kawasan hutan itu vegetasi alaminya masih luar biasa ya. Sumber dayanya masih lengkap. Nah, kalau di lingkungan rumah ini kita bisa budidaya, tapi kita harus perhatikan sumber pakannya. Yang pertama nektar nih. Nektar bisa didapat dari contohnya bunga Santos Temon ini. Ini mengandung sangat-sangat banyak nektar. Ada bunga air mata pengantin, terus di sini ada bunga kaliandra. Nah, untuk kebutuhan yang kedua adalah resin. Resin ini adalah getah yang dibuat untuk membuat kantung-kantung madu ini menjadi propolis. Nah, ini didapat dari pohon mangga, nangka, dan lain-lain yang pohon yang bergetah. Nah, untuk kebutuhan ketiga adalah bipolen. Bipolen itu adalah serbuk sari bunga jantan, itu bisa diambil. Di AMP ini sudah ada juga serbuk sarinya. Terus di bunga turian itu ada. Terus bunga-bunga yang ada di sini semua mengandung NPR yang lengkap.
The registered 37 forest covering an area of 24,337 hectares, is home to various types of flora and fauna. This area is one of the strategic areas as a support for economic, social and ecological life for the community. From the registered 39 forests, it also depends on a reservoir and a hydroelectric power plant or Batutagi hydropower plant. If this forest is damaged, of course, the existence of this hydropower plant will not be able to work optimally. Kalulut or Trigona bees have been able to change the mindset and traditions of some people to no longer destroy the forest. The attachment of local residents and positive forest functions has occurred. In such condition, of course, the residents will no longer think about exploiting the forest in the wrong way. They will continue to protect it for their own sake.
Alam diciptakan Tuhan untuk semua. Kini saatnya kita tingkatkan kesadaran untuk menjaga kelestarian alam agar masih bisa dinikmati sampai anak cucu kita nanti. Inilah Inspirasi Indonesia. Dari Tanggamus Lampung, sampai jumpa.
Namely Bangsering Underwater, which is a coral reef-based ecotourism. This tourism object presents an underwater natural attraction in the form of coral reefs that grows naturally and artificially. Stay tuned for today's journey of Potential Land.
Chanting dance of batik makers always hypnotizes me. For me, there's always a story and message in every stroke of chanting. I am very inspired to express it in a dance. In my opinion, it is the incisions and strokes of these chantings that contribute to raising the dignity of the Indonesian nation through batik. However, batik is now a pride for the Indonesian nation because it has been recognized by UNESCO as a World Cultural Heritage. This is Lasem Batik. Lasem Batik has such a strong history. It is the result of local and Chinese acculturation that was born hundreds of years ago. All history and culture is still stored neatly in the city. If we are talking about batik, then it will not be separated from the thing that is named chanting. Chanting becomes the main equipment in batik making. The chanting serves the function of increasing wax or liquid wax on the fabric so that it can show the quality of written or handmade batik with the beauty of its variety of patterns and motifs. Lasem is really just a small city on the northern coast of Java Island. More exactly, a sub-district in Rembang district, Central Java. Although it's a small city, but Lasem is a unique and charming city with lots of classic Chinese architecture with details of Chinese ornaments. Lasem is also known as Little China. Sociological and historical conditions of Lasem city gave birth to handmade batik, which motive and frame of acculturation of Sino-Javanese culture, and a very strong and alluring motive. Handmade batik of Lasem is very famous and legendary, with a charm of bright colors specific to the coastal area, and now in the center of exploring the world of fashion. Lasem batik materials, patterns and motifs are very interesting to foreign tourists, especially from Japan, China and Southeast Asia. Because Lasem batik is considered very different, unique and very exotic. Regarding Lasem batik, there are special features that will not be found in other types of batik, namely in the coloring. The red color of Lasem batik is recognized as the best red color that cannot be replicated in laboratories or other batik centers. There is a very special red coloring, famous for the red color of chicken blood. Seeing batik workers doing fabric dyeing in the dye pool is so admiring and make me want to express it in a dance.
Namely Bangsering Underwater, which is a coral reef-based ecotourism. This tourism object presents an underwater natural attraction in the form of coral reefs that grows naturally and artificially. Stay tuned for today's journey of Potential Land.
The characteristics of Lasem handmade batik as Javanese and Chinese acculturation batik with a very special red color are easily recognized as Lasem batik. On every screen of Lasem batik, the fabric will always have a story and philosophy in every motif and style. To know more about the process of making Lasem batik, I came to a batik making place in Doropayung village, Pancur district. In Doropayung village, I found a giant trembesi tree of hundreds of years ago, very big, exotic and magical. Sturdy and with the roots appearing above the ground, it has many leaves touching ground. I feel protected, cool and peaceful under it. It's even more exotic when lots of batik women use the shadow of witmeh, and that's what the local people call it. I love to see the batik articles of heritage women, one of the handmade batik brands in Lasem. Batik women sit determined with her batik chanting, relaxed under the trembesi tree. The view of the trembesi tree with the activities of the batik below connected me with the Lasem in the past. Lasem has been a center for high-quality batik making for hundreds of years. On the fingers of the Lasem batik makers, they come alive and full of patience. Beautiful strokes of patterns and motifs are loaded with messages and meaning. In the making of every stretch of Lasem batik, every motif and pattern is created so carefully and detailed and full of patience. Batik is made through color barriers, and also the materials used in the form of malam or bee's candle. Wax and other materials will be placed in the small frying pan to be heated by the stove so that it always stays liquid. To put the fabric that will be batik, the batik makers use a gangangan wood so they can draw on the fabric. In the long and complete batik making process, the selection of chanting will very well determine whether or not the batik motifs are produced. Chanting will determine every point and line in the batik motif.
Canting itu ada macam-macam, ada cucuk 1, 2, 3 sampai 7, itu tergantung motifnya. Canting cucuk 1 kan buat bikin motif, pola kayak gitu. Kalau yang cucuk 3 itu buat variasi.
Chanting has a determined size batik motif. Not only displays the beautiful arrangement of colors, but also shows the character of the lines that are established through the form of the motifs. From chanting scratches through the hands of Lasem batik makers who are simple and responsible, many batik masterpieces are born, which are so legendary in the world of batik.
Indonesia, the country with an abundance of resources, spread far and wide. Indonesia is busy transforming. We move forward to grow and thrive. We balance the green economy, blue economy, and the digital economy. With the new job creation law, Indonesia is progressively ensuring the policy reform to create quality jobs through investment. Let's be part of Indonesia's growth and progress. Invest in Indonesia now.
In this episode, we will get acquainted with one of the barong in East Java, namely Barong Kemiren, which is located in the city of Banyuwangi.
Jadi sejarah Barong Kemiren iki kawite iki kanggo arak-arakan selamatan desa nganan ing Kemiren iki ya iku diarani terbumi lan selamatan desa timbang sewa. Jadi ambil melakoni zaman terus perkembangan zaman akhirnya Barong iki muka ya jadi tontonan. Dan saya sehari-hari beraktivitas, saya membuat kerajinan patung barong ya ciri khas Banyuwangi dan
Diving further with Lasem's batik with the characteristics of its very famous city with Little China, it is absolutely charming. I started from the Karangturi village, one of the Chinese settlements or Chinatowns that still survive up to now. I look at the amazing hundreds of years old homes. High thick walls protect hundreds of years old homes in the Chinese Indian style. My eyes stumbled upon red walls glowing very stunningly, very attractive. The ancient house is shown to be built around the 1800s. It was very aesthetic because the painting was glowing red, earning it the name Omah Red or the Red House. It was built with the concept of yin and yang. It can be seen from the symmetrical division of rooms. The middle room was designed for a family altar room. And even more unique, the wood structure in this building is still original and in good condition. There is an old yellow well-colored iron door that becomes a favorite spot, and other special nuances of Chinese culture. I feel the Red House is very special. Omah Merah is also known as the Omah of Batik, handmade of 3 countries, which is also a characteristic of Lasem Batik. Lasem's Tiga Negeri Batik becomes one of the legendary masterpieces in the world of batik. In the Red House, I had the chance to see the batik for sale in this house. The Red House has been a display room for batik produced in Lasem. Because the price was affordable, I bought a cloth with my favorite motif and color. I feel the Red House is very special. I feel like being at home. I could spend all day here.
cek sekehe cerita liananira.
Lontar Yusuf is a narrative poem about the life of one of Islam's most popular prophets, Prophet Yusuf.
Lontar itu naskah, dan kebetulan ini banyak orang bilang itu naskah kuno. Sebetulnya awalnya lontar itu ditulis di daun lontar medianya itu. Sekarang teknologi itu semakin canggih hingga disalin ke media kertas.
In every corner of Karangturi and Lasem streets in general, there are many batik houses that can be seen. I tried to reach Lasem Special Batik, which also consistently produces Tiga Negeri Batik, but with different manufacturing techniques. Ong's Batik House, now people know him better with the name of Maranatha Batik. I immediately meet the 5th generation of the owner, Priscilla Rennie.
Nah, batik Maranatha itu batik yang tradisional konservatif, di mana dalam pemberlakuan kain, proses warna maupun motif, kami masih menggunakan yang ada di Lasem dan menggunakan motif yang dahulu dikerjakan nenek moyang kita membuat ulang kembali.
Reni explained in the making of Maranatha batik before entering the stage of making fabric. The fabric will be processed first to result into products with better quality. This fabric processing is called a kettle.
Nah, ketelan itu suatu proses pembelakuan kain di mana proses itu berguna untuk memantetkan warna yang utama. Yang kedua, merapatkan sari kain. Prosesnya seperti apa sih? Prosesnya itu dari kain dipotong, setelah dipotong dicuci bersih, setelah itu dijemur. Setelah dijemur sampai kering, betul-betul harus kering, baru diproses dengan air dengan minyak jarak.
In using colors, Reni doesn't use light colors. She uses red, blue, yellow, green, and brown. One of the motifs used was Sekar Jagat. Besides that, there are some modern motifs developed, including altar cloth and ceremonial hanging. The distinction is, Maranatha uses more small-sized motifs, so the overall making process is longer than the other handmade batik. For one sheet of fabric requires up to 4 months of time to complete.
Saya berharap batik Lasem itu bisa mendunia. Dalam arti semua orang Indonesia harus bisa melestarikan batik. Bukan hanya batik Lasem, batik semuanya.
The influence of Chinese culture happened because Lasem became the first port city to the Chinese to stop in Java. The spirit to support Lasem batik, which was very persistent even from falling out, made Lasem batik still exist, even thrive in this modern time.
Batik Lasem itu kan sebenarnya disebut batik Lasem ketika memiliki unsur warna merah darah ayam atau biru khas Pekalongan atau soga khas Solo Jogja, seperti itu. Bahwa di sebuah kain batik itu ada perpaduan budaya yang sangat-sangat dalam, seperti perpaduan dari budaya Tionghoa yang dulu mengajarkan atau bekerja sama dengan masyarakat kita untuk membatik, lalu budaya Gujarat Timur Tengah dan kolonial Belanda yang juga dituangkan di dalam sebuah kain tersebut.
Lasem is a part of evidence from Indonesia's history, which is still preserved to this time and will continue to exist. All the way to future generations, that is. It bears the high value of tolerance in Lasem that nurtures interreligious life. From Lasem City, we can prove culture is the source of tolerance. For me, who always fall in love with the historical heritage city of Lasem City, it gives a separate inner experience. I can feel diversity of tolerance and togetherness that is so beautiful in Lasem City. To me, knowing Lasem feels the same as knowing the archipelago. At the end of my trip in Lasem City, at this very beautiful beach, Karangjahe Beach, I would like to write my notes, explore every corner of Lasem City. Dive into the life of Lasem people, enjoy the details of Lasem batik pattern and motif.
Ternyata saya semakin dibuat kesengsem oleh batik Lasem.
President Joko Widodo welcomes world's Catholic Church leader and head of Vatican City-State Pope Francis at Merdeka Presidential Palace. Indonesia reaffirmed commitment to further strengthen partnership and cooperation in development during the Indah in Bandung, Bali. Bottle caps, food packaging, and scraped toys, some of plastic items that are given new lease of life in a zero-waste workshop in Taipei. Hello and welcome to TVRI World's Focus Today. I'm Narendra Pawaka. Let's begin with our very first news of the day. Pope Francis will ride a bulletproof car called Maung to greet the people when entering the Holy Mass venue at the Bung Karno Sports Complex Stadium in Jakarta on Thursday.
Defense Ministry spokesperson Brigadier General Edwin Adrian Sumanta said in Jakarta on Tuesday that Pope Francis would ride a special Pope Mobile, or a bulletproof vehicle used by the Pope during public appearances, when he entered the Holy Mass venue at the Bung Karno Sports Complex Stadium in Jakarta on Thursday. Edwin said the vehicle was made by state-owned weapons manufacturers PT Pindad and named Maung, or Tiger, in the language of Sundanese, an Indonesian ethnic originated from West Java. The company has prepared the car since May this year under the guidance of Defense Minister Prabowo Subianto, who is also the President-elect of Indonesia. The Vatican Authority worked together with Pindad Commissioner, retired Lieutenant General Putranto, during the process of manufacturing. He says a well-prepared Pope Mobile is expected to provide maximum safety and comfort for the Pope throughout his visit in Jakarta.
The Jakarta City Administration issued a circular letter suggesting students and civil servants in the city to study and work from home during a Holy Mass that will be attended by Pope Francis at the Bung Karno Sports Complex Stadium in Jakarta on Thursday.
Acting head of Jakarta Education Agency, Budi Awaludin, said in Jakarta, the city administration had suggested students and civil servants to study and work from home on Thursday. The suggestion came as a prevention of heavy traffic congestion in the city's main roads during a Holy Mass of Pope Francis at the Bung Karno Sports Complex Stadium, Senayan, Jakarta. The circular letter suggesting study and work from home have been sent to 205 schools in central Jakarta and South Jakarta, the two municipalities that are the nearest to the Holy Mass venue. About 46 schools are located in central Jakarta, namely the districts of Gambir, Sawah Besar, Menteng, and Tanah Abang. Meanwhile, schools in South Jakarta that received the letter were those in Kebayoran Baru, Kebayoran Lama, Setiabudi, and Pasar Minggu. Previously, Acting Jakarta Governor Heru Budi suggested workers who work in Tamrin Central Jakarta and Senayan area near the stadium to work from home during the Holy Mass to avoid being stuck in traffic congestion.
The Istiqlal Mosque has been fully prepared to welcome the visit of world's Catholic Church leader Pope Francis on Thursday.
The Grand Imam of Istiqlal Mosque, Kiai Haji Nasaruddin Umar, said the Pope will be escorted to the Tunnel of Friendship that connects Istiqlal Mosque and the Cathedral Church. The Pope will also have an interfaith dialogue with religious leaders and is scheduled to deliver a speech at the mosque. On August 29, 2024, an advanced team from the Vatican has been sent to check the preparation at Plaza Al-Fatah and the Tunnel of Friendship. The construction of the tunnel was completed in 2021. The Tunnel of Friendship symbolizes religious harmony in Indonesia. Pope Francis's visit to Indonesia has been met with great joy and high enthusiasm. One of the citizens, named Nini, 58 years old, from South Tangerang, showed great enthusiasm by bringing the Vatican and Indonesian flags to welcome the Pope's arrival at the Vatican Embassy in central Jakarta. Nini felt that she was fortunate to welcome the Pope in front of the Vatican Embassy, unlike many other Catholics from outside Java who did not have time to welcome the Holy Pope like her.
President Joko Widodo gave a warm welcome to Pope Francis in a speech when the highest Catholic leader met the president at the Merdeka Palace in Jakarta on Wednesday morning. In his speech, President Jokowi emphasized the need for Indonesia and Vatican to share a commitment to fostering peace, fraternity, and prosperity for the humankind.
Speaking in his speech when receiving Pope Francis at the Merdeka Palace in Jakarta on Wednesday morning, President Joko Widodo expressed his gratitude to the world Catholic leader his visit to Indonesia, regarded as historical moments for the country. Pope Francis, who arrived in Jakarta on Tuesday, met with President Jokowi at Merdeka Palace on Wednesday morning. Later on the day, the Pope will give his blessings at Jakarta Cathedral, followed with a visit to the Istiqlal Mosque in Jakarta on Thursday. On Thursday afternoon, the Pope Francis will lead a Holy Mass at the Bung Karno Sports Complex Stadium in Jakarta. And also, President Jokowi reiterated Indonesia and Vatican should share the same commitment for fostering peace, fraternity, and prosperity for all humankind. The president made the statement in his welcoming speech when receiving Pope Francis at Merdeka Palace. Pope Francis is the third pope who has visited Indonesia, after the first one, Pope Paul VI in 1970, followed by Pope John Paul II in 1989.
President Joko Widodo welcomes the world's Catholic Church leader and head of Vatican City-State Pope Francis at Merdeka Presidential Palace in Jakarta. President Jokowi welcomed Pope Francis at the Merdeka Palace. The visit of Pope Francis to Merdeka Palace kicked off with a welcoming ceremony at the front area of the palace. After a meeting, President Jokowi and Pope Francis had another agenda at the State Palace, which is located around 650 meters from the Merdeka Palace. The Pope also attended a meeting with religious figures, state officials, civil society, and diplomatic corps. President Jokowi said that the visit of Pope Francis is a historical moment. He added that Pope Francis is the third pope who visit Indonesia after Pope Paul VI in 1970 and Pope John Paul II in 1989. Catholic leader Pope Francis is scheduled to visit 4 countries: Indonesia, Papua New Guinea, Timor-Leste, and Singapore. The pontiff landed in Indonesia Tuesday and met with President Joko Widodo today.
President Joko Widodo expressed appreciation to the Vatican for its ongoing advocacy for peace in Palestine and its support for the two-state solution. During his meeting with Pope Francis at the Merdeka Palace, President Joko Widodo said conflicts and wars are occurring in various parts of the world, including Palestine, which resulted in the deaths of more than 40,000 people. The president emphasized Indonesia and the Vatican are committed to promoting peace and tolerance in a world increasingly marked by turbulence, including conflicts in the Middle East. Pope Francis prayed that God will always bless the Indonesian nation with peace in a meeting with government officials, the diplomatic corps, and community leaders at the Merdeka Palace. His prayer referred to unity in diversity of Indonesia. The Pope admired Indonesia's motto of Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, which means different but still united. He then quoted a statement by St. John Paul II during his visit to Indonesia in 1989, saying by recognizing diversity, respecting human rights, and encouraging national unity based on tolerance and mutual respect, Indonesia has laid the foundation for a just and peaceful society.
Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, Sandiaga Uno, emphasizes Pope Francis' visit to Indonesia will bring positive impact not only on social aspects, but also on tourism and other economic sectors.
With a mission to promote peace and religious tolerance, Pope Francis' visit to Indonesia is also expected to help reduce geopolitical tensions, which have so far brought a negative impact on regional and global stability. Pope Francis will be in Indonesia until Friday. The visit is the first leg of his Asia to Oceania tour, which also includes Papua New Guinea, Timor-Leste, and Singapore. Minister Sandiaga Uno describes as the Pope's visit as a historic moment, especially for Indonesia, which has been known as a country with a high religious diversity. The visit strengthens Indonesia's positions as a destination that promotes religious harmony and tolerance, he said.
Pope Francis has just arrived in Jakarta and will stay in Jakarta until Friday. Jakarta is the first hub of his apostolic journey to Asia and Oceania. During his visit in Indonesia, the Pope will visit a number of important places. Now, here are the locations that will be visited by the Pope. Pope Francis, supreme leader of the world's Catholic people, arrived in Indonesia on Tuesday and will be in the country until Friday. Pope and his entourage fly with a commercial Airbus A330neo aircraft operated by ITA Airways during his Asia and Oceania tour, which also includes Papua New Guinea, Timor-Leste, and Singapore.
An Airbus A330neo aircraft operated by ITA Airways landed at Soekarno-Hatta International Airport, Tangerang, Banten at 11 a.m. on Tuesday. Upon the arrival in Indonesia, the Pope was greeted by the Minister of Religious Affairs Yakut Khalil Kumas, the Presidential Advisory Council of the Republic of Indonesia Gandhi Sulistianto, and the Ambassador of Indonesia to the Holy See Michael Trias Kuncahyono. The flight for this apostolic visit has been prepared with special attentions to promote fuel efficiency and sustainability. The Airbus A330neo aircraft uses an environmentally friendly technology called Sustainable Aircraft Fuel or SAF, a mixture of conventional fuel with biofuel made from cooking oil waste oil. With such a technology, the operation of the airplane can reduce emission by up to 20% compared to the previous generation. The Airbus A330 aircraft used on this trip can fly up to 13,334 kilometers with a maximum fuel capacity of 139.90 liters and can accommodate up to 460 passengers.
You're back on Focus today. Indonesia reaffirmed its commitment to further strengthen partnership and cooperation in development during the second Indonesia-Africa Forum, or IAF, held in Badung, Bali.
Director General of Information and Public Diplomacy of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Siti Nugraha Mauludia, said Indonesia is ready to work together in sustainable development with African countries in various sectors, which can promote prosperity for the people of Indonesia and African countries. In promoting such cooperation, Siti also emphasized the importance of upholding principles based on mutual respect, inclusivity, collaboration, and sustainability, so that the partnership will be in line with the shared interests and priorities of all parties involved. The forum was officially opened by President Joko Widodo on Monday. In his speech, the president called for global solidarity to make more real and concrete actions in addressing the economic slowdown, unemployment rate, inflation, and geopolitical tensions that have disrupted global supply chains.
Military Commander General Agus Subianto confirms to have received an order from President Joko Widodo to form a cyber military force as the fourth branch in the armed forces.
After attending a working meeting with the House of Representatives in Jakarta on Tuesday, General Agus Subianto said the Indonesian military, or TNI, already has a cyber unit, which is highly dependent on the capability of human resources. He also said TNI has so far planned to establish a cyber military center as its headquarters. In each military branch, high schools and university graduates will be recruited as a personnel in the cyber centers. He explained that the cyber unit will be different from other units in the military, as more civilians will be employed, in which the recruitment will prioritize their skills. However, General Agus says there is special discussion yet on this matter with the House Representative, he said. At a hearing with the legislators on Tuesday, he only addressed about defense budget.
State Apparatus Empowerment and Bureaucracy Reform Minister Abdullah Azwar Anas said the relocation of civil servants to Nusantara capital city in East Kalimantan will be done after the completion of digital infrastructure development in the city. State Apparatus Empowerment and Bureaucracy Reform Minister Abdullah Azwar Anas said that President Joko Widodo did not want to rush the relocation of civil servants, as it always the completion of the digital infrastructure refinement. Azwar explained that the apartment for civil servants to live in have been ready, However, Minister Azwar said that President Joko Widodo had asked that the relocation of civil servants would be fully done upon the readiness of office space and digital system. Investment Minister Rosan Ruslani says Singapore is interested in investing in Indonesia's new capital Nusantara in East Kalimantan.
Investment Minister and Investment Coordinating Board Head Rosan Roslani said Sembcorp of Singapore wants to invest in solar panels in Nusantara. He said the Singaporean state-owned energy and urban development company is interested in building a solar cell worth around $60 million with a capacity of around 5 to 6 megawatts. The minister added another Singaporean firm, Raffles Education Center, has also shown interest to invest in Nusantara. Nusantara capital city holds a central role and becomes a symbol of Indonesia to show the identity of the nation. Therefore, the relocation and development of the new capital city should be based on an advanced city development principle, as well as on the needs and the long-term vision of the nation.
You're watching Focus today. The U.S. announced criminal charges against Hamas top leaders. The charges against Yahya Sinwar, the group's chief, and at least 5 others accused them of orchestrating the October 7 attack. Israeli assault on Gaza has killed more than 40,800 Palestinians and laid waste to much of the territory. The complaint names 6 defendants, 3 of whom are deceased. The living defendants are Sinwar, who is believed to be in hiding in Gaza, Khalid Meshal, who is based in Doha and heads the group's diaspora office, and Ali Baraka, a senior Hamas official based in Lebanon. White House spokesperson Karen Jean-Pierre told reporters at a briefing the administration is troubled by the recent assault on 2 U.S. Marines in Turkey. A nationalist Turkish youth group on Monday attacked 2 U.S. Marines in western Turkey. The U.S. Embassy in Turkey and local governor's office said, adding that 15 assailants had been detained over the incident. Jean-Pierre said the attack was a serious matter and that Washington appreciated the actions of Turkish police and mentioned that the Marines are now safe and back on the USS Wasp.
Shortly, we appreciate the Turkish police, the actions that they have taken. This is a serious matter, and
Patience is running out among United Nations Security Council members, and the 15-member body will likely consider taking action if a ceasefire cannot soon be brokered between Israel and Palestinian Hamas in the Gaza Strip, Slovenia's UN envoy said.
By the representative of Slovenia to
Slovenia's UN ambassador, Samuel Zbogar, expressed an anxiousness within the council regarding ceasefire talks between Israel and Hamas.
There is a rising anxiousness in the council that it has to move one way or the other. Either there is a ceasefire or that the council then reflects on what else we can do to bring the ceasefire. In my national capacity, I was saying the same thing. But this is the general, it's quite a mood in the council. So I think this is the tension that is raising, and I'm pretty sure that in September it will have to go, under our presidency, it will have to go one way or the other, not because we want so, but because I think the patient is out.
The Security Council in June adopted Resolution 2735, which backed a 3-phase plan laid out by U.S. President Joe Biden for a Gaza ceasefire and the release of hostages held by Hamas. But mediation efforts, led by the U.S., Egypt, and Qatar, have yet to produce a deal between Israel and Hamas.
An Israeli strike hit a college housing displaced people on Tuesday, killing at least 2 in the Shaftawi area of the northern Gaza Strip, while Israeli forces killed 2 Palestinians near Tulkarm as a major military operation in the occupied West Bank continued for a 7th day.
Israeli forces killed 33 Palestinians across Gaza in the past 24 hours as they battled Hamas, Palestinian officials said on Tuesday. The brief pauses in fighting allowed medics to conduct a 3rd day of polio vaccinations for children. The campaign, which was hastened by the discovery of the first polio case in a Gazan baby last month, relies on daily 8-hour pauses in fighting between Israel and Hamas in specific areas of the besieged enclave. And from the West Bank, the Israeli military said Israeli forces surrounded buildings where the 2 were located and killed them in an exchange of gunfire after civilians were evacuated. The armed wing of the Fatah faction claimed both as members. Hundreds of Israeli troops, backed by helicopters and drones, have been operating in Jenin and Tulkarm, as well as other areas of the West Bank for the past week, in a drive the military says is aimed at combating Iranian-backed militant groups. From Jenin, Israeli forces were seen firing their weapons while taking positions around an armored military vehicle. Hundreds of Israeli troops, backed by helicopters and drones, have been operating in Jenin and Tulkarm, as well as other areas of the West Bank for the past week, in a drive the military says is aimed at combating Iranian-backed groups. The operation has caused severe damage to infrastructure, as armored bulldozers have torn up large stretches of city streets, in what the army says is a search for roadside bombs, and destroyed or severely damaged houses and other buildings.
We're back on Focus today. Videos on Monday and Tuesday show heavy rain conditions impacting various locations in Texas with flash floods. Meanwhile, from beneath the shrinking Lake Mornos in central Greece, the muddy remains of homes are re-emerging nearly 45 years since the village Kallio that once stood here disappeared underwater.
Vehicles were seen passing by stranded cars on flooded streets while navigating through waterlogged roads amidst ongoing rain. Texans are urged to avoid flooded roads as the National Weather Service has issued a flood watch for West Central Texas, anticipating more heavy rainfall in the region. And from Greece, long stretches of cracked soil surrounded the ruins of the lost village of Kallio, which was flooded in 1980 to create a lake to meet the ever-increasing water needs of the capital, some 200 kilometers away. Greece's arid Mediterranean climate has made it particularly susceptible to the effects of global warming, which has worsened summer wildfires, including blazes that reached the outskirts of Athens last month. Scientists say extreme weather linked to climate change is now driving the decline of the lake.
7 years after the deadly Grenfell Tower fire in London, justice remained elusive for victims and their families, and a storm which included lightning strikes caused a large section of the Arch of Constantine at Rome, Italy.
The tragedy, which claimed 72 lives, has been a subject for a long-running inquiry. Despite this, criminal proceedings have been delayed. with potential charges not expected until 2026 and trials possibly in 2027, a full decade after the fire. Relatives like Shah Aglani, who lost his mother and aunt in the blaze, expressed frustration and pain over the prolonged process. Advocates argue that the inquiry has hindered justice, and local residents continue to demand accountability and assurance that such a disaster will never happen again. And from home Italy, the Arch of the Constantine, an iconic monument located near the Colosseum in Rome, sustained a significant damage after a violent storm struck the city. The storm, which included lightning strikes, caused a large section of the arch to break off. The Arch of the Constantine, erected the 4th century AD to commemorate Emperor Constantine's victory over Maxentius, stands approximately 25 meters high. Efforts to remove the fallen blocks of stones are underway as authorities assess the extent of the damage.
A federal judge ordered the campaign of former United States President and Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump to stop playing music created by Isaac Hayes. Meanwhile, former U.S. President Donald Trump said in a court filing he would plead not guilty to criminal charges in a revised indictment accusing him of attempting to overturn his 2020 election defeat.
Following the ruling, Isaac Hayes III, son of late American musician Isaac Hayes, said he knows his father would not want Donald Trump playing his music. Several artists or their representatives have objected to their music being played at Trump events over the years, including late American singer-guitarist Tom Petty, British singer-songwriter Adele, the Swedish pop group ABBA, and rock band REM. Meanwhile, Trump, the Republican candidate in the November 5th presidential election, waived his right to appear in court and instead authorized his lawyers to enter the plea. The revised indictment, obtained last week by special counsel Jack Smith, includes the same 4 charges prosecutors brought against Trump last year.
United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres arrived in Beijing from Shanghai for the 2024 summit of the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, or FOCAC, scheduled for September 4th to 6th. This will be the second time Guterres is attending the FOCAC summit as a special guest following his attendance at the 2018 summit in Beijing. Noting that African affairs have always been a top priority for the United Nations, Guterres said that China-Africa cooperation is an important measure for Africa's development and also the core of South-South cooperation, aligning with the goals of the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the African Union's Agenda 2063. FOCAC will make important contributions to world peace and development, serving as an important global example, the UN chief has said. The Egypt International Air Show kicked off with the attendance of the country's president, Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, and other state officials.
The air show, held in the country's north coast town of Al Alamein, aims at fostering digitization in the sectors of civil and military aviation in the MENA region and Africa. It runs from September the 3rd to the 6th at Al Alamein International Airport.
Britain's Queen Camilla met with staff and patients of the Dyson Cancer Center at the Royal United Hospital. The Queen praised the welcoming atmosphere of the center and said more cities like Bath could use similar facilities. Britain's King Charles returned to public duties on April 30th, following nearly 3 months of treatment for cancer. 6 weeks after the King's cancer diagnosis was revealed in February of this year, his daughter-in-law Kate said she was undergoing preventative chemotherapy. Mexican designer Patricio Campillo is hoping his New York Fashion Week debut will help shine a light on the talent in his country. The designer said navigating career has been complicated without the help of a fellow Mexican designer who has broken frontiers.
Campillo will show his spring-summer collection on September 7th at an intimate space inside the public hotel. The line was inspired by the volcano's textile, the Paricutin, the Popocatépetl in Mexico. The self-taught designer founded his clothing company in 2017. The aesthetic of the brand is based on a suit his grandfather gave his father, which was later given to him and celebrates the traditional charro culture. Earlier this year, he became the first Mexican designer to advance to the semifinals of the LVMH Prize, a foundation that supports emerging fashion designers. This exposure also came with new celebrity customers, including singers Nick Jonas and Maluma. New York Fashion Week will run from September 6th until September 11th.
Bottle caps, food packaging, utensils, and scrap toys are just some of the plastic items that have been given a new lease of life in a zero-waste workshop in Taipei.
Customers gain hands-on experience by recycling process, including scrapping plastic waste that they brought from home, melting and molding it into a pair of trendy sunglasses within 2 hours. The company also produces tiles, bricks, hangers, and other daily necessities from plastic and organic waste using a mini trash presso, a machine comprised of shredding, softening, and forging function developed by the Taiwanese firm in 2017, Huang said. He added that each pair of sunglasses made in the process can reduce up to 400 grams of carbon. Cora Si, the editor-in-chief for fashion magazine Harper's Bazaar Taiwan, said the project is a good initiative to promote sustainable fashion.
Clementine, a rare orange lobster, was recently rescued from a Long Island, New York supermarket and placed back into the sea.
Humane Long Island, an animal protection NGO, released footage of the rescue, which took place in a local stop and shop. According to Humane Long Island's president, John D. Leonardo, Clementine is one in 30 million lobsters naturally born orange. D. Leonardo said a local animal shelter contacted them after spotting Clementine in a supermarket. Humane Long Island attended the spot and negotiated her release without paying money for her.
Clementine is only one in 30 million lobsters who are born orange. She is also one of the very few lobsters who was actually rescued from a supermarket. Our friends at the Southampton Animal Shelter contacted us after seeing her in their local Stop and Shop. So we reached out to the Stop and Shop, and their management agreed to surrender her to us so we can give her a more natural life.
After rescuing her and mixing seawater with the supermarket water to acclimate her, Clementine was released into the wild and swam away.
South African scientists unveiled a meteorite that fell over the Eastern Cape province last month, describing it as a motorcycle-sized bolide.
Residents in the provinces of the Eastern Cape, Western Cape, and Free State reported seeing a blue, white, and orange streak of light in the sky on August 25th, which was accompanied by an explosive sound and ground tremors, the scientist said. The rare meteorite fragment, weighing less than 90 grams with a diameter of less than 5 centimeters, was provisionally named the Nukuba meteorite, naming it after the town of its discovery. Roger Gibson, University of the Witwatersrand or WITS School of Geoscience professor, told a news conference, friction with the atmosphere created a spectacular fireball and caused it to break up in flight, which created an explosion-like sound called a sonic boom as it split into several small fragments called meteorites.
Summer season transfer for 2024 until 2025 English Premier League reached fantastic value of transfer fees. Now details are in our sports highlights. Ukraine bagged 3 gold medals in session 10 of the athletics at the Paris 2024 Paralympics. Yulia Shuliar, Natalia Kobzar, and Alexander Yarofi all claimed victories in their respective finals. Azerbaijan's Lamia Faliyeva, women's 100-meter T13, and American Jaden Blackwell, meanwhile won their medals in world record time. Meanwhile, world records tumbled on day 6 of the Paralympics in the opening athletic sessions at the Stade de France. The summer season transfer for the 2024 until 2025 English Premier League has been close recently, with several players reaching fantastic value of transfer fees. The following are 10 players with the most expensive transfer fees in the Premier League.
So high, I'm hypnotized. What's up is down, what's left is right. Chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through.
Argentine defender Lisandro Martinez bemoaned the absence of captain Lionel Messi and now retired Angel Di Maria for their 2026 World Cup qualifier against Chile, but stressed that the world champions would adapt. Messi will miss the clash with Chile due to an ankle injury sustained during the Copa America final against Colombia, which Argentina went on to win. Di Maria, meanwhile, who retired from international duty after the Copa America, will receive a tribute at the match. Argentina hosts Chile at the Monumental Stadium in Buenos Aires before facing Colombia 5 days later in Barranquilla, a match that Messi will also miss. The Stars and Stripes prevailed at the U.S. Open as Americans Taylor Fritz and Emma Navarro advanced to their maiden Grand Slam semifinals. Meanwhile, American Taylor Fritz prevailed in a slugfest with Alexander Zverev at Arthur Ashe Stadium.
It's cool. I'm in the semis.
Fritz, the 12th seed, denied world number 4 Alexander Zverev another shot at a first major, with a 7-6, 3-6, 6-4, and 7-6 triumph just 2 months after dispatching the big German in the 4th round at Wimbledon. In the day's session's opening match, 13th seed Navarro continued her meteoric rise to the top tier of tennis with a 6-2 and 7-5 win over Spain's Paula Badosa in a battle of New York-born baseliners.
And I keep taking it one match at a time.
Meanwhile, the United States have not had a men's champion on home turf since Andy Roddick 21 years ago, and Fritz's victory over the 4th seed and former runner-up raised hopes of an American victor at Flushing Meadows. Fritz beat German Zverev on grass at Wimbledon in an epic 5-setter, and this time had the added boost of the home crowd being firmly on his side, as the 26-year-old U.S. number 1 marched into the last 4 at a Grand Slam for the first time.
And up next, we have tomorrow's weather report, and here they are. And that ends today's News and Focus today. I'm Narendra Pawaka. Thank you for watching. Have a great Wednesday, everybody, and I'll see you on the next episode. Goodbye.
Welcome to beauty, enjoying the strength, touching the softness. This is Medan. with its potential to withhold the mighty power of tourism. Medan is the one to explore. Tracing the streets will give deep impressions, relics of the past that carves history. Staring at the aesthetically pleasing arts and traditions is an everlasting fact. Beautiful structures and landmarks at an international scale also complements the city's tourism. Right here in this place, a museum which records the birth of mutual affection, intercultural diversity originated in the city. The beauty of nature which spoils the eyes of anyone who comes. With an array of delectable culinary treats that indulge the tongue of those who travel for the experience. Believe, come, and touch the magic.
Pristine tropical beaches. Exotic rituals. In the beautiful island of Lombok. Colorful craft. Created from local resources. Presented to visitors. Authentic traditional villages. Distinctive pottery. Guests can take part in the process. Exquisite pearls. Embark on a remarkable voyage. A visit to the nature preserve. Towards the sea and beaches. A thrilling adrenaline rush in a spectacular turquoise water. Parties on the beach. celebration of enigmatic local culture. Amazingly festive. Exploring the treks, crystal clear waters of the towering plateaus, a serene volcano in Lombok, the other island paradise, wonderful Indonesia.
Hi, I'm Devini Hermawan. I will tell you why you should taste gado-gado as one of the most iconic Indonesian cuisine. So, just like any other salad with dressing, the dressing itself takes the major part to make gado-gado really delicious. Here it is, rendang. You just put, this is the white pepper, shallots in, as well as the beef. This is our rendang. Now we can assemble them into a beautiful bowl of soto ayam Lamongan. A simple but special perkedel kentang. The flavor is really intense.
Indonesian flavor with Chef Devina every Saturday, 5:30 p.m. Western Indonesia time.
That's all for today's edition. Indonesia has different culinary flavors and I will be back with another authentic menu. See you and goodbye.
Years ago, the biggest eruption on this planet centered in this land that changed and reformed our Mother Earth. And the evolution started until we are here, human. The first civilization was initiated in this land 2,500 years ago. It is one of the most historic places in Indonesia. The land of old soul and the untold wisdom. A place we call home. This enchanted land, these traditions have so many secrets for our life. We are here now to be blessed by the land.
Oh, Bulajari, sangat digodo au. Walpuru dalan ni tu akka na marbisuti. Oh, Rogan, saya tangi kona, saya gorong yau. Rapdo kita di Portivion. Boras! Boras! Boras!
And now, this is the time to reveal our truth. To be one within. And to discover the wonder of life. Listen to it. The song of the universe. The beat of our heart. The fire inside. The wonder of nature. This wonder and this heartbeat. It's the heartbeat of Toba.
Lobster is one of the famous delicious and expensive foods among the world. With the results of freshwater cultivation, lobsters have a more affordable price than lobsters from seafood. Consumer demand for crayfish is also quite high. Stay tuned for the day journey on the potential land.
Earth is our home. However, the Earth's condition is increasingly in crisis. Therefore, we as humans must be wise to make good use of waste, as was done by the couple doctors, Dr. Adanta and Dr. Anita. Stay tuned for today's journey of Potential Lab.
Open the envelope in front of you and guess where it is.
It's probably an Aztec site in South America?
Not even close. This is Taman Sari in Yogyakarta, Indonesia. It's only 2.5 centuries old. Find different bathhouses for princesses and kings with a circular communal prayer room just beneath it. Whatever happened to doing everyday things in style? Any questions?
진짜요?
morning and welcome to Starting Point, the greatest point in which you start your day. With me, Audrey Utoyo.
And me, Uli Herdi. I like the spirit, Audrey Utoyo. Such a beautiful morning, and it's exciting because later on we will have two guests to talk about the papal visit, Audrey Utoyo. So that should be exciting. Yes. And of course, other news here at Starting Point. So let's begin. This is Starting Point. Indonesia's Minister of Health, Budi Gunadi Sadikin, has signed two memoranda of understanding or MOUs with his counterparts from Sudan and Zimbabwe to enhance the health sectors in both African countries.
A statement from the ministry on Wednesday announced that Sadikin signed an MOU with Sudanese Health Minister Haitham Mohamed Ibrahim Awadallah and another with Zimbabwean Minister of Women Affairs, Community, and SME Development, Monica Mustvangwa, on the sidelines of the second Indonesia-Africa Forum in Bali on Tuesday. He emphasized that the collaboration with Sudan covers several key areas, including health services, health resilience, disease control and prevention, pandemic preparedness, pharmaceutical and medical devices, and health human resources and technology. Sadikin also mentioned that Indonesia and Sudan held a bilateral meeting to discuss ways to deepen relations, particularly in medical specialization and issues, as well as in support for the pharmaceutical industry.
Indonesia is actively exploring avenues for collaboration and development cooperation in the digital sector with Egypt. And this in particular was highlighted by the Indonesian government.
During a meeting with his Egyptian counterpart, Amir Talat, at the High-Level Forum on Multi-Stakeholder Partnerships and the Second Indonesia-Africa Forum Joint Leader Session 2024, Minister of Communication and Information, Budi Ari Setiadi, highlighted the initiatives to exploring avenues for collaboration and development cooperation in the digital sector with Egypt. According to him, Indonesia has made significant strides in its digital infrastructure development, with the construction of 177,000 kilometers of fiber optic cable, 34 data centers, and 265,900 base transceiver stations, including 1,000 5G BTS. Additionally, he noted the alignment in policies and management of information and communication technology matters between the two countries, involving various ministries and institutions. During the meeting, Budi also extended invitations for cooperation in developing 5G network connectivity and investing in Indonesia's new capital city. In response, Amir Talat conveyed the appreciation of Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi for Indonesia's warm hospitality. He underscored the strategic and historical ties between the two nations. Egypt was the first country to acknowledge Indonesia's independence in 1945. This relationship has continued to flourish over the years. Egypt expressed its commitment to expanding cooperation with Indonesia, particularly in the areas of submarine cable development and digital human resource capacity building.
Japan, which has a visa-free policy for several countries, is tightening its supervision of tourists from visa-free nations.
Japan, which allows visa-free entry for several countries, including Indonesia, Singapore, the United States, the United Kingdom, New Zealand, and Australia, is increasing its oversight of tourists from these visa-exempt nations. Before entering Japan, the country is requiring tourists to provide personal information to prevent illegal overstays. This authorization scheme is temporarily called GESTA and will be introduced in 2030. This is modeled after the Electronic System for Travel Authorization in the United States. Under this plan, travelers from 71 countries and regions whose citizens do not need a visa must notify the authorities in advance of their intended destination and reason for entering. According to officials, the Japanese government said that JESTA is anticipated to assist in lowering the number of undocumented immigrants entering Japan and overstaying the permitted period of 14 to 90 days. This year, the Japanese government also plans to test run a different system. Passenger information will be sent to the Immigration Services Agency after boarding procedures are completed and will be checked against a list of blacklisted travelers, including foreign nationals of concern and those with criminal records. If applicable, airlines will be notified to deny boarding to such passengers.
In the meantime, the Embassy of the Republic of Indonesia in Warsaw, in collaboration with the Indonesian Student Association in Poland, held an Indonesian Cultural Weekend event on September the 1st. This event featured a bazaar filled with Indonesian small and medium enterprises, or SMEs, offering various traditional dishes that introduce the richness of Indonesian cuisine to the Polish public. Not only food, the Indonesian cultural stage also captivated visitors with a variety of traditional dances, from the gambyong dance to the Panji mask dance, accompanied by the enchanting sounds of gamelan. This excitement grew with traditional games competitions such as sack races and musical chairs, adding to the festive atmosphere and showcasing the joyful aspects of Indonesian culture. Indonesian Cultural Weekend in Warsaw became a celebration of Indonesia's cultural diversity, strengthening the ties between Indonesia and Poland through art, food, and traditions.
The Administrative and Bureaucratic Reform Ministry stated that the integration of digital service ecosystem of Indonesian government in the digital will serve as an important asset for the future governance in the new capital city, Nusantara, East Kalimantan.
The Administrative and Bureaucratic Reform Minister Abdullah Azwar Anas said on Tuesday that INA Digital is a long-term goal to make integration of existing government application. There will later no need to create new application. 3 applications from INA Digital will be launched in the 4th week of September, namely INA.gov, INA.pass, and INA.co. These 3 applications include 19 initial features that can be accessed by civil servants as well as the general public. According to Minister Anas, this government system digitalization has shown positive results in several countries, such as India, which successfully achieved a national medium-term development plan within 7 years.
And on to some good news. Indonesian public broadcaster TVRI becomes the most trusted media in the country, according to a 2024 research by the United Kingdom-based Readers Institute.
A 2024 research by United Kingdom-based Reuters Institute has found that TVRI, Indonesia's public broadcaster, was seen as the most trustworthy media with a total score of 61% among 15 prominent media outlets in the country. Another major media company, Kompas, gained the same score of 61%. Below TVRI and Kompas was Indonesian CNN franchise at 60%. President Director of TVRI, Iman Brotoseno, said in Jakarta on Tuesday that he would like to extend his gratitude towards Indonesian citizens for their continuous trust on TVRI.
Good journalism about what? What unique information do my readers need?
Iman said TVRI is committed to broadcasting quality programs consistently with a focus on healthy entertainment and education as stipulated in the 2005 Law on Public Broadcaster TVRI. The same acknowledgement also came from the Indonesian Broadcasting Commission or KPI, which previously announced in its study that TVRI was the top media institution in the country in various categories. In 2021, TVRI was also deemed as a trustworthy media in a digital media report by Reuters Institute and University of Oxford, England.
Way to go, TVRI. And now back to news about Pope Francis' visit to Jakarta. Pope Francis, the highest leader of Roman Catholic Church, is on his apostolic journey in Indonesia and Southeast Asia from September the 3rd to the 6th. Now, yesterday, he held a meeting with bishops, priests, deacons, and catechists, as well as scholars occurrences at the Church of Our Lady of the Assumption. Now, yesterday, our reporter Audrey Utoyo was there, and now here's the report.
Currently, I'm standing in front of the Church of Our Lady of Assumption or Jakarta Cathedral, in which on Wednesday, September the 4th, 2024, Pope Francis has continued his apostolic journey to Indonesia. And on this particular day, the Pope arrived at 4:36 p.m. in the evening. He was welcomed by numerous people who were already standing around Jakarta, and there were about thousands of Catholics as well as people of the faith who excitedly welcomed him to the cathedral. As he walked in, there were also several children playing the traditional Indonesian instrument or angklung with Indonesian songs such as Rayuan Pulau Kelapa, Kicir Kicir, as well as the Catholic song Salam Maria. The Pope seemed enthusiastic to greet all of the children as he wanted to walk through and also shake the hands of everyone who performed, including the conductors, the media, and expressed his joy and enthusiasm to be at the Jakarta Cathedral. During his visit in the cathedral, there were about 1,300 people in attendance. This included bishops, cardinals, nuns, priests, as well as catechists. The Pope also gave a speech, or the speech by the Holy Father at the Jakarta Cathedral. And after his visit to the cathedral, he will go to Graha Pemuda to visit the Scholas Occurrentes, a non-profit organization that was established by him in 2001 when he was still in Buenos Aires. It is an organization that focuses on expanding cultural and interfaith dialogue, as well as giving opportunities for people of all faiths and all backgrounds to have proper and advanced education in technology, sports, and arts. And after the visit today to Jakarta Cathedral, as well as the Graha Pemuda, the Pope will go back and resort to the Vatican Embassy in Jakarta. He will continue his apostolic journey tomorrow, going to Istiqlal Mosque, as well as the Tunnel of Friendship, and then leading a mass with 80,000 Catholics around Indonesia and the world at GBK or Gelora Bung Karno. That is it for my report. I'm Audrey Toyo and Iqbal Ramadan reporting for TVI World.
Well, it was an incredible time at the Jakarta Cathedral. Uli, I would say that enthusiasm is high.
I feel like you're beaming with enthusiasm, Audrey Toyo. I can feel it even looking at the screen just now.
I was. It's this, being close to the church, I think it's the presence.
Good for you. You should do it more often, Audrey Utoyo.
Thank you. It's a good practice for me, to go there more. And moving on, still on the topic of Pope Francis's visit, President Joko Widodo expressed his appreciation for the Vatican, especially for its ongoing advocacy for peace in Palestine. And he also interpreted the Pope's visit to Indonesia as a powerful message of celebrating diversity.
During the Pope Francis visit in Jakarta, President Joko Widodo emphasized that Indonesia and the Vatican share a common commitment to fostering peace, brotherhood, and the well-being of humanity. President said that the visit is a truly historic event and expressing his gratitude to Pope Francis for this noble visit to Indonesia. Pope Francis' visit to Indonesia marked the third visit by a Catholic leader to the country. Pope Paul VI visited Indonesia in 1970, followed by Pope John Paul II in 1989. Pope Francis' apostolic journey will not be limited to Indonesia, as he will also visit the Asia-Pacific region, including Papua New Guinea, Timor-Leste, and Singapore, before concluding his trip on September 13, 2024. Meanwhile, Religious Affairs Minister Yakut Khalil Komas welcomed Pope Francis' visit to Indonesia as part of his apostolic journey to some Asian countries. He remarked that he is glad and proud of the visit of Pope Francis to the country. It is indeed historical after the last papal visit to Indonesia in 1970. Yakut added that Francis emphasized the importance of maintaining dialogue between religious communities as the key to promoting tolerance and creating world peace. In addition, the Pope's agenda to visit the Istiqlal Mosque is considered to be an important momentum in creating peace for religious communities in Indonesia.
Now we will take a quick break, but as we promised earlier, after the break we are going to have a talk show with our two guests, Yudi and Susan, about the papal visit that you covered yesterday as well.
Indeed, yes. They were very involved, especially for a certain aspect of it, the performance. And, you know, it's something interesting because we don't see this every day, and it's quite a historic moment, I believe, for them and for us as well. So we'll be in conversation with them truly soon. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back on Tvri World.
Hi, I'm Devini Hermawan. I will tell you why you should taste gado-gado as one of the most iconic Indonesian cuisine. So, just like any other salad with dressing, the dressing itself takes the major part to make gado-gado really delicious. Here it is, rendang. We just put, this is the white pepper, shallots in, as well as the beef. This is our rendang. Now we can assemble them into a beautiful bowl of soto ayam Lamongan. A simple but special perkedel kentang. The flavor is really intense.
Indonesian Flavor with Chef Devina. Every Saturday, 5:30 p.m. Western Indonesia time.
That's all for today's edition. Indonesia has different culinary flavors and I will be back with another authentic menu. See you and goodbye.
Namely Bangsering Underwater, which is a coral reef-based ecotourism. This tourism object presents an underwater natural attraction in the form of coral reefs that grows naturally and artificially. Stay tuned for today's journey of Potential Land.
Good morning, welcome back to Starting Point. We deliver news from home and around the world with your anchor for today. My name is Uli Herdi, along with my partner,
Audrey Toyo. And Uli, just before this, we were discussing of how the papal visit is still ongoing, and there are several festivities as well as celebrations that are being held just for the pontiff. And in particular, today we'll be talking about a special performance at yesterday's Jakarta Cathedral, and I was there as well. It was spectacular, Uli. And we have the people behind the performance right here with us in the studio. So we have music arranger and choir tutor Yudi. Hello, good morning.
Good morning, nice to meet you.
And we also have the volunteer who is very involved in this whole process, Susan. Hello.
Hi.
Good morning, Yudi and Susan.
For making it to Tvri World. It must be very exciting for both of you being involved in such a huge deal. I mean, this is probably a once in a lifetime experience. So
it is indeed.
How has it been for you guys? Have you gotten enough sleep? Were you excited and like?
Well, certainly not yet enough sleep. We haven't done anything yet. At least, the thing is still ongoing. So perhaps we will have better sleep after the mass is over.
Next week.
Yes, that's true.
Okay.
Yeah, starting for this weekend, perhaps.
Okay. So, in your own words, how are you involved in this occasion?
Yes.
For me, actually, I'm a volunteer to coordinate the children that that sang yesterday.
Yeah.
It was 100 children.
100 children.
Yes.
All over Indonesia.
No, it's only for Jakarta.
Oh,
because
from Jakarta. Okay.
is I think 5 4 schools and 1 community.
Okay.
So it's all Catholic.
Mm-hmm.
Saint Mary, Joanda, Saint Ursula, Jalan Pos, Saint Teresia, Saint Strada, and then Vita Dulcedo.
Okay.
So and San Egidio.
Okay.
Yeah, and so we coordinate some of them, and we ask the teachers to select the people, the children, so they can practice. They have time to practice. We give them song, the song that we select, which is Siamonoi, is the song for the World Children Day. Actually, yesterday was the launching of the World Children Day.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it was launched in the 24th and of 25th May in Vatican, and we would like to start also in Jakarta on the 5th of October next month.
Oh,
yes.
Officially.
Officially. Yes. It will be a lot of activities for the children. We'll invite about 1,000 children.
Wow.
Yes.
You should come back to Tvri World.
Oh, sure. We'll invite you on the spot.
We would love to. Yeah. That would be amazing.
Yeah.
Wow. And how did you choose these 100 children? Were they going through a specific type of auditions, or it must be quite a big achievement to be able to sing in front of the Holy Father. Yeah, so like how was this?
If only Audrey was still in school, she would
I
be
know,
probably one of those
I mean,
children.
if I could say I'm one of the kids, I would, but I cannot.
Yeah, everyone can sing though.
If I can sing, I will. Yes, we ask the teachers. We select the schools that's nearby cathedral, so they don't have to travel far.
Right.
And then we give them. We give the teacher the song, and we ask the teacher actually that work hard for us.
Okay.
They select the children. They give us the names. We give them the specification, like they shouldn't have like illness and problems with health. They sign the consignment, the consent letter, because they have to, and then they practice at school. I think we practice 4 times in cathedral, 2 times.
Two times in school and 2 times in cathedral.
2 times in school. The
Yeah, in
100 children.
The joint practice.
Yeah, the joint practice in Saint Ursula. Saint Ursula.
So before
2
we
times.
met in the joint practice, they were all practicing on their own with their own teachers. And when we met on August 26th and August 28th, it was a joint practice when all of them, all 100 of them, practicing for the first time. So that's when I came in, because before they were practicing with their own teachers, and at the joint practice, I had to make sure that they will give their best on their performance, and they will sing the song at least correctly pronounced.
Right. Right.
Because it's in Italian, and amazingly, these kids could memorize all the lyrics in the span of 1 week time.
Wow.
And the song is quite long. It's quite a long one, right? And it's Italian, the language that they never really speak in.
One of the benefits of being young, good memory.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
That's true.
Really good memory.
So you probably can share with us, from the beginning, your involvement. Were you excited? Were you surprised? What was it for you from the beginning that you were contacted?
Perhaps all of the feelings were there.
Yeah.
I was excited. I was a bit shocked.
Did you find out that you were going to be involved?
It's around early August, I think. In the early August, I was
like
contacted.
a month ago.
Yeah.
And then you got a phone call?
Yes, I got a phone call, and I was asked to arrange the music for the kids. I was told that this is the song, and I have to make the music accompaniment for them. And they just gave me the reference, because I have to make it like as close as possible with the original song. And they told me that they will use gambang kromong and angklung incorporated in the song.
Oh wow!
So they want to give a touch or ethnic touch in the song. So that's what makes our performance different from the original song. But I have to make it like as close as possible to the original song because the kids will be practicing with the original song first before they
the minus ones.
The original song, the YouTube link for it. Okay. And then I have to make the arrangement for them, the guide for them to practice because the original song uses like 4 keys. This is quite technical. The original song uses 4 keys.
4 keys.
4 keys. So it started in E flat, and then it moves to C, and it moves to D, and it moves to F, in the last verse, in the last chorus. But gambang kromong can only play in D, and angklung, they have like 1 note for each instrument.
Is it pentatonic for
gambang kromong? Yes, gambang kromong is pentatonic. It's do re mi sol la. And then if they have to play in different keys, and they have to bring like the whole set of each key. So it will be a lot, and it will be a problem for the gambang kromong too as well. So I need to make to rearrange the song and change the keys a bit, so the gambang kromong and the angklung can play a bit longer. Because the D part is only in the middle, and it's quite short. So I told them that okay, I will rearrange the song, so the gambang kromong and angklung will play in the beginning and the end. So that's then the process took me like 3 or 4 days. And when we met in the first meeting, they asked me like,
did you guys know one another before? Or?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she was one of my choir members too.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Not a good one.
That's all they say. When the curtain opens and
the most
suddenly,
humble way say that, I would say.
So yeah, when I met them in the first meetings, they said to me like, okay, the kids will start to practice like in the following Monday, and it was Wednesday.
Wow.
So so I only have like 5 days to work on, and I was working on something else back then. So I could only start to work for this song like from Friday, I think. So yeah, it made me didn't sleep that time because I have to finish the song on the Sunday night through Monday morning till around 4:30 in the morning. But at least that way the kids can start to practice with the music that we will be using on. That way. And I need to arrange the music. Like I have to make the gambang kromong and the angklung shines in the music, because in the original music it uses a band. Like a drum and band stuff, guitar, bass guitar, and I give the touch of a church organ in the music, and I made it so it doesn't overlap with the music of the gambang kromong and angklung. And I also include the angklung sound in the -1 to back up the angklung, because the angklung players was only like 45.
48.
48, and it
so
comes.
Everything is live here.
Live, everything is live, and it comes in 2 different keys, right? So they have to divide the angklung into the key in B and key in D. So the volume, the overall volume will be lower. So I need to incorporate the song, the voice of the angklung in the -1. As a backup for them, but all the melodies and the instruments were the same.
So you have to create everything in such a short time.
Quite short time,
Deadline,
Yes,
lack of
true.
sleep, and then after it's done, you have to give it to everybody so they can study it, and then they can perform it
Yes.
as well.
Yes.
And wow, what
Yeah,
a huge audience.
I made the music sheet too for them to practice on their own.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, the hardest part is actually
that is amazing.
when it's a joint practice, I have to make sure that they pronounce it correctly, right?
Yeah.
And that time I found like some kids pronounced it like quite not incorrectly, just incorrectly. I just need to make sure that to pronounce it correctly. And this song is quite special. It's called Shamanoi. Shamanoi in Italian is literally means we are. It's us. It's we are. So the lyrics in the chorus says like this: Siamo noi la gioia e la speranza. Siamo noi la novità del mondo. So it's literally saying that we should be like kids. So siamo noi la gioia della speranza means we are the joy and hope.
Oh.
And siamo noi la novità del mondo, we are the news of the world.
Yes.
And then it goes, siamo noi il futuro, siamo noi la vita. Siamo noi il futuro, we are the future. Siamo noi la vita, we are alive. And the last part is siamo noi something dell'amore. I forgot the middle one.
Something about love?
Yes, we are.
Most likely, yes. The amore.
We are the love. Yeah, something like that. So this song just like tells us like we should be like kids, and because kids are like this.
Okay.
Because kids are as pure as this.
Yeah.
So we should be like them. We should be the future. We should be the news of the world, and more importantly, we should be the joy and the hope for the world. So the song really is really beautiful. It's from Marco Frisina, an Italian composer.
Yeah.
Wow, it's so amazing. So
That's a slogan that we are going to use for the Children World Day.
okay.
Yeah. Children of Indonesia is healthy, friendly, and also is a blessing for everybody.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes.
Absolutely.
That's what we're gonna use.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Such an amazing story. You know? So, I mean, you work closely with the children as well, with children's parents, everybody. You know, hearing that story, how was the children? Were they okay? Were they excited? Can you tell us stories about, some highlights about how they're feeling, what happened?
Oh, they were very excited from the beginning. In the beginning, of course, some of them, what is the Pope? Who? They don't know.
Oh, they don't even know.
No, the first time when we talked to them.
So these children are from what age to what age?
P3, primary 3.
Primary
primary
3
three.
through
Yeah.
primary 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because we have to measure how tall they are when the Pope goes through with the wheelchair.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't want the Pope to see them like that.
Oh,
Yeah.
Because when we see the Pope likes to shake hands,
He
talk to
does.
the children.
Yeah.
So we arrange. They are about P3. Some of them are P1, but
Okay. Oh, that's
so
only one or
small.
two. Yeah. So they will
they're
look
adorable.
cute.
Yeah.
Cute.
Yeah.
Adorable kids.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I feel like so many little children. 100 of them.
Hundreds of them.
Must be some, a challenge for logistics and everything.
Yeah. We prepare crayons, drawings, and everything, but they are so excited.
Yeah.
Yeah, when it comes to the day, wow, they were so excited. They're so happy. We prepare them so when the Pope pass,
Yeah.
that you have to smile. You have to smile. Don't be so stressed out.
Right.
Yeah.
Because we understand that sometimes parents will say, "Be careful. You have to be very polite and all that."
Right.
You know.
Oh, yes.
So we tell them you have to smile. Be ready when Pope give him his hand to shake, and it was like few kids. They got
Yes.
the rosary.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I saw yesterday too in the
And then-
cathedral that he was shaking almost everyone's
That's true.
hands, and mostly the children who
The
are
children.
playing the angklung in front of the cathedral,
Yes.
and also
Yeah.
To welcome
going
him
to
inside
skolas.
the-
Yeah,
Mine
it's-
too. My hands too.
Oh, you did? Oh my gosh!
You get one.
Wow,
It was so
Wow, you're one of the lucky one.
Indeed. Audrey was
Oh,
absolutely fangirling yesterday.
I was.
I saw her
I was.
on Instagram. She was like trying to catch a glimpse of the poem. I mean, who
I
would?
know,
It must
yeah.
be very
Yeah,
exciting.
I was just lucky because I was standing in a safeguarding, because there was a safeguarding protocol, like a sculpture. So we were quite close. Yeah, so everybody said, we have to shake this hand, okay.
Perfect opportunity.
Yes,
The window was open wide for you, right there. Wow, that's incredible to hear how the responses from, I mean, the Pope and also the children was really good. How do you think the public was responding, especially to their performance yesterday? Because this is quite unique, in which children are quite central to the choir. I mean, it's all children, right? And so I don't think that's something we normally see. Usually when we think about the Vatican, it's like traditional Gregorian chants, you know, something.
And perhaps all male
Latin.
choir, something like that.
Choir, but this is an Indonesian children's choir, which makes it so fascinating.
Yeah. We would like to present Indonesian culture, so the world can see that we are culture-based. We have a lot of cultures, and the responses, actually, they are very happy to see the Pope coming. The last time the Pope came to Indonesia is 35 years ago. It's a really an opportunity of a lifetime. The children, we, the volunteers, are very excited, and we feel appreciated.
Of course, yeah. Honored, really honored and grateful to be part of this, and of course seeing especially the children's responses when they saw the Pope, and even a spontaneous reaction from one or two of them after they get the handshake of the Pope, and one of them was like, "Oh, this is the handshake of the important person," and they said that they didn't want to wash their hands and something like that. Forever. and some of them are actually giving her their handshake. This is the handshake of the Pope. Do you want one? Do you want one?
Oh, that's so kids. Yes.
That's the spontaneous reaction of kids, right? So yeah, I was really glad, and seeing the children with their sparkling eyes when they saw the Pope. Oh, this is the Pope, and literally a few of them were crying, of course, of joy, and seeing all the people around like really excited to see, screaming his name, and of course a lot of them were crying as well, and for the nuns too. So the people reaction. Of course, they're really excited, and they really love to see these children sing, because, well, children are adorable, right?
Yes.
With everything they do, it's almost always adorable. So making this 101 kids, it should be 101 kids to sing in front of the Pope, to perform in front of the Pope. And I can see their smile. I can see the people smile when they see when they saw the children starting to perform, to dance, to sing, to play the angklung and stuff like that. So it's really a joyous moment
It's
for everyone.
Definitely.
And really a heartwarming scene.
So Yudi and Suzanne, maybe a closing statement and also some information for our viewers. When will the next performance will be, or if you have any other information you'd like to convey?
Oh, we will have the Children World Day on the 5th of October.
5th of October.
Yes. We'll inform you for the detail.
Absolutely.
Please do.
Yes.
Where is it going to be?
It will be around Jakarta Pusat.
Okay.
But we're still looking for the right
venue.
place.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you guys will be working closely together once more.
So there will be another deadline.
Another deadline for her.
Less than 1 month too.
Less than 1 month too.
The next deadline.
Yudi, any message you'd like to let our viewers know about future projects?
The future projects is
the same.
Together.
But during the mass tonight,
Oh, he'll be.
I'll be one of the singers too at the mass later on. Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing.
Oh yeah, that's quite amazing to be part of the massive choir, because it will be like 600 people singing for the Pope, and yeah, we're practicing since a month ago, around the same time, perhaps. Yeah, and the song are a lot. So yeah, but everyone is really excited to be a part of this. And when we were in the grand rehearsal yesterday, like everyone was singing so with their heart full of hearts, full of energy, and yeah, I'm so excited to be there too later.
Yeah, it's coming up very soon.
Yes.
Very soon, yeah.
just
And
a
after
couple
this, we
hours.
have to prepare in the venue in the GBK.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe last question, if you have any information about maybe Instagram or social media that people can connect to find more about future projects.
Oh, we always post in Komsos KJ.
Okay.
And then we also work together with some Komsos in parish.
Yes.
Yeah. We don't have like an official yet, because it's like one project at a time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay, so
All right.
going nearer and closer to October,
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll hear more about this
Yes.
more from
Yes.
Susan and Yudi, and looking forward to seeing all the great works that are to come very soon. And a big congratulations again from us to you for such an incredible achievement yesterday and also today.
Thank you.
And we do hope for more wonderful things to come for you both.
Pray for
Yeah.
us.
Yes.
We are too. We are too.
Thank you so much again.
Thank you so much.
Susan
Thank you.
and Yudi, for coming to the studio today. And we wish you the best during the Pope's visit.
Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you for having us.
Thank
Yay.
you.
So it's time for us to say goodbye, Audrey Utoya.
Yes, unfortunately.
Unfortunately,
no.
but Starting Point will be back again tomorrow
Yes.
from 7:30. If I'm not mistaken, for tomorrow,
From
right?
7:30 to 8:30 Western Asia time. And we also, right after this, have a special Pope report for you as he's heading to the Istiklal Mosque very soon. So thank you so much for watching again. I'm Audrey Utoyo.
I'm Uli Herdi. See you next time. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
The Komodo village is one of the villages located in the Natural Conservation Area in Komodo National Park. Fitting with its name, this village is inhabited by 1,500 residents in Komodo Island and has the characteristic of a small island with a dry climate and also the habitat of the Komodo dragon. If anyone says no one is brave enough to be in close contact with wild animals, then that statement does not apply to the Atmamodo people in Komodo village. For long, they have lived side by side between humans and deadly wild animals. The Modo tribe people believe that Ora, or Komodo dragons, are their ancestral twins. The legend of the dragon princess from Altamodo tribe continues to be presented as a cultural heritage and a reminder that Komodos are actually friends. With time, Komodo dragons become inspiration to some residents in Komodo village. It certainly has an impact to the economy of the people. Komodo dragons are carnivorous predators and sit on the top of the food chain in this island. The characteristic of the Komodo dragon is not an active hunter. Komodos are seen as extremely patient predators that hunt prey when they are weak and wounded. Even so, Komodo dragons can run up to 18 kilometers per hour to chase their prey. Komodo dragons will find their prey by using their long tongues. They can sense the smell of prey from a distance of 9.5 meters. This is the reason why it is not advised to see Komodo dragons without the supervision of expert staff.
This in front of me is a male Komodo dragon, as told by the ranger at the Komodo National Park in Labuan Bajo. The interesting fact that people might not know is that this male Komodo dragon can grow up to 3.15 meters, which is huge. Their age span is up to 60 years, while the female Komodo dragon can live up to 35 years. Another thing is that their development age is up till 30 years, and after that they don't really grow anymore because their productivity for hunting prey has gone down. Truly majestic.
Dragons are known as ancient animals that are only found in Indonesia. The status of the Komodo dragons is protected. Even the world acknowledges their presence.
Lobster is one of the famous delicious and expensive foods among the world. With the results of freshwater cultivation, lobsters have a more affordable price than lobsters from seafood. Consumer demand for crayfish is also quite high. Stay tuned for the day journey on the potential land.
For the Dayak Soloko tribe,
nature is a source of life that must be protected and preserved. They believe that all living things on Earth are interrelated and depend on one another.
Indonesia, the country with an abundance of resources, spread far and wide. Indonesia is busy transforming. We move forward to grow and thrive. We balance the green economy, blue economy, and the digital economy. With the new job creation law, Indonesia is progressively ensuring the policy reform to create quality jobs through investment. Let's be part of Indonesia's growth and progress. Invest in Indonesia now.
Namely Bangsering Underwater, which is a coral reef-based ecotourism. This tourism object presents an underwater natural attraction in the form of coral reefs that grows naturally and artificially. Stay tuned for today's journey of Potential Land.
Utilizing waste to process something useful and has a selling point is extraordinary. Just look at Mr. Komeng, who uses waste products for tools and materials for making sandals. Stay tuned for the day journey on the Potential Land.
Hi, I'm Devini Hermawan. I will tell you why you should taste gado-gado as one of the most iconic Indonesian cuisine. So, just like any other salad with dressing, the dressing itself takes the major part to make gado-gado really delicious. Here it is, rendang. You just put, this is the white pepper, shallots in, as well as the beef. This is our rendang. Now we can assemble them into a beautiful bowl of soto ayam Lamongan. The simple but special perkedel kentang. The flavor is really intense.
Indonesian flavor with Chef Devina every Saturday, 5:30 p.m. Western Indonesia time.
That's all for today's edition. Indonesia has different culinary flavors and I will be back with another authentic menu. See you and goodbye.
Luwih opo cek kehe cerita liananira.
Lontar Yusuf is a narrative poem about the life of one of Islam's most popular prophets, Prophet Yusuf.
Lontar itu naskah dan kebetulan ini banyak orang bilang itu naskah kuno. Sebetulnya awalnya lontar itu ditulis di daun lontar medianya itu. Sekarang teknologi itu semakin canggih hingga disalin ke media kertas.
episode, we will get to know the married couple, Mr. Hendro and Mrs. Nani. They are the owners of the Peduli Agro Dragon Fruit Picking Store. There, we will understand how they manage dragon fruit to become an extraordinary investment.
Open the envelope in front of you and guess where it is.
Wow, is it New Zealand?
Look at that, babe.
It's so beautiful.
Oh no. It's Waduk Sermo in Yogyakarta, Indonesia. A massive, man-made dam with all the beauty nature could offer. Wake up to a warm cup of coffee, have it with a view, or just sail away as if nothing else matters. Any questions?
Babe, can we please go?
Indonesia, the country with an abundance of resources, spread far and wide. Indonesia is busy transforming. We move forward to grow and thrive. We balance the green economy, blue economy, and the digital economy. With the new job creation law, Indonesia is progressively ensuring the policy reform to create quality jobs through investment. Let's be part of Indonesia's growth and progress. Invest in Indonesia now.
Time passes as life goes by. Maintaining distance, which is in line with harmony. Tell stories about life's streaks, which will never be lost in time. Whispers about the past, revealing the beauty of a civilization. Romantic nuances combined with beautiful movements that tell a story.
For the Dayak-Soloko tribe, nature is a source of life that must be protected and preserved. They believe that all living things on Earth are interrelated and depend on one another.
Similar to praying, the Osing people in Banyuwangi perform this dance as a form of manifestation of gratitude after the harvest. This dance is performance art presented with typical music accompaniment of a blend of Javanese and Balinese cultures. They call it gandru. Lobster is one of the famous delicious and expensive foods among the world. With the results of freshwater cultivation, lobsters have a more affordable price than lobsters from seafood. Consumer demand for crayfish is also quite high. Stay tuned for the day journey on the potential land.
Open the envelope in front of you and guess where it is.
It's probably an Aztec site in South America?
Not even close. This is Taman Sari in Yogyakarta, Indonesia. It's only 2.5 centuries old. Find different bathhouses for princesses and kings with a circular communal prayer room just beneath it. Whatever happened to doing everyday things in style? Any questions?
진짜요?
In this episode, we will get to know the married couple, Mr. Hendro and Mrs. Nani. They are the owners of the Peduli Agro Dragon Fruit Picking Tour. There, we will understand how they manage dragon fruit to become an extraordinary investment.
Good morning. Welcome to TVI World. You're watching special report on day 3 of papal visit in Indonesia, unity at Istiqlal Mosque and KWI office visit. I'm Stephanie Silitonga.
And I'm Siska Becker. Yes, we'll be following along with the Pope's agenda from this morning. Hopefully all goes well today, as we also know that the Jakarta city government has previously set out an appeal for the public whose offices are located along the route of locations to be visited by the Pope to perform work from home to support the smooth going of today's agenda of the Pope visit and of course to prevent traffic congestion.
That's right. And there are also recommendations for schools located near to the routes to apply study from home for its students as well. And I believe Jakarta will support to success the effort for seamless going of the event today. We also have here with us our special guest today, Father Tiro Supitdainui, and also Pak Matias Haryadi, Mas Halili Hasan. Welcome to TVI World. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having us.
So hopefully you didn't come about bad traffic this morning. How was your trip to TVRI?
I left at 5.
Oh, still smooth.
Yeah,
this morning.
Perfect.
Yeah, that was everybody's strategy this morning. How about you, Pak Matias?
Well, I used to use the MRT, and it goes very smoothly.
Okay.
I use also the Transjakarta.
Very good thinking.
Yes.
Mas Halili, how about
I
you?
need 1 hour almost, I think.
Oh,
to
okay,
be
that's
here.
too bad, but it's okay. Part of enjoying Jakarta.
Yeah, that's the way.
All right, so hopefully you also had a good trip to work today, Stephanie.
Yes.
I'm very excited for today. It's a big day for the papal visit
it is.
in Jakarta. So hopefully we can give our audience the best day possible for live coverage of the Pope visit here in Jakarta. So now let's start the special report. Now first, of course, this is the 3rd day of the papal visit, but let's go back to the first day of arrival by Pope Francis to see all the excitement that was enjoyed by the city of Jakarta. Let's have a look. So that was Pope Francis's first full day in Jakarta on the 3rd of September. But today on the 5th of September is going to be a big day for the papal visit. We're going to do a live coverage of his visit to show unity at the Istiqlal Mosque. And then, of course, later in the afternoon, the Holy Mass at GBK Stadium. Very much awaited by the Catholic community and everybody in Jakarta, I would say. Now, to talk more about today, we have the honor of having 3 special guests in the studio right now. Once again, welcome to Father Tiro Supitdainui, SJ, Student Affairs from Michael College, Solo. And also Pak Matias Haryadi, Founder and Chief Editor of the Indonesian Catholic media outlet Sesawi.net.
Thank you.
And Mas Halili Hasan, Executive Director of Setara Institute. Very
you.
excited to pick your brain on this big occasion we have here this morning in Jakarta. But maybe I can start off by asking you your own personal highlight of the papal visit so far, from the 3rd of September until maybe last afternoon when we last met, Father Tiro. What has been the biggest highlight for you personally?
Oh, there's just so much to reflect upon and to reignite in my brain right now, because it's just been a whirlwind of emotions and joy, especially for us. I'm a part of the Order, the Society of Jesus. So Pope Francis, previously, before he was ordained as Pope, he was a member of our organization. And as part of tradition, in every region he visits, he would have some time to spend with his brothers. So there was 200 of us.
Okay.
200 of us.
Oh, there was a personal
priests.
audience with the Order of
Yes,
Jesus,
at the
right?
Vatican.
Yeah.
Yeah, at the Vatican Embassy. So we had a discussion, and it was basically, you know, strengthening our vocations as priests and trying to do good in this world. So
Wow.
that was a personal highlight for me, and I got to
Okay.
shake his hand, and
okay.
yeah, and just having to bask in his presence for a good 1 hour is just such a blessing and a privilege. So
Wow. So happy for you
yeah,
to
thank
have
you.
that moment.
Yeah, so unexpected.
Truly unforgettable. I'm sure,
Unforgettable,
for the
definitely. Thank you.
How about you, Pak Matias? What
Well,
have been the best moments in the papal visit so far for you?
It is additional news because I was also the part of the Society of Jesus of Indonesia. So, despite I was not invited to the meeting, but I'm very happy as a former Jesuit to see that the pontiff was with the nostri. This nostri is the Latin word to identify the member of the Society of Jesus. And then, as a journalist, I was in the cathedral compound since at 11 o'clock. And then I saw so many people gatherings along the street, and they feel very jubilant to see the pontiff waving to them.
Yeah.
And what surprised me is maybe this is the first time I see in this country that a state visit was warmly welcomed by the whole people, not only the Catholics, but also from many other parts of this society. And again, after the meeting with the pontiff, with the religious people in the cathedral, and also with the Sekolah Occurrentes in Geraha Pemuda, hundreds of people still flocking along the street. Even before Santa Ursula School, so many people. It is about 9:30 in the late night, still there.
Yes.
And I was stopped by the security officials because the road was cordoned because maybe the Pope waving to the people, and then the crowd cannot pass that road. And we stay at the moment perhaps 2 or 3 minutes, and for me, I'm not aware that this is the road which every day was crowded with traffic congestions, and now it's totally empty. But still, a lot of other people in the different party, a lot of 100 people still there, waving for the Pope and say goodbye.
Yeah, that's
And
true.
it's very, very interesting.
Yeah, the excitement is very evident.
Yes.
By all the Indonesian people. Yeah.
He's really showing his compassion, the
Yes.
Pope Francis,
Yes.
right? But the way he is, like great people, everyone helps on the streets as well. So.
How about
Okay.
you, Mas Halili?
Yeah, I have no such privilege, I think, compared to what Pa Matias and Father experienced regarding the visit of Pope. But for me, I think the very important example from the Pope, I think, came for us, all of us, not only Catholics, but Indonesian people see that Pope is very humble in several ways. He performs in amid the crowd or in the palace. So the things that I myself experienced from the visit of Pope is how we emulated and follow his personal performance to be humble one, and press all of us to be more tolerant with the situation, with the what yesterday he told in the speech, so much surprising things, I think, and
he covered a lot of topics in his remarks.
Sure. So several things he reminded us all in the perspective of diversity, and I learned a lot from him.
Yeah, that was like a very great speech, indeed very meaningful as well.
Yes.
So like today's Asiska, we have a very special event this morning where the Pope will be visiting Istiqlal Mosque. And now we have Shafira Junior. Before later, we'll come back to our discussions. So let's take a look on the report from Istiqlal Mosque with Shafira Junior.
Go ahead, Shafira.
Hello, Siska and Stephanie. Okay. Hello, Siska and Stephanie reporting live from Istiqlal Mosque, Jakarta on Pope Francis' visit on Wednesday. Pope Francis paid an honorary visit to Indonesia's President Joko Widodo at Merdeka Palace. The Pope also met government officials, civil society, and diplomat representatives at the Merdeka Palace. President Joko Widodo said the arrival of the Pope Francis had been planned several years ago but was postponed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And today, on Thursday, Pope Francis will attend a meeting with interfaith leaders at Istiqlal Mosque, Jakarta at around 9 a.m. Jakarta time. The dialogue takes place inside the mosque, a powerful symbol of religious harmony, as Istiqlal is not only the largest mosque in Southeast Asia but also located just across Jakarta's cathedral. This close proximity has always been a reflection of how Indonesia embraces religious diversity. After the dialogue, the Pope will continue his visit with a series of meetings throughout the day. There will be the meeting with beneficiaries of charitable organizations at Office of Indonesian Bishops Conference, or KWI, at around 10:15 a.m. Jakarta time. Later in the evening, around 5 p.m. Jakarta time, the Pope will lead a Holy Mass or Eucharistic celebration at Gelora Bung Karno Stadium. The event is expected to be attended by around 90,000 Catholics. Pope Francis is the third Pope to visit Indonesia, following Pope Paul VI in 1970 and Pope John Paul II in 1989. President Joko Widodo said the Pope visit is a great momentum as Indonesia and Vatican share the same commitment to foster peace and brotherhood, as well as ensuring well-being of the humanity. And now, still inside the Istiqlal Mosque area, we are now waiting for the arrival of Pope Francis to the Istiqlal Mosque. That Pope will enter the area behind me with the Grand Imam of Istiqlal, Nasaruddin Umar. And that's what we have for now. From the Istiqlal Mosque of Jakarta, Shafira Junior and Iqbal Wahyu reporting for Tvri. I will back to you now at the studio. Siska, Stephanie.
Thank you, Shafira, for your comprehensive reporting right there from Istiqlal Mosque. We can see that everybody is already seated, waiting for the Pope to arrive, and we're excited for you as well to be part of history right here in Jakarta at Istiqlal Mosque. Thank you, Shafira. All right, now let's go back to our guests then to talk more about Pope Francis' visit here in Indonesia. Now, if I can go back to Mas Halili again to talk about the message that was delivered by Pope Francis. Even before that, before the speech he made at Cathedral in the afternoon yesterday, he also made a speech at the Presidential Palace in Italian, but we got a transcript of it, and we learned that he mentioned a lot about Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. He even mentioned some passages from the preamble of our Constitution, where he mentioned the importance of the belief in God and in social justice. What do you make of this, Mas Halili? His reoccurrences of mentioning the philosophy of our country in his speeches.
First of all, I think we have to be noticed that what the Pope said on Bhinneka Tunggal Ika is very important, not only for us, but also for rest of the world. I think for not only Catholic, not only for Indonesia. Indonesian people, I mean, but also for the world.
Especially with what's going on right now.
Yeah, because the fact of diversity is a natural situation, and that was reflected also in Indonesia. It has been our national motto to be Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, unity in diversity. To respond to the situation, there is an option for us, only for being more tolerant to others, and it's the strong message from the Pope on that. When we face that diversity is among us, around us, in front of us, before us, I think we have to be tolerant, at least by accepting others. By we have to sublimate our disapproval against other. The differences are the things, but we have to accept as they are. And if we can we should escalate, I think we have to be at the higher level, not only to accept other, but also to be more recognized. We have to recognize other, acknowledge the differences. I'm different with the father. I'm different also from Pak Matthias. But when I have sort of differences, again we have to say that we are citizens of Indonesia, and we have to recognize that he and I have shared rights as well as shared obligations, I think. So we have to be more recognizing at that sense. And at the peak level, I think we have to be more inclusive, because the inclusion is peak of tolerance, as well as in the perspective of religious tolerance. And when Pope reminded us on Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, I think he reminded us to be tolerant in the level of acceptance, or in the level of recognition, and the level of inclusion.
Okay. A very important reminder.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sure.
It's very interesting, Mas Halili. You mentioned many times about differences, Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. So do you think there is this like particular intentions of the Pope visits, particularly in these kind of situations of our, perhaps like political situations for now?
Yeah, I think we have to see the circumstance from three perspectives. The first one is for of the more neutral viewpoint, that diversity is part of our substance as a nation. Yeah, that's why we have to be tolerant to others in one hand, but in the other hand, we have to reduce the grievances, the conflicts, the persecution cases, for instance. So it's being neutral, I think, for us to be diverse. But we can see the circumstance from the perspective of the more, I say, skeptical, I think, because what the praise or appreciation for us to as the showcase of diverse world, I think, compared to other regions, for instance, Middle East, that they cannot manage the diversity, the differences in the more effective ways. So it's we can say, in the more skeptical perspective, that the appreciation, the praise on that is more the result of our international diplomacy. So we can we succeed to promote Indonesian diversity. But in the more hermeneutic, I think we can say that actually the Pope reminded us to take a more serious effort to set an example of how we manage the diversity in Indonesia.
Before we go further, we'll take a look at, go back to the Istiqlal Mosque.
Yes, I think we have some visuals now from the Istiqlal Mosque that shows Pope Francis is finally arriving. I think that's the car that has the Pope.
Yeah, in the front seat.
In the front seat.
In the front seat again.
As always,
Yeah, no fear.
His preferred spot in the car. So we can see Former Vice President Yusuf Kala there.
Shihab.
Yeah, we have many prominent figures from Indonesia, all awaiting the arrival of Pope Francis.
Oh, now he's getting off the car, and now greeted by the kids again, in traditional outfits again.
I think
like
this
yesterday.
time it's Balinese.
Balinese, I think.
Balinese
Yeah,
traditional
looks like,
attire.
Representing Hinduism.
Tanda perdamaian dan penghormatan kedatangan Bapak Suci Paus Franciscus di Indonesia. Giving a bouquet of red and white flowers as a sign of peace and respect for the arrival of the Holy Father, Pope Francis, in Indonesia.
We see again a line of people greeting His Holiness as he makes his way into the complex of the Istiqlal Mosque.
And is welcomed by the Islamic figures, representatives at the Istiqlal Mosque.
Now, Istiqlal Mosque is, of course, a very significant venue in Indonesia. It is the biggest mosque in Southeast Asia, in Indonesia as well. It's the biggest one in Indonesia, both in structure and it's in capacity to accommodate people. I think it can accommodate up to 120,000 congregation.
And also the locations are very close to the cathedral.
Yes, right across.
Right across, yes, exactly. So that really shows how Indonesians actually live in harmony.
That's right, Prediksi Laban. Yeah, from North Sumatra. Yeah. So again, a show of tolerance in Indonesia. Yeah. It was commissioned by President Sukarno and actually supervised by him throughout the construction of the mosque. So here we have the Grand Imam and Pope Francis touring the mosque. Now we learned that they're also going to visit the Tunnel of Friendship. I would like to learn more about that. But let's hear what the Pope got to say.
Cari fratelli e sorelle,
menghubungkan dua rumah ibadah
che specialmente se siamo soli può farci paura.
Jadi tunnel ini, lorong silaturahim ini yang mulia menghubungkan dua rumah ibadah dan di dalamnya banyak simbol-simbol yang sangat artistik, ya sangat indah dan melambangkan toleransi beragama yang sangat-sangat intensif. Ya sangat indah dan melambangkan toleransi beragama yang sangat-sangat intensif.
Siete voi la luce che chiara con la vostra amicizia, che siete voi la luce che coltivate e il sostenervi a vicenda e con il vostro camminare insieme che vi conduce alla fine della strada verso la piena luce.
Saudara-saudari yang terkasih, saya mengucapkan selamat kepada Anda sekalian karena tujuan terowongan silaturahmi ini ialah untuk menjadi tempat dialog dan perjumpaan. Ketika kita berpikir tentang sebuah terowongan, dengan mudah kita membayangkan lorong yang gelap, dan terutama ketika kita sendirian, bisa
Sorry, we just lost the audio. Translation will resume after the audio is back. Apology for this.
Una sorella con cui condividere la vita e ai tanti segnali di minaccia ai tempi bui contrapponiamo il segno della fratellanza che, accogliendo l'altro e rispettandone l'identità, lo sollecita a un cammino comune fatto di amicizia e che porta verso la luce.
Kita kaum beriman yang berasal dari tradisi keagamaan yang berbeda-beda memiliki sebuah tugas untuk dilakukan, membantu semua orang untuk melewati terowongan ini dengan pandangan yang diarahkan menuju terang. Dengan demikian, di akhir perjalanan,
Then, at the end of the journey, we will be able to recognize in those who have walked beside us as a brother, a sister, with whom we can share life and support one another. In the face of today's many challenges, we should respond with the sign of fraternity by welcoming others, respecting their identity, fraternity, and urge them on a common path traveled in friendship and leading us toward the light.
In armonia e in pace, consapevoli della necessità di un mondo più fraterno. Auspico che le nostre comunità possano essere sempre più aperte al dialogo interreligioso e siano un simbolo della coesistenza pacifica che caratterizza l'Indonesia. Elevo la mia preghiera a Dio, creatore di tutti, perché benedica tutti coloro che attraverseranno questo tunnel in spirito di amicizia, armonia e fraternità. Grazie.
Terima kasih kepada mereka semua.
Grateful to those who work with the conviction that we can live in harmony and peace, and we are aware of the need for a more fraternal world. I hope that our communities may increasingly be open to interreligious dialogue and be symbols of the peaceful coexistence that characterizes Indonesia. I pray to God, the creator of all, that He will bless everyone who will pass through this tunnel in a spirit of friendship, harmony, and fraternity. Thank you.
The Lord be with you.
Tuhan bersamamu,
Blessed be the name of the Lord.
now and forever.
Our help is in the name of the Lord.
Who made heaven and earth.
God bless you all. Amin.
Amen.
Saya jelaskan. Yang mulia yang kami sangat hormati, izinkan saya menjelaskan.
Your Holiness, allow me to explain a bit about this tunnel. That this tunnel was built last year by Indonesian government, by President Jokowi. And the function is to bridge together two places of worships. Therefore, we would like to ask you to witness the function of this tunnel.
Stabilito o inaugurato dal presidente Jokowi l'anno scorso sotto il nome Tunnel dell'Amicizia.
Di bawah terowongan ini ada 2 level.
This tunnel, there are 2 levels for parking places that can accommodate until 1,000 vehicles, and this can help our friends, our neighbor cathedral, and also the people going to Istiqlal. This can be jointly used.
La cattedrale qui davanti a noi e poi qui la moschea.
Di dalam terowongan ini ada pemandangan yang sangat indah.
There is a very beautiful landscape and artistic decorations that shows the good tolerance between faiths, and this can also be used for meetings by the people, and all those people are the sponsors of the art presented within this tunnel.
Per collaborazione, per dialogo, per la condivisione. E qui, fratelli e sorelle, qui accanto sono donatori che ci hanno supportato per costruire questo tunnel.
Sama harapan kami dengan Yang Mulia, kami juga
We also
berharap
share your hope and expectation that this tunnel of friendship will strengthen our relationship, not just between Catholic and the Muslims, but also something that will bridge everyone within the humanity.
Le religioni e anche per tutta l'umanità.
Hadirin dipersilahkan duduk
Please
kembali.
be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Assalamualaikum
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon us all. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, the greetings of virtue.
A
The Holy
passage from
Quran
the Holy
reading will be conducted now.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن الذين آمنوا والذين هادوا والنصارى والصابئين من آمن بالله والذين هادوا والنصارى والصابئين من آمن بالله واليوم الآخر وعمل صالحا وعمل صالحا فلهم أجرهم عند ربهم ولا خوف عليهم ولا هم يحزنون بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها الناس إنا خلقناكم من ذكر وأنثى Sadaqallahul azim.
Pembacaan Injil Lukas, a passage from the Gospel of Luke.
Kisah orang Samaria yang murah hati diambil dari Injil Lukas bab 10 ayat 25 sampai 37. Pada suatu kali berdirilah seorang ahli Taurat untuk mencoba Yesus, katanya, "Guru, apa yang harus kuperbuat untuk memperoleh hidup yang kekal?" Jawab Yesus kepadanya, "Apa yang tertulis dalam hukum Taurat? Apa yang kau baca di sana?" Jawab orang itu, "Kasihilah Tuhan Allahmu dengan segenap hatimu, dan dengan segenap jiwamu, dan dengan segenap kekuatanmu, dan dengan segenap akal budimu, dan kasihilah sesamamu manusia seperti dirimu sendiri." Kata Yesus kepadanya, "Jawabmu itu benar. Perbuatlah demikian, maka engkau akan hidup." Tetapi untuk membenarkan dirinya, orang itu berkata kepada Yesus, "Dan siapakah sesamaku manusia?" Jawab Yesus, "Adalah seorang yang turun dari Yerusalem ke Yeriko. Ia jatuh ke tangan penyamun-penyamun yang bukan saja merampoknya habis-habisan, tetapi yang juga memukulnya, dan yang sesudah itu pergi meninggalkannya setengah mati. Kebetulan ada seorang imam turun melalui jalan itu. Ia melihat orang itu, tetapi ia melewatinya dari seberang jalan. Demikian juga seorang Lewi datang ke tempat itu. Ketika ia melihat orang itu, ia melewatinya dari seberang jalan. Lalu datang seorang Samaria yang sedang dalam perjalanan ke tempat itu. Dan ketika ia melihat orang itu, tergeraklah hatinya oleh belas kasihan. Ia pergi kepadanya, lalu membalut luka-lukanya. Sesudah ia menyiraminya dengan minyak dan anggur. Kemudian ia menaikkan orang itu ke atas keledai tunggangannya sendiri, lalu membawanya ke tempat penginapan dan merawatnya. Keesokan harinya, ia menyerahkan 2 dinar kepada pemilik penginapan itu, katanya, "Rawatlah dia, dan jika kau belanjakan lebih dari ini, aku akan menggantinya waktu aku kembali." Siapakah di antara ketiga orang ini menurut pendapatmu adalah sesama manusia dari orang yang jatuh ke tangan penyamun itu? Jawab orang itu, orang yang telah menunjukkan belas kasihan kepadanya. Kata Yesus kepadanya, "Pergilah dan perbuatlah demikian." Demikianlah sabda Tuhan.
Sambutan Imam Besar. Welcoming speech by the Grand
Imam of Istiqlal Mosque, Nasaruddin Umar.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah wa salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. Sayyidina wa habibina wa syafi'ina wa maulana Muhammadin sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Yang amat kami muliakan Bapak Paus Fransiskus, pimpinan tertinggi Gereja Katolik sedunia. Yang terhormat Bapak Menteri Agama Republik Indonesia. Yang terhormat Ibu Menteri Keuangan Republik Indonesia. Yang terhormat Bapak Menteri Komunikasi dan Informasi Republik Indonesia, yang terhormat Bapak Menteri Investasi Republik Indonesia, yang terhormat Bapak Yusuf Kalla, Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia 2004, 2009, dan 2014-2019, yang terhormat Bapak Profesor Dr. M. Quraish Shihab, MA, Ketua Majelis Hukama Al-Muslimin di Indonesia. Yang terhormat seluruh ketua-ketua Majelis Agama dan Kepercayaan se-Indonesia, dan yang terhormat Bapak, Ibu, saudara-saudara sekalian. Your Holiness Paus Fransiskus, ahlan wa sahlan. Salam hormat dan selamat datang kami ucapkan. Saya sangat bersuka cita karena menyambut yang mulia di Masjid Istiqlal ini. Puji syukur kami panjatkan kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala yang memberikan nikmat dan kesempatan kepada kita semua untuk berkumpul di pagi yang cerah ini dalam rangka interreligious meeting yang dihadiri oleh Your Holiness Paus Fransiskus, pemimpin tertinggi Gereja Katolik sedunia. Sebagai umat manusia dan umat beragama, kita semua pasti mendambakan kehidupan damai, tentram dan harmoni di tengah keberagaman masyarakat dunia dan dengan lingkungan alam yang seimbang. Akan tetapi, pada kenyataannya, saudara-saudara kita di berbagai belahan dunia ini masih banyak menderita karena konflik. Kita juga saat ini sedang menghadapi krisis lingkungan. perubahan iklim, pemanasan global, dan masalah lingkungan lainnya yang mengancam kehidupan kita. Oleh karena itu, pertemuan dan dialog para tokoh agama seperti yang dilaksanakan hari ini sangatlah penting dan dibutuhkan dalam menyelesaikan persoalan-persoalan kemanusiaan dan ancaman-ancaman kerusakan lingkungan. Masjid Istiqlal didirikan sejak tahun 1961 oleh Presiden Soekarno dan diresmikan pada tahun 1978 oleh Presiden Soeharto. Setelah memenangkan sayembara arsitek Mr. Silaban, seorang warga negara Indonesia, saudara kita dari umat Kristiani, membangun masjid ini dengan visi besar dan telah banyak melakukan terobosan untuk menciptakan harmoni kehidupan bangsa Indonesia dan juga dunia. Masjid Istiqlal yang telah direnovasi oleh Presiden Joko Widodo bukan hanya rumah ibadah umat Islam, tetapi juga rumah besar untuk kemanusiaan. Kita berprinsip bahwa humanity is only one. Sehingga peran pemberdayaan umat difokuskan pada basis kemanusiaan dan harmoni kehidupan. Semenjak saya bertugas sebagai imam besar Masjid Istiqlal, saya telah menegaskan bahwa Masjid Istiqlal bukan hanya rumah ibadah bagi kita umat Islam, tetapi juga sekaligus rumah besar bagi kemanusiaan. Kita berharap dan berprinsip bahwa tadi humanity is only one, maka siapapun boleh masuk dan mendapatkan manfaat dari Masjid Istiqlal. Tentu saja dengan ketentuan dan adat istiadat yang berlaku di lingkungan Masjid Istiqlal ini. Siapapun boleh masuk untuk mencari kebaikan bagi umat manusia melalui masjid ini. Sejak awal, Masjid Istiqlal berfungsi untuk membudayakan dan melayani semua orang. Hadirin yang berbahagia, di samping acara-acara ritual keagamaan Islam, Masjid Istiqlal juga secara reguler melaksanakan kegiatan interfaith, interculture, diplomatic activities, dan lainnya. Masjid Istiqlal dilengkapi dengan berbagai fasilitas pembelajaran formal dari kelompok bermain, taman kanak-kanak, Raudatul Atfal, pendidikan dasar dan menengah yang siswanya mencapai 1.100 pelajar. Kami juga mengadakan pendidikan kader ulama, khususnya ulama perempuan di level master dan doktor yang berkolaborasi dengan Universitas PTIK Jakarta dan kampus-kampus besar dunia, baik di Timur Tengah, Eropa, maupun Amerika Serikat. Semua ini bertujuan untuk menciptakan ulama masa depan yang moderat dan mendunia. Selain itu, Masjid Istiqlal juga dilengkapi dengan fasilitas olahraga dan seni berupa gym center, retreat, panggung kesenian, pusat kuliner, dan bisnis center yang dapat diakses oleh semua warga, termasuk komunitas non-muslim. Basement dan lapangan parkir 2 lantai yang mampu menampung sekitar 1.000 kendaraan roda 4 dapat digunakan oleh jamaah Masjid Istiqlal, katedral, dan warga masyarakat lainnya. Masjid Istiqlal adalah satu-satunya masjid negara yang juga diharapkan mampu memberikan pembinaan terhadap lebih dari 1 juta masjid dan musala yang bertebaran di seluruh kepulauan negara Kesatuan Republik Indonesia. Dalam konteks ini, Imam Besar Masjid Istiqlal Jakarta diberi kepercayaan juga sebagai President of International Grand Imam Association dan President of National Imam Association. Masjid Istiqlal ini juga berfungsi untuk merawat toleransi dan moderasi umat beragama di Indonesia. Kita semua telah melakukan terobosan besar untuk merawat toleransi dan moderasi umat beragama di Indonesia dengan dibangunnya terowongan silaturahim, the Tunnel of Friendship, yang menghubungkan Masjid Istiqlal dan Gereja Katedral. Inilah yang menjadi bukti betapa besar peran Masjid Istiqlal sebagai melting pot, khususnya untuk warga bangsa Indonesia yang majemuk dan berbineka tunggal ika. Untuk menjaga kelestarian lingkungan, Masjid Istiqlal juga melakukan transformasi menuju green building yang ramah lingkungan, sehingga menjadi rumah ibadah pertama di dunia yang meraih sertifikat Excellent in Design for Greater Efficiency Age dari World Bank, Bank Dunia, sebagai rumah ibadah dengan bangunan rumah lingkungan atau green building. Hadirin yang berbahagia, kami menyampaikan bahwa kehadiran Your Holiness Paus Fransiskus di masjid terbesar di Asia Tenggara ini, atau terbesar ketiga setelah Masjid Haram di Mekah dan Masjid di Madinah, tentu saja memberikan kehormatan besar kepada kami semua, segenap warga bangsa Indonesia. Kami sangat berbahagia bahwa Bapak Paus memberikan apresiasi kepada bangsa dan komunitas kami dengan mengunjungi negara dan tempat suci kami, kebanggaan kami di Istiqlal ini. Insya Allah, pesan dan cita-cita yang disampaikan oleh Your Holiness Paus Fransiskus tentu akan menambah semangat kita semua untuk menyuarakan harmoni di antara kita semua. Semoga Tuhan Yang Maha Kuasa memberkahi kita semuanya. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Deklarasi Istiqlal. The Istiqlal Declaration by Monsignor Tri Harsono from Indonesia Bishop Conference, continued by Mr. Ismail Chawidu from Istiqlal, accompanied by Gus Yahya Stakuf from Muslim Nahdlatul Ulama, Abdul Muti from Muslim Muhammadiyah, Reverend Rus Jaki Manduputi from Christian, Wisnu Bawa Tenaya from Hinduism, Philip Wijaya from Buddhist Permabudi, Bante Dhamma Subo from Buddhist Walubi, Budi Tanu Wibowo from Confucian, Angkus Kuswara from Believer.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salve, salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Sua Santita, Santo Padre il Papa Francesco, e vostro onore Profesor Dr. Kiai Haji Nasaruddin Umar, e senza alcuna mancanza di rispetto menzionerio tutto le signore e signori e tutti i miei amati fratelli e sorelle. Mi dispiace molto, mi piacerebbe, vorrei leggere questa dichiarazione ufficiale in lingua indonesiana. Uridu an atakalama belogatal Arab, belogatal Indonesiana, fil hiwar, hadihi hiwar resmiyah. Deklarasi bersama Istiqlal 2024 meneguhkan kerukunan umat beragama untuk kemanusiaan. Seperti yang bisa dilihat dari kejadian beberapa dekade terakhir, dunia kita jelas sedang menghadapi dua krisis serius, dehumanisasi dan perubahan iklim. Yang pertama, fenomena global dehumanisasi ditandai terutama dengan meluasnya kekerasan dan konflik yang seringkali membawa jumlah korban yang mengkhawatirkan. Yang lebih mengkhawatirkan adalah agama seringkali diperalat dalam hal ini sehingga mengakibatkan penderitaan bagi banyak orang, terutama perempuan, anak-anak, dan orang lanjut usia. Padahal peran agama harus mencakup peningkatan dan pemeliharaan martabat setiap kehidupan manusia. Kedua, eksploitasi manusia atas ciptaan. Rumah kita bersama telah berkontribusi terhadap perubahan iklim yang menimbulkan berbagai konsekuensi destruktif seperti bencana alam, pemanasan global, dan pola cuaca yang tidak dapat diprediksi. Krisis lingkungan yang sedang berlangsung ini telah menjadi hambatan bagi kehidupan bersama yang harmonis di antara masyarakat.
Menyikapi kedua krisis tersebut, sambil berpedoman pada ajaran agama masing-masing dan mengakui kontribusi dasar dan falsafah negara Pancasila di Indonesia, kami bersama para pemimpin agama lain yang hadir menyerukan hal-hal sebagai berikut. 1. Nilai-nilai yang dianut oleh tradisi agama-agama kita harus dimajukan secara efektif untuk mengalahkan budaya kekerasan dan ketidakpedulian yang melanda dunia kita. Sejatinya, nilai-nilai agama harus diarahkan untuk meningkatkan budaya hormat, martabat, bela rasa, rekonsiliasi dan solidaritas persaudaraan untuk mengatasi dehumanisasi dan perusakan lingkungan. 2. Para pemimpin agama khususnya, terinspirasi oleh narasi dan tradisi rohani masing-masing, harus bekerja sama dalam menanggapi krisis-krisis tersebut di atas, mengidentifikasi penyebabnya, dan mengambil tindakan yang tepat. 3. Oleh karena terdapat satu keluarga umat manusia di seluruh dunia, dialog antar umat beragama harus diakui sebagai sebuah sarana yang efektif untuk menyelesaikan konflik-konflik lokal, regional, dan internasional, terutama konflik-konflik yang dipicu oleh penyalahgunaan agama. Selain itu, keyakinan dan ritual-ritual agama kita memiliki kapasitas khusus untuk menyentuh hati manusia, dengan demikian menumbuhkan rasa hormat yang lebih dalam terhadap martabat manusia. 4. Menyadari bahwa lingkungan hidup yang sehat, damai dan harmonis sangat penting menjadi hamba Allah dan pemelihara ciptaan yang sejati. Kami dengan tulus menghimbau semua orang yang berkehendak baik untuk mengambil tindakan tegas guna menjaga keutuhan lingkungan hidup dan sumber dayanya, karena kita telah mewarisinya dari generasi sebelumnya dan berharap untuk dapat meneruskannya kepada anak cucu kita. Terima kasih.
Pidato Bapa Suci Paus Franciscus. The speech by His Holiness Pope Francis.
Cari fratelli e sorelle, buongiorno. Sono felice di trovarmi qui nella più grande moschea dell'Asia, insieme a tutti voi. Saluto il grande Imam e lo ringrazio per le parole che mi ha rivolto, ricordando che questo luogo di culto e di preghiera è anche una grande casa per l'umanità, in cui ciascuno può entrare per fermarsi con se stesso, per dare spazio a quell'anelito di infinito che porta nel cuore per cercare l'incontro con il divino e vivere la gioia dell'amicizia con gli altri. Mi piace ricordare che questa moschea è stata progettata dall'architetto Tvri, che era cristiano e si aggiudicò la vittoria del concorso. Ciò attesta che nella storia di questa nazione e nella cultura che vi si respira, la moschea, come anche gli altri luoghi di culto, sono spazi di dialogo, spazi di rispetto reciproco, spazi di armonica convivenza tra le religioni e le diverse sensibilità spirituali. Questo è un grande dono che ogni giorno siete chiamato a coltivare, perché l'esperienza religiosa sia punto di riferimento di una società fraterna, pacifica e mai motivo di chiusura o scontro.
Saudara dan saudari terkasih, selamat pagi.
Brothers and sisters, good morning. I am happy to be here in the largest mosque in Asia, together with all of you. I greet the Grand Imam and I thank him for his words, reminding us that this place of worship and prayer is also a great house for humanity, where everyone is welcome and they can take time for themselves to make space for that yearning for the infinite that each of us carries in our hearts, and to seek an encounter with the divine and experience the joy of friendship with others. I would like to recall that this mosque was designed by the architect Friedrich Silaban, a Christian who won the design competition. This testifies to the fact that throughout the history of this nation and in the very fabric of its culture, the mosque constitutes a place of worship and also to build mutual respect and harmonious coexistence between religions and different sensibilities, spiritual sensibilities. This is a great gift that you are called to cultivate every day. So your religious experiences may be the reference points for a fraternal and peaceful society, and never reasons for close-mindedness and or confrontation.
Il tunnel dell'amicizia che collega la moschea Istiklal alla cattedrale di Santa Maria dell'Assunzione. Si tratta di un segno eloquente che permette a questi due grandi luoghi di culto di essere non soltanto uno di fronte all'altro, ma anche uno collegato all'altro. Questo passaggio infatti permette un incontro, permette un dialogo, una reale possibilità di scoprire e trasmettere la mistica di vivere insieme, la mistica di mescolarsi, di incontrarci, la mistica di partecipare a questa marea un po' caotica che può trasformarsi in una vera esperienza di fraternità, in una carovana solidale, in un santo pellegrinaggio. Vi incoraggio a proseguire su questa strada, che tutti insieme, ciascuno coltivando la propria spiritualità e praticando la propria religione, possiamo camminare alla ricerca di Dio e contribuire a costruire società aperte, fondate sul rispetto reciproco e sull'amore vicendevole, capaci di isolare le rigidità, i fondamentalismi, gli estremismi, che sono sempre pericolosi e mai giustificabili.
Mengenai hal ini,
In this
haruslah
regard, we should also mention the underground tunnel, the so-called Tunnel of Friendship connecting the Istiklal Mosque and the Cathedral of Saint Mary of the Assumption. This is an eloquent sign, allowing these two great places of worship not only to be in front of one another, but also connected with one another. Indeed, this passageway allows for encounter, dialogue, and a real possibility for finding and sharing a mystic of living together, mingling and encounter. Stepping into this flood tide, which, while chaotic, can become a genuine experience of fraternity, a caravan of solidarity, a sacred pilgrimage. I encourage you to continue along this path so that all of us together, each cultivating his or her own spirituality and practicing his or her religion, may walk in search of God and contribute to building open societies founded on reciprocal respect and mutual love, capable of protecting against rigidity, fundamentalism, and extremism, which are always dangerous and never justifiable.
E guardare sempre in profondità, perché solo lì si può trovare ciò che unisce al di là delle differenze. Infatti, mentre in superficie ci sono gli spazi della moschea e della cattedrale, ben definiti e frequentati dai rispettivi fedeli, sottoterra, lungo il tunnel, quelle stesse persone diverse si incontrano e possono accedere al mondo religioso dell'altro, l'incontro. Quest'immagine ci ricorda una cosa importante, che gli aspetti visibili della religione, i riti, le pratiche e così via, sono un patrimonio tradizionale che va tutelato e rispettato. Ma ciò che sta sotto, quello che scorre in modo sotterraneo, proprio come il tunnel dell'amicizia, potremmo dire la radice comune a tutte le sensibilità religiose, è una sola: la ricerca dell'incontro con il divino, la sete di infinito che l'Altissimo ha posto nel nostro cuore, la ricerca di una gioia più grande e di una vita più forte di ogni morte, che anima il viaggio della nostra vita e ci spinge a uscire dal nostro io per andare all'incontro con Dio. Ecco, ricordiamoci questo, guardando in profondità, cogliendo ciò che scorre nell'intimo della nostra vita, il desiderio di pienezza che abita in profondo del nostro cuore, noi ci scopriamo tutti fratelli, tutti pellegrini, tutti in cammino verso Dio, al di là di ciò che ci differenzia.
Berkaitan dengan ini, saya ingin meninggalkan dua pesan untuk
I would
Anda.
also like to leave two messages for you. The first one is always look deeply, because only in this way we can find what unites despite our differences. Indeed, on the surface, there are spaces in both the mosque and the cathedral that are well defined and frequently visited by their communities, by their respective faithful, but below ground in the tunnel, those same people can meet and encounter each other's religious perspectives. This image reminds us of the important fact that the visible aspects of religions, the rites, the practices, and others are a heritage that must be protected and respected. However, we could say that what lies underneath, what runs underground, like the tunnel of friendship, is the one root common to all religious sensitivities, the quest for an encounter with the divine, the thirst for the infinite that the Almighty has placed in our hearts, the search for a greater joy and a life stronger than any type of death, which animates the journey of our lives and impels us to step out of ourselves to encounter God. Here, let us remember that by looking deeply, grasping what flows in the depths of our lives, the desire for fullness that dwells in the depths of our hearts, we discover that we are all brothers and sisters. We are all pilgrims. All of us are on our way to God beyond what differentiates us.
L'invito era guardare sempre in profondità. Il secondo invito è avere la cura dei legami. Il tunnel è stato costruito da una parte all'altra per creare un collegamento tra due luoghi diversi e distanti. Questo fa il passaggio sotterraneo. Collega ciò che crea un legame. Collega e crea un legame. A volte noi pensiamo che l'incontro tra le religioni sia una questione che riguarda il cercare a tutti i costi dei punti in comune tra le diverse dottrine e professioni religiose. Ma in realtà può succedere che un approccio del genere finisca per dividerci, perché le dottrine e i dogmi di ogni esperienza religiosa sono diversi. Quello che realmente ci avvicina è creare un collegamento tra le nostre diversità, avere cura di coltivare legami di amicizia, di attenzione e di reciprocità. Sono relazioni in cui ciascuno si apre all'altro, in cui ci impegniamo a ricercare l'insieme, la verità, imparando dalla tradizione religiosa dell'altro. E impariamo a venirci incontro nelle necessità umane e spirituali. Sono legami che ci permettono di lavorare insieme, di marciare uniti nel perseguire qualche obiettivo, nella difesa della dignità dell'uomo, nella lotta alla povertà, nella promozione della pace. L'unità nasce dai vincoli personali di amicizia. Nasce dal rispetto reciproco, dalla difesa vicendevole degli spazi e delle idee altrui. Che possiate sempre avere cura di questo.
Pesan yang kedua adalah
The second message is to preserve the bonds between you. The tunnel was built in order to create a link between two different and distant places. This is what the tunnel does. It connects, it creates a bond. Sometimes we think that a meeting between religions is a matter of seeking common grounds between different religious doctrines and beliefs, no matter the cost. Such an approach, however, may end up dividing us because the doctrines and dogmas of each religious experience is different. What really brings us closer is when we create a connection. In the midst of diversity, we cultivate bonds of friendship, care, and reciprocity. These relationships link us to others, allowing us to commit ourselves to seek the truth together by learning from the religious tradition of others. And we try to meet our human and spiritual needs. This is a bond that allows us to work together, to move forward together in pursuit of the same goals, and that is to defend human dignity, to fight against poverty, and to promote peace. Unity is born from personal bonds of friendship, as well as mutual respect, and our way to defend ideas of others and their sacred spaces. May you always cherish this.
Religiosa per il bene dell'umanità è l'ispirazione che siamo chiamati a seguire e che dà anche il titolo alla dichiarazione congiunta preparata per questa occasione. In essa assumiamo con responsabilità le gravi, talvolta drammatiche crisi che minacciano il futuro dell'umanità, in particolare le guerre e i conflitti, purtroppo alimentati anche dalla strumentalizzazione religiosa, ma anche la crisi ambientale, diventata un ostacolo per la crescita e la convivenza dei popoli. E davanti a questo scenario è importante che i valori comuni a tutte le tradizioni religiose siano promossi e rafforzati, aiutando la società a sconfiggere la cultura della violenza e dell'indifferenza e a promuovere la riconciliazione e la pace.
Saudara terkasih,
Dear brothers and sisters, fostering religious harmony for the sake of humanity is the path that we are called to follow. This is also the title of the joint declaration prepared for this occasion. By adhering to it, we take on the responsibility to address the serious and sometimes dramatic crises that threaten the future of humanity, such as wars and conflicts, which are unfortunately caused at times by manipulation of religion, and also the environmental crisis, which is an obstacle to the growth and coexistence of peoples. In the face of this crisis, it is important that the values common to all religious traditions to be effectively promoted in order to help society to defeat the culture of violence and indifference, and also to promote reconciliation and peace.
Cari fratelli e sorelle, promuovere l'armonia religiosa per il bene dell'umanità è l'ispirazione che siamo chiamati a seguire e che dà anche il titolo di dichiarazione congiunta preparata per questa occasione. In essa assumiamo con responsabilità le gravi, talvolta drammatiche crisi che minacciano il futuro dell'umanità, in particolare le guerre e i conflitti, purtroppo alimentati anche dalla strumentalizzazione religiose, ma anche la crisi ambientale diventata un ostacolo per la crescita e la convivenza dei popoli. E davanti a questo scenario è importante che i valori comuni a tutte le tradizioni religiose siano promossi e rafforzati, aiutando la società a sconfiggere la cultura della violenza e dell'indifferenza. Vi ringrazio per questo cammino comune che portate avanti. L'Indonesia è un grande paese, un mosaico di culture, di etnie, di tradizioni religiose, una ricchissima diversità che si rispecchia anche nella varietà dell'ecosistema e dell'ambiente circostante. E se è vero che ospitate la più grande miniera d'oro del mondo, sappiate che il tesoro più prezioso è la volontà che le differenze non diventino motivo di conflitto, ma si armonizzano nella concordia e nel rispetto pacifico. L'armonia, questo che voi fate. Non smarrite di questo dono, non impoveritevi mai di questa ricchezza così grande, anzi coltivatela e trasmettetela soprattutto ai più giovani, che nessuno ceda al fascino dell'integralismo e della violenza, che tutti siano invece affascinati dal sogno di una società e di un'umanità libera, fraterna e pacifica. Grazie. Grazie per il vostro sorriso gentile. Grazie per il vostro sorriso gentile, che sempre splende sui vostri volti ed è segno della vostra bellezza e della vostra apertura interiore. Dio vi conceda questo dono. Con il suo aiuto e la sua benedizione andate avanti. Bineka Tunggal Ika, uniti nella diversità. Grazie.
Terima kasih atas
I thank you for the common path you are taking. Indonesia is a great country, a mosaic of cultures, ethnicities, religious traditions, a rich diversity, which is also reflected in the varied ecosystem and also the environment. If it is true that you are the home to the world's largest gold mine, know that the most precious treasure is the determination that differences can be harmonized and through concord and mutual respect instead of being a cause of conflict. Do not lose this gift. Never impoverish yourself of this great treasure. On the contrary, cultivate it, pass it on, especially to the young. May no one succumb to the allure of fundamentalism and violence. May everyone instead be awestruck by the dream of a free, fraternal, and peaceful society and humanity. Thank you for your kind smiles, which always shine on your faces and are a sign of your beauty and inner openness. May God preserve this gift, and with His help and blessing, go forth, Bineka Tunggal Ika, united in diversity. Thank you.
Penyerahan cenderamata replika Masjid Istiqlal
Handing
dan
over of
koin
token of appreciation from Istiqlal Mosque, done by the Deputy of the Minister of Religious Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Syaiful Rahmat Basuki.
Foto bersama tokoh agama dengan Bapak Suci Paus Fransiskus dan Imam Besar.
With the Grand Imam, Pope Francis, and also religious figures here. So we invite those with the red and white ribbon to be involved in this photo taking.
Pak Suci Paus Fransiskus dan Imam Besar di area luar masjid. Photo group opportunity at the outside area in Istiqlal Mosque. Kami mengundang tamu undangan yang menggunakan pita merah putih untuk bergabung foto bersama. We would like to invite the respected guests who wear the red and white ribbon to join the group photo opportunity. Pengambilan foto dalam hitungan mundur. Let's take a picture in 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Bapak Suci Paus Fransiskus meninggalkan tempat. We respectfully invite His Holiness Pope Francis to faithfully leave the event. Terima kasih Bapak Suci Paus Fransiskus telah berkunjung ke Istiqlal. Thank you very much His Holiness Pope Francis for visiting Istiqlal. Pertemuan antar agama ini merupakan tanda hubungan yang baik antara Istiqlal dan Basilika Kepausan Santo Petrus di Vatikan. Kiranya pertemuan ini membawa kasih sayang, persaudaraan, dan pertumbuhan dalam iman. This interreligious meeting is a sign of the good relationship between Istiqlal and the St. Peter's Basilica. May this meeting bring compassion, fraternity, and growth in faith. Sampai jumpa. See you again.
So there you go. We just witnessed the procession of the Show of Unity at Istiqlal Mosque, presided by the Grand Imam of Istiqlal Mosque and attended by Pope Francis, the leader of the Roman Catholic Church. A very beautiful moment indeed.
Yes, very beautiful.
Happens here in our city,
yes,
in Jakarta.
I was almost burst into tears. I think when when we heard the gospel reading, and before that there was also Quran recitations.
Yeah, by a very talented young girl, Nur Syahwa Shakila. That was beautiful, indeed.
Yes.
And then we also hear the speeches from the attendees, including the one again delivered by His Holiness Pope Francis. And again, he mentioned the importance of tolerance, of unity, and he used the tunnel of friendship as a metaphor of how we, the people of Indonesia, can actually use that to bridge our differences and always be together as a nation, as a people.
Yeah. So he came from the philosophy of the tunnel of friendship, where he actually mentioned about how this tunnel actually connects people, so it creates bonds. So that's why we have to keep living in harmony. And also, you know, this tunnels also represents bonding, preserving bonding between people, because we have many religions also believes in Indonesia. So that's very beautiful message. He really carried out this message in a very simple way, yet also universal and relevant to our daily lives.
True, and also very poetic, if I may add. Yeah, he used very beautiful words. And before that, of course, we have the Istiqlal Declaration, presided by representations from all religions in Indonesia.
That's right, yes.
Now, let's go to our guests to see how are their thoughts on this very important moment in Indonesia. Now, last we spoke to Mas Halili. May we go now to Pak Matias. Matias, what do you think of the procession that we just witnessed together at Istiqlal Mosque?
Well, I want to express my personal impressions about this great moment when Pope Francis and the whole Vatican Entourage met with interfaith prominent figures from Indonesia. First is that I was very moved when the Pope kissed the hands of the Grand Imam of Professor Nazaruddin Umar. And I want to draw a historical site that one of our prominent Catholic figure, the late Mr. Panji Wicaksono, donate lot of thousands of PVC tubes to build that mosque. So beside from the Protestant church, Mr. Vitik Veleban, we have also Catholic prominent figures, the altruist prominent figures in Indonesia from the Catholic community to donate thousands of PVC types to the Istiqlal. Because me and my wife knows this person very well. And he already passed away 2 years ago, and he told us personally that I was also, as a Catholic, to be morally called to support that building as a part of our Bela Rasa or compassion. And the second one is I want to share something that I just recently heard when we met with some people in the cathedral. If we draw an imaginary line from the top of the cathedrals and goes directly to the mosque, and then to Emmanuel Church, that will be a triangle.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, and this is something that I really, I never think that such kind of things that Pak Friedrich Veleban and President Sukarno outline the map of this environment. Because originally, the mosque of Istiqlal originally was planned to build another place near Indonesia Hotel originally. But then our first president, the founding father of this country, told different thing. We should express our unity and diversity by establishing the great mosque just across the cathedral and also not far away from the Emmanuel Church. So I think
even then, the principle of tolerance was already
exactly
so apparent.
Implemented into force by our founding father, President Sukarno, and he has a very what is it called a philosophy, implementing the philosophy of Pancasila into something unique, but as well as actual in building.
Something that we can see, something that is tangible, and people can still enjoy it and be proud of it even until today in 2024.
Precisely.
Okay. How about you, Father Tiro? What was the most prominent moment for you?
I think watching this moment happen was quite emotional for me, because I myself come from a multi-ethnic and multi-religious background, and it reminded me of my aunt who just passed away earlier this week. And before she went on the Hajj, I asked her if she would pray for me, because when I started this process of entering the priesthood 13 years ago, my aunt and also my grandmother, who are also Muslims, who have gone through the Hajj, have supported me. And it just shows that, you know, this harmony, despite of your religious beliefs, despite if you have to marry or not, you know, if your family is, like for me, for example, for me to join the priesthood, even though they don't really understand it, but they believe that it would bring good to the world, they will support it 100%. And my Muslim relatives they came to my ordination event and stuff like that. So, and this is actually not something that is unusual for Indonesia, because there are so many different stories. I mean, even on social media, where we have that tolerance, you know, between different religions. But unfortunately, because again, social media likes to highlight things that are negative, it's easier to go viral, and that's unfortunate. But the reality of Indonesia is that we are a nation of tolerance, and it happens every single day. And it's such a shame that oftentimes the foreign media likes to highlight these small isolated events that are not based on religion. It's usually political. So for me, having this event broadcasted to the world, having the religious leader of the Catholic Church and the Grand Imam holding hands and showing this tunnel that actually has been in construction for the past 5 years, actually, to be seen in the world stage, you know, shows that it is possible to live in harmony. It is possible to have 2 mega buildings right next to each other. And it's and we, if we have empty parking spaces, and then let's give those parking spaces to the people who want to go pray, you know. So this is something that's really normal for Indonesians.
Very simple, actually.
Very simple, And I think maybe for us Indonesians, we take these things for granted. And having this display reminds us, you know, that this is something that we should be proud of, and that we should fight for this. So it's such a grand moment for all of us, really. It's a win for all of us.
Right. Well, first of all, so sorry for your loss.
Oh, that's okay.
Thank you for sharing with us your personal story on this. And I want to follow up actually by asking you about the passage from the book of Luke that was read out in one of the processions. What do you think is the significance of the story of the Good Samaritan in the context of tolerance in Indonesia?
It is also another personal story for me, because oftentimes people are judged by how they look, or their ethnic race, or their religion, or the language they speak. But the message of the Good Samaritan looks straight to the heart of the person. Because oftentimes we as human beings judge people by how they look. And in the story, you know, we have somebody who's basically an expert in law, another person who is a religious leader, and the person who was robbed, the victim, maybe they were too busy. The first 2 people were too busy to take care of this person, so
they were on their way.
They're on their way, yeah. And then you have the Samaritan, who back in the day are a people that don't have a good reputation. They have this really bad stereotype. So not to be trusted, basically.
Not to be associated with.
Exactly. And then the twist behind the story is that is the person who has the heart. That is the person who has the compassion to save this random person who doesn't know who that person is, right? Bring him to a hotel, pay, and even give extra for the person, for the hotel owner to take care of him. So it's this act of courage and compassion that just transcends, you know, stereotypes. And it goes straight to the human soul. So it's so beautiful, and we're so privileged to have that heard on national media.
Yes.
So yeah, thank you, TVRI.
So keeping harmony actually also runs in our blood as Indonesians, like what our father already mentioned. So I'd like to go back to Mas Halili. Mas Halili, speaking of tolerance, I think Setara Institute also compiles a report on tolerance levels in Indonesia. The latest report indicates that minorities in Indonesia face higher levels of persecutions from intolerant religious majority groups. Why do you think this is still happening? And do you think with the visit of Pope Francis to Indonesia, this will change the situations and also maybe in the world?
Okay, what I want to say is that there is no singular factor for that, no single factor that affects to persecution cases, intolerance, discriminative actions of or measures that occurred amid quote-unquote minority groups in Indonesia. I think there is two layer of problem amid us. The first one in the layer of state layer is the problem. There are so many there are several issues on that. The first one is numerous intolerant and discriminative regulation, PBM, or even sort of decree in local level still exists there. But also we can see the poor management of diversity. When we see, for instance, the how local government should take care on minority in the case that they need protection from the local government. They don't get that, so it's a problem of poor management of diversity. But also we can see the problem of weak law enforcement. I think the adagium on impunity, impunitas semper aditera invitat. Impunity or the lack of law enforcement will invite the sort of evil of intolerance, of persecution, or even violence. So the problem in the state level will affect the situation what Stephanie mentioned before. But also we can say that the problems also exist in societal layer. There are illiteracy among cross identity perspective. When we see the Muslim, we hope the Muslim, as the biggest population in Indonesia, will take care to the minority. But the cases is not only not all of us have adequate literacy on others, on the difference. The problem of literacy, but we also face the problem of segregation. There is a segregation coupled with the shrinking spaces of encounters and interaction. So that's a problem in the society. We see also the rising of conservatism.
Fundamentalism.
I think. Fundamentalism, radicalism, conservatism. It's one thing amid our societies that we have to deal with. And the fourth problem of society is we see the increased coercive power among society. They can express visibly the violation, even not only intolerant, not only discriminative measures, but also persecution or even violence against the minority groups. The factors, I think, spreadly intercept.
Excuse me, Ms. Lilik, and we just quickly go to our live feed to show Pope Francis, who just arrived at the office of KWI.
In
This
KWI.
is his next agenda right away. It only took him, I think, less than 10 minutes to go from Istiqlal to the office of KWI. So
no traffic.
we're going to continue our live coverage here while we also continue our review of the moment we just saw together at Istiqlal Mosque. Mas Halili, thank you so much for your thorough explanation on the situation that we have here in Indonesia. The intolerance is sporadic. I mean, it's not like a common theme all throughout Indonesia, but yeah, it remains a problem for small group minorities. Do you think the Istiqlal Declaration will somewhat have an impact to dampen this minorities happenings around Indonesia?
Yeah, it should be that way, I think, because if we see our circumstance amid our society, not only Halil and Stara said that our society tends to be feudal, in that sense, I think. That's why the approach of top-down will be effective in Indonesia, because the declaration, the sort of counter of top leaders of interfaith will lead to the behavior of our society.
So amplified.
Of course, it will impact, it will affect to the behavior of society. That's why this moment is not only beautiful in one hand, but also very crucial and important for our society to be more empathetic, to be more tolerant, to be more collaborative. The thing that we have also and repeatedly mentioned since yesterday is on collaboration, or what we use the logic of the Pope on when yesterday he said about opus justitia pax, I don't know how to pronounce it, but
peace is the product of justice.
So the justice need, I think, collaboration among us, and our founding fathers already repeatedly said about gotong royong, the urgency of gotong royong. So we have to collaborate each other to establish the justice, and then the justice will produce the peace.
And I'm still interested on knowing this from you more. Do you think that the government so far has been good enough to maintain this level of tolerance in Indonesia?
It's a bit tricky, I think. Based on the previous question of Mbak Siska on the sporadic problem. So I don't see we have adequate efforts to maintain diversity, because the problem still we see even daily, I think. If we look at carefully to the data, we have more than 200 cases annually. So that's the problem. So when we look the approach, the agenda, the program, the regulation even that undertaken by the government, we can say that it's maybe not enough for us if we don't see the participation, meaningful participation of society. So government in one hand, in one layer, I think, but society on the other layer. So we need the better meaningful participation of civil society.
All right. Thank you, Mas Halili. We'll now go to our live feed from the KWI office.
Yes, Pope Francis welcome at the KWI office,
Conference of Indonesian
Konferensi
Bishops.
Wali Gereja Indonesia.
Still waiting for some audio feed.
Yeah.
Hadirin disilahkan duduk, please be seated. Buongiorno, Holy Father. We are deeply grateful for your presence here among us, especially as we gather to celebrate the resilience and spirit of our brothers and sisters with disabilities, sick, and less fortunate. And now, I would like to invite the chairman of Konferensi Wali Gereja Indonesia, Monsignor Anton, to give a warm welcome to the Holy Father, alongside with Andrew and Bunda Mimi, who will share the expressions of their heart. Kepada Monsignor Anton dan juga Monsignor Sunarko, dipersilahkan.
Saya mengundang Monsignor Sunarko sebagai wakil ketua konferensi. Silahkan untuk memulai.
Your Holiness, our love and admiration for you is boundless. We thank God for this blessed occasion and are grateful to you, Holy Father. Your life and work reflect Jesus' compassion for us, especially through your care of our sisters and brothers who are poor, weak, marginalized, and suffering. In conjunction with the goal of the 100th anniversary of the Indonesian Catholic Bishops' Conference, we are focusing on the needs of those on the peripheries. Here are some of the disabled, sick, and poor who would like to ask for your blessing. Two of them want to share their story with you.
Holy Father, my name is Mimi Lusli, and I lost my sight at the tender age of 17. As a young Catholic, I found solace in the way of the cross where I met Jesus. He didn't abandon me. Instead, he taught me how to navigate life without my physical sight. Jesus, our beacon of hope, has always championed the needs, especially those of us with disabilities. I firmly believe he created humans with unique abilities to enrich the diversity of our world, and disability is just one of these unique aspects. The Church's role is crucial in ensuring the dignity of human being. We must all take up the responsibility and actively advocate for disability rights. Holy Father, your compassion toward us always gives us hope, and your presence here ensures we are never left behind.
Good day, Holy Father. I am Michael Andrew Nathaniel, and I am 18 years old. You can call me Andrew. I was diagnosed with mild autism spectrum disorder, and now I am diagnosed with mild intellectual disability. I go to therapy sessions for my body and my brain to function properly. My parents love me unconditionally. They provide me with the best therapists and experts in town. I am proud to share that I have been selected as the East Jakarta contingent for the East Jakarta contingent for Paralympic Games for swimming. I want to be an independent person, so I started by a barista course and guitar and drum lessons. Holy Father Pope Francis, thank you for listening to my story, visiting and blessing us all. Please bless my wonderful parents and all parents, with special children worldwide.
Santo Padre, la sua presenza e il nostro incontro qui ci portino la gioia del Vangelo e rinnovino la nostra speranza sulla via della santità. Così come ci chiede sempre di pregare per lei, la prego, Santo Padre, tenga anche noi nelle sue preghiere, che possiamo imitare l'amore incondizionato di Dio con una particolare attenzione per i poveri, che come hanno condiviso Mimi e Andrew, non devono essere dimenticati. Grazie, Santo Padre.
Terima kasih kepada Monsinyur Anton dan juga Monsinyur Sunarko, juga Andrew dan Bunda Mimi. Thank you so much. Silakan kembali ke tempat duduknya. Brothers and sisters in Christ, Pope Francis has dedicated his life to spreading the message of God's love, compassion, and mercy to every corner of the world. And right now, Holy Father, we are honored to welcome your words.
Carissimi fratelli e sorelle, buongiorno. Sono molto contento di incontrarvi. Saluto tutti voi, in particolare il Presidente della Conferenza Episcopale Indonesiana, che ringrazio per le parole che mi ha rivolto. Ringrazio anche Mimi e Andrew per ciò che hanno condiviso. È molto bello che i vescovi indonesiani abbiano scelto di celebrare i 100 anni della loro conferenza nazionale con voi. Grazie a voi per questa scelta. Grazie, Presidente. Si vede che il tuo spirito certosino ci aiuta a fare queste cose. Voi che siete piccole stelle luminose nel cielo di questo arcipelago, le membra più preziose di questa Chiesa, i suoi tesori, come fin dai primi secoli di cristianesimo insegnava il diacono martire San Lorenzo. E in proposito voglio sottolineare che condivido pienamente ciò che ha detto Mimì. Dio ha creato gli esseri umani con capacità uniche per arricchire la diversità del nostro mondo. Sei stata brava, Mimi, grazie. E lei stessa ce lo ha dimostrato parlandoci in modo meraviglioso di Gesù, nostro faro di speranza, ha detto lei. E grazie per questo.
Saudara dan saudari yang terkasih, selamat pagi. Ini terjemahan. Ya. Saya sangat bahagia berada di sini bersama Anda sekalian. Saya menyapa Anda semua, khususnya Ketua Konferensi Wali Gereja, dan berterima kasih atas kata-kata sambutannya yang begitu baik, Wakil. Saya juga berterima kasih kepada Mimi dan Andrew atas apa yang mereka bagikan bersama kita. Sangatlah tepat bahwa para uskup Indonesia memilih untuk merayakan peringatan 100 tahun berdirinya Konferensi Wali Gereja bersama-sama dengan Anda semua. Beliau memuji Bapak Ketua KWI dan mengatakan beliau punya roh dan semangat yang cocok untuk melakukan hal-hal seperti itu. Ya. Kalian adalah bintang yang bersinar di langit Nusantara ini. Para anggota yang paling berharga dari gereja ini. Kalian harta karunia. Dalam kata-kata diakon dan martir Santo Laurentius dari masa gereja perdana. Izinkan saya memulai dengan berkata bahwa saya sepenuhnya setuju dengan apa yang Mimi beritahukan kepada kita. Allah menciptakan manusia dengan kemampuan-kemampuan unik untuk memperkaya keragaman dunia kita. Ia lalu menunjukkan pada kita tentang hal ini dengan berbicara secara indah tentang Yesus sebagai mercusuar harapan kita. Terima kasih, Mimi.
Affrontare insieme la difficoltà, fare tutti del nostro meglio, portando ognuno il suo contributo irripetibile, ci arricchisce e ci aiuta a scoprire giorno per giorno quanto vale il nostro stare insieme, nel mondo, nella Chiesa, in famiglia, come ci ha ricordato Andrew, a cui facciamo anche i complimenti per la sua partecipazione ai Giochi Paralimpici. Bravo! Facciamole un bel applauso a Andrew. E facciamone uno anche a tutti noi. Noi vogliamo un applauso per tutti noi, chiamati a diventare insieme campioni dell'amore nelle grandi Olimpiadi della vita. Un applauso a tutti noi. Carissimi,
Pengalaman menghadapi kesulitan bersama-sama ketika semua orang melakukan yang terbaik dan kita masing-masing memberikan kontribusinya tersendiri, memperkaya dan membantu kita menemukan kembali setiap harinya betapa penting bagi kita untuk bekerja sama di dunia, di gereja, di keluarga kita, seperti yang diingatkan Andrew pada kita. Dan mari kita ucapkan selamat sekali lagi kepadanya, kepada Andrew yang telah berpartisipasi dalam kompetisi para Olimpiade. Mari kita tepuk tangan sekali lagi. Selagi kita juga masih bertepuk tangan, mari kita bertepuk tangan dengan meriah untuk diri kita sendiri. Ya. Karena kita semua dipanggil untuk menjadi bersama-sama juara kasih dalam Olimpiade Akbar kehidupan ini.
Carissimi, tutti abbiamo bisogno gli uni degli altri e questo non è un male, ci aiuta infatti a capire sempre meglio che l'amore è la cosa più importante della nostra esistenza, ad accoglierci di quante persone buone ci sono attorno a noi. Ci ricorda poi di quanto il Signore ci vuole bene a tutti, al di là di qualsiasi limite e difficoltà. Ciascuno di noi è unico ai suoi occhi, agli occhi del Signore, e Lui non si dimentica mai di noi, mai. Ricordiamolo per tenere viva la nostra speranza e per impegnarci a nostra volta, senza mai stancarci, a fare della nostra vita un dono per gli altri. Grazie per questo incontro e per quello che voi fate tutti insieme. Vi benedico e prego per voi. E per favore anche voi, non dimenticatevi di pregare per me. Grazie.
Terjemahan bagian terakhir, para sahabat terkasih, kita semua membutuhkan satu sama lain, dan ini bukan hal yang buruk. Hal ini membantu kita semakin memahami bahwa hal terpenting dalam hidup kita adalah kasih. Dan untuk menyadari betapa ada begitu banyak orang baik di sekeliling kita. Hal ini juga mengingatkan kita betapa besar Tuhan mengasihi kita satu persatu dan masing-masing dari kita, bahkan dengan keterbatasan dan kesulitan kita. Masing-masing dari kita itu unik di matanya, dan Ia tidak pernah melupakan kita, tidak pernah. Mari kita selalu mengingat hal itu untuk menjaga harapan kita tetap hidup, dan selanjutnya untuk berjuang tanpa kenal lelah, guna membuat hidup kita menjadi anugerah bagi orang lain. Terima kasih atas pertemuan ini dan atas segala hal baik yang sudah dan sedang Anda lakukan bersama-sama. Saya memberkati Anda sekalian dan berdoa untuk Anda, dan saya juga meminta Anda agar tidak lupa mendoakan saya. Terima kasih.
Traduce. Anche oggi vorrei fare gli auguri a questa mamma che non è potuta venire, è a letto, ma oggi fa 87 anni. Facciamo gli auguri qui. Per lei, tutti insieme.
Pada hari ini saya juga ingin mengucapkan selamat kepada seorang ibu yang tidak hadir bersama kita di sini, di depan kursi kosong dengan gambarnya. Ibu ini merayakan hari ini ulang tahunnya yang ke-87. Marilah kita merayakan ulang tahunnya secara bersama-sama. Tepuk tangan.
Grazie. Adesso diamo dei rosari. Questi buoni, Buoni? Sì.
Non so se ci arrivo per tutti quanti.
Come?
Non so se ci arrivo per tutti.
Lei deve stare pronto per questo. Ma almeno la prima, sai? La prima fila.
Non mi avevano detto quanti.
Come?
Non mi avevano detto quanti ce n'erano. Non mi avevano detto quanti erano.
No, va bene.
Grazie, Holy Father, for your inspiring words and guidance. Terima kasih pula kepada Romo Markus Solo SVD yang telah menerjemahkannya. Now it's time for us to join in prayer, led by Monsignor Pidiarto, followed by a special blessings from the Holy Father. Monsignor Pidiarto, dipersilakan.
Let us pray. God, merciful Father, thank you for sending our shepherd, Pope Francis, to be with us this morning. You offer your people boundless compassion so that they may recognize you as a Father who loves us unconditionally. Mercifully come to our help, we pray, so that receiving gladly from you the joy of the gospel, we may serve our brothers and sisters who are weak, marginalized, suffering, disabled, sick, and left behind. God, loving Father, may you continue to bless Pope Francis and give him the courage and health to shepherd your church. We ask this through our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, God, forever and ever. Amen.
The Lord be with you.
And with your spirit,
Blessed be the name of the Lord.
now and forever,
Our help is in the name of the Lord.
who made heaven and earth.
May Almighty God bless you, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Amen.
Holy Father, on behalf of everyone here, thank you so much. And may God continue to guide and protect you in your sacred mission. And before departing, Holy Father, we humbly ask you to make the first stroke on the canvas for Anfield. Anfield will then continue to build upon your initial stroke until it becomes a complete painting. And after that, Holy Father will personally greet each of our beloved participants. Teman-teman dimohon untuk bersiap menerima sapaan secara langsung dari Bapa Suci dan tetap di tempat duduk masing-masing sambil diiringi persembahan lagu dari Leticia Disability Choir.
And that's the end of the Pope's visit at the Kauai office. Again, we saw again his compassion, this time to another group of people that is someone seen as marginalized and disabled children, showing their appreciation and admiration of the Pope, and also singing. There was a disability choir singing to the Pope as he arrived, and then also when he left. Another beautiful moment.
Another beautiful
with
moment
Pope Francis
indeed,
here
yes.
in Jakarta.
Yes.
Father Tiro, what do you think of this moment here that we just saw together? But maybe before that, if you could probably enlighten us a little bit, especially us who are yet to be initiated in the dynamism of the Catholic community, could you tell us exactly how does KWI, the Indonesian Bishop Conference, fit into the Indonesian Catholic community?
Okay, maybe Pak Matias could help me after.
Yeah.
So from what I know is that in the country of Indonesia is divided into different provinces, but this is not government provinces. So basically, out of the, say, 20 million Catholics or so, spread throughout Indonesia, there are different regions. So there are units of churches which we call parishes. So a group of parishes, or about 2,000 to maybe even 100,000, would be underneath the jurisdiction of one bishop. And for example, on the island of Java, you have the diocese. These are called dioceses. So the Diocese of Bogor, Bandung, Jakarta, Malang, Surabaya, and they have their own jurisdiction. So when we talk about the Conference of Indonesian Bishops, KWI, basically this is sort of like a coordinating board for all the church leaders, the bishops, to coordinate on how to tackle problems such as human trafficking, or even like climate change, and to devise strategies on how they could collaborate. For example, when I was working with refugees in Palu after the earthquake, that was under the coordination between Makassar and Manado, but also with the support from Jakarta, Jogja, not Jogja, Semarang. So it's more of like a coordinating body led by one person.
I see.
So simply maybe Pak Matias wants to add.
Well, each diocese has its own agency for humanitarian activities. It's called Karina, or in the national arena, it's called Caritas Indonesia. So Caritas Indonesia owned by KWI, but it has close relationship or also financial support from the Caritas Internationalis based in Rome. But there are still some humanitarian agencies. It's called Komisi PSA, or Social Economic Development Commissions, that belongs to each diocese to support and to foster any economic social initiatives to promote the capacity of local people to have their economic sustainability on the ground. So not only in the diocese, but even in the parishes. So they have their own umbrella to support local community, not only the Catholics, but also to promote this kind of initiatives among local people on the ground.
All right. And do they still receive directives from Vatican? Do you need to coordinate everything that they plan to do here in Indonesia with the Vatican, or is it like self-governed here?
I think there is that sense of autonomy. So the Vatican does give basically guidelines of how we should be encouraging. Basically, it's not like you have to do this or not, we're going to stop sending money to you. It's more of trying to motivate people so that these initiatives come from themselves, and so there is that sense of autonomy. I find.
The funds in the Caritas Internationalis provide financial funds for Caritas Indonesia, but in the lower agencies, like in parishes, they have their own resources from the churchgoers, because every week we have donate through collector, and then a portion of that kind of social funds will be will be allocated to support these initiatives.
All right. Thank you for the explanation.
Yes.
We learned a lot. Now back to the moment we just saw together at the KWI office. What do you think of it, Father Tiro? Again, we saw another group of people highlighted by Pope Francis, in this case, the disabled children. Your thoughts on it?
It just shows how much Pope Francis cares about the people who aren't seen mostly in the public eye, people who are usually seen as people who are maybe some people might see them as like, you know, aib or like shamed or like embarrassed to have. So this brings light to those communities who aren't seen as perfect humans. And it just shows that, you know, brings attention that we as humans should accept them and should raise their dignity, not by hiding them away, but by helping them achieve what their potentials are. Because again, nobody chooses how they're going to be born, right? And that's why Pope Francis finds that this is very important, an important message and a consistent message that he always delivers wherever he goes. It's always with the people with disabilities and also the refugees who are invisible to society. So bringing light towards the people that are placed in the shadows because of circumstances. So again, it as social workers, it really acknowledges our presence and it really gives us energy to do more social work because it's a very tiring job to do. It's not easy and
it can be taxing. I can
very
imagine.
taxing, very taxing. But with the Pope bringing this to light, you know, it gives a little more energy for us and hopefully more attention so that people are more willing to have compassion, you know, not to see them as objects of charity, but as equals who are struggling in this life together, you know. So it's very empowering, it's very beautiful.
That's part of his personality. He's a part of his teaching as well as the Jesuit order. He also believe in the traditions of Catholicism centered on humanity, like you said, right? And also on work, educations, and poor people.
There is this thing that we call preferential option for the poor. So it's always, if we have to choose what we want to do, we would always prefer to work with the poor.
That's very beautiful.
Thank
you, Father Tiro. Now, after this event, in the afternoon, together we'll see the Holy Mass presided by Pope Francis at Gelora Bung Karno Stadium in Senayan, Jakarta. Probably one of the most awaited moments in the papal visit by Pope Francis. Pak Matias, maybe you can tell us your hopes and wishes as also to conclude our conversation here in TVRL studio.
There will be more than 90,000 people, right? Attending this Mass.
Around 90,000 people will congregate at the biggest stadium here in Indonesia.
Historic moment,
Well, I want to highlight once again what Mas Halili has judged to us, that differences in all aspects, ethnicity, language, is the most vulnerable thing that people may manipulate. So in showing our social tolerance to the most needy people and also the disabled people, I want to advocate our politicians, our government officials, and also the central government of Indonesia. As we in the past, so many decades ago, we have what is called alun-alun or public open square. This is the place where we, all the people on the ground, can meet each other. And it's play good a part where we could encounter personally from the different levels of people. So, open space, open public space or alun-alun square is very, very important. But now, in most Indonesian cities, a lot of malls, shopping malls, but there is no public space. So I think our Mass with the Pope in Stadion Bung Karno, in Sports Stadium Bung Karno, will be a moment where people around Indonesia, the whole Catholic community, can meet each other. And so I think this is a great moment for us, not even me as a living in Jakarta, but also I can meet with my fellow Indonesian Catholics from Ireland, from so many islands, which I have not yet know. But today is the real moment when I could enter, share our love and faith to God. And I think this is what we want to have this evening with them.
Thank you so much, Pak Matthias. We share that wish as well.
Yeah.
Sure. Mas Halili, how about yourself? Pope Francis has always been known as very vocal when it comes to social issues, even political issues sometimes, environmental issues. Are there any issues in particular, maybe from Indonesia, they would like the Pope to highlight during his sermon today at GBK?
Okay, I think we have to be back to the topics, the themes that the Pope and Pak Nasaruddin already spoke about that. The first one on humanism, the second one is on tolerance, the third on environmental issues. So the three topics, the three issues, I think, are very crucial, prominent for us to deal with. Yeah, that's why I think the message of the Pope on that is very, very relevant. Regarding the event in KWI, I also want to address one thing on social inclusion. Diversity needs to be strengthened by performing the better social inclusion between us. I totally agree with what Father Tiro previously told on how we cannot choose
how to be born.
To be born as who, as in what situation, in what form. It's a very unique thing that only God can decide to burn us as whom. So the thing that we have to notice is that diversity should cover also the diversity in abilities. So social inclusion also should cover the issue. And the last, I have to also give a comment on the Holy Mass that will be carried out later in GBK. I think it's the form of religious tolerance, not only for Catholics, but for other adherents in Indonesia. Technically, we see that all of us give the public rules, facilities, even times to make possible to carry out the Holy Mass, the High Mass in GBK. So we no doubt, I think, Indonesian people actually have DNA of tolerance, and
that's in our DNA.
Very good, very good.
And we have to give, perform, and do a very more serious effort to maintain the situation, and also in other hand, I think, to reduce the problem of violation, intolerant, discriminative actions done by the people or by the government actors.
Yes. All right. Thank you, Mas Halili, for that optimistic
That's also
assessment.
mentioned in Pope Francis' message at the KWI. Also, everyone says the same in God's eyes, right?
Everybody is unique in the eyes of God.
Yes, that's the word. Yes. So we would like to thank once again our guest speakers today in the studio. We have Father Trio Supit Dayanui, Student Affairs Michael College Solo. We also have Pak Matthias Haryadi, Founder and Chief Editor at Indonesian Catholic Media Outlet Sesawi.net. And we also have Mas Halili Hasan, Executive Director of Setara Institute. Thank you very much for sharing your
so much
with us today.
Value your time.
Report.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that's the end of our special program for today. But as we said before, the live coverage will continue later on in the afternoon for the Holy Mass in Gelora Bung Karno Stadium right here on TVRI World. Still with me, Siska Becker, and my beautiful partner.
And I'm Stephanie Silitonga. So thank you for watching and see you later this afternoon too.
Until then, take care. Bye.
The cool morning breeze hits the Bukian village in Payangan district, Gianyar, Bali. A blanket of thin clouds hid every living space of the people. Flowing slowly from the throne of the peak of the glorified Mount Agung. Bukian village is one of the oldest villages on the island of the gods. The hill, located about 680 meters above sea level, was originally formed from a hamlet. An imprint of harmonization between the nature and the human beings is still strongly felt in every breath of the life of the hill country residents. The wheels of the economy continue to climb without leaving the wisdom that is well preserved. Who would have thought that in the past year, a diarrheal epidemic attacked this village? Poor sanitation and the difficulty of obtaining clean water sources were the main causes of the emergence of diarrheal epidemics, causing dozens of people died from diarrhea. Dominated by hilly topography, Bukian village is blessed with many clean springs. However, it is located far from the residential area. And the villagers had to consume water sources close to their settlements. This water source is not hygienic. When it rains, the water even turned to be cloudy and dirty. The residents of Bukian village are forced to struggle to get clean water. They visit several rivers scattered around the village. Not only for drinking water needs, residents also use the river for bathing and washing. The difficulty of getting clean water has inspired a villager in Bukian village, Iwayan Budiana, to create a water suction device so that his community can enjoy water from clean springs that are far from their settlements. Budiana, an unpretentious man, did not even finish elementary school as a daily laborer. But he tried to create a simple device that can pump clean water into people's homes. In his spare time, Budiana made a design of a non-electrical water wheel that can pump clean water. At first, Budiana had difficulty designing the water wheel. It had to channel vertically due to the long distance from the springs to people's homes.
Artinya ide untuk membuat kincir ini kami ditemukan di acara siaran TV, kalau tidak salah di TVRI. Kami kelas 4 SD itu. Akhirnya kami mencoba-coba membuat inovasi kincir air dengan menggunakan teknologi penggeraknya air.
Budiana's efforts to build a water wheel finally received funding from the Bukian village. In a simple welding workshop, assisted by several other workers, Budiana succeeded in creating the water wheel. Meanwhile, a meeting was held by the community that decided that a clean water program becomes a priority to be realized immediately. The results of the deliberation agreed to collect a budget from non-governmental organizations, assisted by the PAMSIMAS, or Community-Based Water Supply and Sanitation Program, worth 500 million rupiah, while village-owned enterprise assisted in the development of installations and pipelines so that the distribution of water can reach people's homes. Currently, 5 water wheels have been installed to pump clean water from a number of springs scattered in Bukian village, while 1 other unit has been installed and will operate in the near future. Over time, the maintenance of the water wheels is carried out once a month, starting from changing lubricants, replacing damaged components, and routine checks. Budiana must ensure that the water always runs normally. The water wheel created by Budiana has been very useful for the villagers. Agricultural sector benefits the most from the presence of water supply in Bukian village. farmers no longer rely on rainfall to irrigate their rice fields, and their harvests increased more than twice a year. The wet farming area of Bukit village reaches 251 hectares, or about 35% of the 735 hectares of Bukit village. In addition to the rice fields, livestock are starting to enjoy the results. The availability of an abundant water has awakened all the potentials they have. The residents' livestock are getting better maintained and the selling price is increasing. Apart from animal husbandry, various other types of businesses really feel the benefits of Budiana's water wheel. Wayan Suwada, a laundry businessman in Bukit village, is getting more enthusiastic about expanding his business. The clean water has revived his business, which he had painstakingly pioneered. The existence of clean water in Bukit village has also inspired the village-owned enterprise and local government to establish a bottled mineral water business with an initial funding capital of around 350 million rupiah. The success of Bukit village in driving a water pump powered by a water wheel was then followed by other villages on the island of the gods. They began to apply the water wheel technology in their respective villages. For example, the Salat village in Karangasem Regency, which has the same geographical conditions. For example, the Salat village in Karangasem Regency, which has the same geographical conditions as Bukit village, with a hill topography and has many springs but located far from residential area. Assisted by the creator of the Bukit village water wheel, Wayan Budiana, the construction of the water wheel at Salat village was relatively fast. A water wheel installed in a river that divides Salat village. The Salat village government decided to expand the area for the installation of the water wheel to deliver clean water to residential areas using funding from the village authority. The design of water wheel is simple, yet it gives a lot of meaning to the villagers, and the community loves to apply this simple, effective and environmentally friendly technology. Besides its simplicity, it is low cost, but very supportive to the economy of the villagers. While simplicity is able to change the thinking space of bureaucrats who have struggled with personal establishments for years, the simple technology of a simple society has knocked down the intellectual arrogance of the nation, which so far has not taken sides with the difficulties of the people themselves. Technology does not always require expensive costs, because a high-cost technology does not necessarily produce great benefits for the users.
streets are suddenly quiet. Our people too. Our kids can't go to school, can't play outside and make friends. This generation is glued to screens. This crisis has hit us all very hard. But we are managing well. We are adapting. We remain vigilant. We are resilient. Because this is how we were raised. To never give up. If there is anything COVID-19 will teach us, it will be new forms of caring. It has shown us how we are all connected to each other. We are now more connected than ever. In this unprecedented time, we want to make it easier for the businesses.
Yang menghambat investasi, semuanya harus dipangkas.
What do you think about red tape in Indonesia?
The government of Indonesia, especially the Indonesia Investment Coordination Board, is taking great efforts to make Indonesia the most developed and the most investor-friendly destination in the world. The country is today an ideal investment destination, highly attractive to the global business community.
We understand it is a Herculean effort, but we can clearly see the efforts of the government to simplify and synchronize multiple bureaucracies. The implementation of OSS, the online single submission, to be the central platform for companies to submit various business licenses is a great initiative.
What makes your company invest in Indonesia? What are the key drivers?
Indonesia has the right demographic dividends. In short, we have the right climate for investment. In 2020 and 2021, despite facing the COVID pandemic, Nestle Indonesia has embarked on one of our biggest investment projects in Indonesia. We are building our 4th greenfield factory.
We are a toy manufacturer, which is regarded as a labor-intensive industry, so that we decided to go to Indonesia because of the attractive labor cost there and also plenty of workforce. So that's the main reason that we go to Indonesia.
If you have a suggestion for the government of Indonesia on how to improve the investment climate, what would that be?
その理由はインドネシアが世界で4位の人口を有しており、経済成長も著しく、さらに投資環境の改善をするためには基幹産業の育成が重要だと考えます。
印尼的投资环境，我认为需要改善的是交通。交通是一个国家发展经济主要条件。建议政府有针对性的建设交通设施，吸引投资，吸引人才。
I would like to urge and ask help for our government to think about end-to-end program. We've done superbly well from where we were until today. We've cut a lot of bureaucracy. So that's what I would like to request the government to fight for our products.
We encourage the government in improving in the area of intellectual property, as it will also be an added value for any investor, allowing for sufficient protection to increase confidence in sustainable business continuity in Indonesia.
To respond to those issues, what BKPM has to say.
Para investor yang saya hormati, di tahun 2020, di mana di era pandemi COVID-19, kita berhasil mencatat realisasi investasi sebesar 826,4 triliun, di mana 33%-nya adalah di sektor industri. Investor dimanapun berada dibutuhkan kepastian, kemudahan, transparansi, dan efisien. Lewat Undang-Undang Cipta Kerja, semuanya perizinan sudah berbasis elektronik dan berbasis OSS. Dan semuanya terpusat pada satu pintu. Hal ini kita lakukan semata-mata adalah untuk bagaimana mendorong untuk percepatan realisasi investasi dan kemudahan berusaha di Indonesia bisa kita wujudkan.
Invest in a country whose people never give up. Invest Indonesia now.
shore that has bound over time. A perfect place where you can feel the universe. Living your dreams are no longer a thought. Meeting the past lives that are still fascinating to this day. The grandness standing tall, live within these lovely frames. Signature dishes that waken our appetite, bind our taste, bring us together on one table. A place where you leave all your sorrow behind to be with yourself. To be free. Delight in every feeling. Enhance in every sense. A positive energy in every step we take. Views unlike anything else. As if every soul had become a dance and lives within our wildest void. The sparkling land beneath our feet. The treasure right before our very eyes. Searching out new lands. Here, you can do everything in harmony. Excitement flows through your senses. A breathtaking joy. The best gift we can give to ourselves is a new adventure. New happiness are seen from one end to another and even below. When the day is not measured by the amount of time, but how much laughter you've made. The night never truly nights. Here, you can linger in every corner. Create your own moments. Cherish them. Embrace them in quietness, peacefulness. Feel the breeze of tranquility. While the modernity step in. A right place for you to shout everything and become the witness of every wanderer. An affordable luxury, a reachable dream. Feel the closeness to the Maker, to the universe, to the boundless culture, to the past. To the future, and yourself. Riau Islands, where all the wonders come true and live on forever.
Hi, I'm Devini Hermawan. I will tell you why you should taste gado-gado as one of the most iconic Indonesian cuisine. So, just like any other salad with dressing, The dressing itself takes the major part to make gado-gado really delicious. Here it is, rendang. We just put, this is the white pepper, shallots in, as well as the beef. This is our rendang. Now we can assemble them into a beautiful bowl of soto ayam Lamongan. That's simple but special, perkedel kentang. The flavor is really intense.
Indonesian flavor with Chef Devina. Every Saturday, 5:30 p.m. Western Indonesia time.
That's all for today's edition. Indonesia has different culinary flavors and I will be back with another authentic menu. See you and goodbye.
Earth is our home. However, the Earth's condition is increasingly in crisis. Therefore, we as humans must be wise to make good use of waste, as was done by the couple doctors, Dr. Adanta and Dr. Anita. Stay tuned for today's journey of Potential Lab.
In this episode, I'll be making sayur asam, a very refreshing soup, good for your soul. Here are the ingredients: shallots, long chili pepper, molingo nut, peanuts, baby jackfruit, long beans and hill pumpkin, molingo leaf, sweet corn, tamarind, pepper, salt, sugar, beef flavoring, shrimp paste, and brown sugar. Let's make it.
Hey guys, this is Spice Your Life. This is Tofan Rinaldi. You're watching Tvri World. So today, we'll be making sayur asam, which means sour vegetable soup, which is very popular in Indonesia, which is I'm gonna try to make it for you, and hopefully you guys will like it.
Open the envelope in front of you and guess where it is.
It's probably an Aztec site in South America?
Not even close. This is Taman Sari in Yogyakarta, Indonesia. It's only 2.5 centuries old. Find different bathhouses for princesses and kings with a circular communal prayer room just beneath it. Whatever happened to doing everyday things in style? Any questions?
진짜요?
First, we have the sweet corn. We also have the melinjo leaf. We have to use young jackfruit, which is very good for you. It's regular peanuts, raw peanuts. The melinjo nuts. Then we have the other ingredients, which is the tamarin. We have the sugar, just regular sugar, white sugar will do. And the brown sugar, enhance the flavor. And chayote is really good, nice and crunchy. We have the long beans. This is crucial. And then we also have your basic long chili. We have the garlic, and we also have the shallots and the bay leaf. We have the shrimp paste, the shallots, enhance the flavored taste, the beef stock, and last, we have the salt. All right, let's get to it. So first off, we're gonna make the spice, which I'm gonna ulek, and then put it inside the soup. Again, we will get out the stone. All right, from here, take 3 of the long chili peppers, take out the stems, 2 garlic cloves, and also 4 shallots. In goes to the ulek. And start the mixing. With this, you want to get all the ingredients all mashed up. So you want to put all your arm into it, not your back, or else you'll hurt your back. So in Indonesia, there's a lot of people using this. It's like all the mothers, when they cook, this is what they use. So they don't use any blenders or a food processor. So we want to get this all nice and pasty so we can mix it up with the soup. It's not as spicy as the regular chili, so this is not as bad. It's just for the flavor. All right, smell that garlic and the chili. So once that is all done, so we will put it inside the soup. All right, all done. Put this in a plate. Now, you don't want to make too much or else your soup will be so spicy. All right, that looks really good. All right, guys, this is what it looks like. You don't want to be too hard or too soft, just like this. Put this to the side. And second, you take your string beans and cut them into small pieces. There you go. These are good for you. So in goes the string beans. Make sure your water's hot. Melinjo. The peanuts. The jackfruit. 2 bay leaves and the corn. So with this, let's stir it up. All right, so while we wait, make sure the heat is low. You don't want the heat to be too high or else you'll overcook all the vegetables. Next step, cut these into dices. Hold on. Make sure you get the seed out, or else that would taste very nasty. All right, so these you have to cut in little squares so they cook faster. All right, so once we're done, we put it inside along with the other ingredients. Again, you make sure that the fire that you're using is really low. We put the chili that we did earlier inside. And then you stir. Make sure you stir it evenly. So all the chilies and the garlic will go all around the soup. Next step, the tamarind. 1 spoon. Goes inside. The brown sugar. All right, next we have the beef stock, 1/2 spoon. The enhancer. And the shrimp paste. All right, so all these has to be evenly stirred. And then we wait till it's all done. All right, you can smell that chili and the brown sugar. It's making me hungry, man. I swear to God, this is really good. Let's wait that for a few minutes. Let's give it up 5 to 10 minutes. All right, so I can smell that aroma from here. Let's check it out. Wow, it's all done. Everything's all soft. The jackfruit, the corn, the long beans, and the peanuts. I can smell that aroma. So refreshing. All right, so last, we're gonna put the leaf. The winkle leaf. This will cook really fast. That's why I put it the last step. Give it a nice stir for a few seconds. All right, that is good. And give it a small taste. A little bit more salt, and then we are good. Give it another stir. Heat off. Ready to serve. All right, so the next step will be plating. Make sure you get your plates out, small little bowl. I'm gonna mix this up a little bit so the salt will blend in. All right. Look at that. Nice corn, peanuts, and a jackfruit. Jackfruit's my favorite. The corn takes a little bit longer. That is normal. And then voila, a little bit more soup. And we are finished. Sayur asam. Enjoy. Next step is we'll make you a nice beverage or a little dessert, all-time favorites. I'll be right back.
Banyuwangi, not only rich in art and cultural traditions, Banyuwangi also has a martial arts tradition. It's called Pencak Sumping, which is preserved from generation to generation. Why Sumping? It is said that in the past events like this, the only familiar snack was Sumping. So this Sumping is used as a treat for the guests who attend. Earth is our home. However, the Earth's condition is increasingly in crisis. Therefore, we as humans must be wise to make good use of waste, as was done by the couple doctors Dr. Adanta and Dr. Anita. Stay tuned for today's journey of Potential Lab.
For the Dayak Soloko tribe, nature is a source of life that must be protected and preserved. They believe that all living things on Earth are interrelated and depend on one another.
Alright guys, so next we'll be making for you a nice dessert. It's called dragon fruit melon with condensed milk. That's one of the Indonesians' favorite dish. It's very refreshing. It goes well with this sayur asam. Let's make it. So we take nice dragon fruit and the melon. All right, so we get the melon out. First, what you want to do is cut each side of the fruit. And then cut the middle. From here, you can easily peel off. You don't have to use any spoon or whatnot. All right, easy as that. That's fixed. Let me wash my hand really quick. All right, so once I'm done with that, make sure your knife is clean. And we're gonna cut it in cubes. Nice and sliced. All right, put that to the side. One more. All right, just a little bit more. So there are a few different types of dragon fruit. There's the white one and there's a pink one like this one. And they both taste the same. They're actually good for your health. Okay. So we're gonna put that on top of the ice. And spread them out. If it's too much, you can only use half of the fruit. There you go. I will be changing the board. All right. That's all clean. The next step is the melons. Now you want to make sure the melons is nice and it has that nice aroma to it. Not too soft, not too hard. Cut it in half. All right, that looks good. So we're only going to use just a little bit of this, the half, the one we put in the side. And I'm going to take the seed out because that's not what we want. Okay. Make sure your area is clean. Get the skin out. Next one. All right, that's done. And again, we're going to cut that in cubes. It smells really good. I can just eat it right now. So you can smell the aroma from the melon. So that means it's ready to go. You can eat it. And it's not sour or bad. Put these on top. And one more should do. All right. All right, so that should be good. Put that to the side. And lastly, the condensed milk. So make sure you put this not too much or else it'll become over sweet. All right, that looks really good. Ooh, one more should do. All right, that's good. And then well served. There you go. Enjoy.
Hi, I'm Devina Hermawan. I will tell you why you should taste gado-gado as one of the most iconic Indonesian cuisine. So, just like any other salad with dressing, the dressing itself takes the major part to make gado-gado really delicious. Here it is, rendang. So just put, this is the white pepper, shallots in, as well as the beef. This is our rendang. Now we can assemble them into a beautiful bowl of soto ayam Lamongan. A simple but special perkedel kentang. The flavor is really intense.
Indonesian Flavor with Chef Devina. Every Saturday, 5:30 p.m. Western Indonesia time.
That's all for today's edition. Indonesia has different culinary flavors and I will be back with another authentic menu. See you and goodbye.
So we're all done cooking the food for you. Now we have the sayur asam and also have the dragon fruit with melon and condensed milk. Now this dragon fruit right here has lots of sugar, balanced out with the sour soup. Now the sour soup has corn, it has string beans, it also has peanuts and so on. So it's very healthy and it's well balanced with this dessert. Let's try this out. All right, got the jack. All right, so we're gonna try the soup. It's well balanced. You can taste the tamarind and also have the brown sugar, salt, and the chili. That's really good. They also have this long string beans and the peanuts. Let's try those out. Oh man, this is really good. Yum. Let me try one more. Oh yeah, that's very refreshing. All right, so now you've seen it all, and I tasted the sayur asam and the dragon fruit. It's very delicious, and it goes well together. So I'm Tovan Ronaldi, and you're watching Tvri World. This is Spice Your Life. We'll see you again.
This is gender, one of the instruments of a gamelan that functions as a melody when gamelan is being played. This is called kendang. When we look at it, the shape is more into a percussion. This is called rebab, the only music instrument that shapes a two-stringed fiddle. At a glance, it resembles a violin, and how we play it is the same as we play the violin. The special region of Yogyakarta is popular for its diverse art and tradition, which is still well preserved as of this day. The existence of Sultan Ngayogyakarta Palace acts as the center of culture. Here, all forms of art and traditions becomes an unbearable chain. Of the many elements in art and culture, gamelan is one of the sacred heritage that the Yogyakarta Palace has. The meaning of sacred is the base or one of the foundations that support the preservation of art and culture. As one of a tourist attraction, the gamelan musical performance collaborated with other forms of arts such as wayang kulit and puntari performance becomes proof that gamelan plays a significant role.
Gamelan sebagai pusaka itu seperti juga pusaka-pusaka berbentuk yang lain di keraton, itu karena gamelan itu selain dari bentuknya tetapi juga dari riwayat dan sejarahnya itu memang punya andil besar dalam terbentuknya Keraton Yogyakarta. Sebagai contoh, Kanjeng Kiai Surak. Kanjeng Kiai Surak adalah gamelan yang dimiliki Sri Sultan Hamengkubuwono pertama ketika memenangkan peperangan. Jadi surak ini adalah surak kemenangan, sehingga pada gamelan itu tercermin kemenangan Keraton Yogyakarta untuk membangun peradaban baru. Termasuk juga gamelan Kanjeng Kiai Kancil Belik, karena di dalam cerita terciptanya gamelan Kanjeng Kiai Kancil Belik, memang pada waktu itu Pangeran Mangkubumi sedang berburu di hutan namanya hutan Gagaan, lalu ada beliau sedang berburu seekor kancil, lalu kancil itu yang terkena panah itu memasuki sebuah belik atau kolam kecil, maka kancil itu yang seharusnya mati tetapi dapat sembuh dan berlari. Maka Pangeran Mangkubumi pada waktu itu berpikiran bahwa kolam ini pasti akan mempunyai daya khasiat, dan ternyata di dalam kolam itu terdapat gamelan. Maka sampai beliau memenangkan peperangan dan membangun sebuah kerajaan, gamelan itu dijadikan sebagai pusaka di keraton dan dinamakan Kanjeng Kiai Kancil Belik.
As one of the traditional musical instruments, gamelan also has a long history that we all can learn from. Numerous sources say that at first, gamelan only comprised of 3 music instruments that was called as gamelan kodok ngorek. That gamelan too only has 3 basic melody. With the change of time, other music instruments were created by gamelan musicians based on the need to create a more harmonious sound. Today, a gamelan music performance would have a total of 15 music instruments, depending on its function. When it was first created, gamelan is a single music instrument. But with the change of time, gamelan now functions as a music background in dance or other art performances. At the Yogyakarta Palace, gamelan is played at many forms of art performance and certain rituals. Like this gamelan, named as Kyai Guntur Madu and Kyai Nogo Wilogo. Usually, these 2 gamelan will only be played at the Sekatan art performance.
Memang masyarakat awam mungkin tidak begitu memahami kenapa gamelan itu dianggap sakral, karena di keraton sendiri gamelan itu tidak bisa lepas dari kehidupan sehari-hari, kehidupan di keraton. Bahwa gamelan itu digunakan tidak hanya fungsi hiburan, tetapi untuk fungsi-fungsi upacara bahkan keagamaan. Jadi masyarakat perlu tahu bahwa gamelan itu bukan hanya untuk sarana hiburan semata, tetapi untuk juga sarana refleksi diri, sarana meditasi, dan juga untuk kepentingan agama.
Gamelan and the art of karawitan at the Yogyakarta Palace can become a reference on how the standard or pakem in playing melodies should be played by a number of gamelan musician communities. In order to play gamelan, there is a melody composition. Gamelan is a musical instrument that produces the pentatonic sound, or called pelok and slendro. The melody that gamelan produces, or the karawitan art, is called laras. As the gamelan itself comes from the word gamel, which means to hit, that refers to a specific musical instrument used to play gamelan instrument. As for the song or composition used in gamelan is called gending. Different to the process of song making in general, the song or gending in gamelan is created not only because it is dominated by a specific music player, or in gamelan is called wiyogo, but gending is produced based on the collaboration between a number of wiyogo. By so, this means gamelan is an instrument that connects one another. Here, no musician dominates the entire gamelan performance.
Belajar gamelan, belajar gending itu sesungguhnya belajar hidup. Artinya apa? Artinya di gamelan ini tidak ada satupun rincian yang diistimewakan. Semuanya sama rata. Jadi di sana itu sudah diajarkan saling menghargai, saling memberi, saling menerima. Hak asasi itu sudah diajarkan di dalam gamelan. Jadi demokrasi itu sudah diajarkan di gamelan. Jadi di dunia kerawitan itu disebut musik gotong royong. Artinya saling memberi, saling menerima, saling mengerti, dan lain sebagainya. Bahkan kalau ada instrumen yang salah misalnya, itu cepat-cepat instrumen yang lain itu harus menyelamatkan. Supaya apa? Satu kesatuan ini menjadi utuh. Salah sebenarnya kendang. Karena kurang satu gotro sudah ngegongke misalnya. Nah itu instrumen yang lain harus tanggap. Wah ini kudu diselamatkan kan begitu. Inilah yang saya sebut belajar hidup. Belajar menghargai orang lain itu kan juga sulit. Nah di sini itu selagi tidak menghargai instrumen satu dengan yang lain, semuanya akan kacau.
Gending or song is the name of a repertoire in a karawitan music performance. There are elements within the gending Jawa. In performing a song or gending, there is the term balungan, which means framework that acts as a reference in playing a melody. Bonang barong is one of the instruments that could somehow read balungan that bridge itself with other music instruments. Judging from its position, gamelan is divided into 3 rows. The first row is called rician ngajeng, then rician tengah, and the back row is called rician wingking. The rows are divided based on the sound that each instrument produces. Rician ngajeng, or the front row, comprise of instruments with high frequency, where it partially could showcase eye-catching set of instruments, and that fills the repertoire. Then, rician tengah comprise of music instruments with medium tone frequency, where it functions as the one that detects balungan in a gending performance. And lastly, rician wingking, or the back row, is filled with low-tone frequency instruments. Gongs are usually placed in the back row.
Ini mestinya gamelan itu perjalanannya cukup panjang ya. Yang saya tahu, gamelan itu di samping disajikan berdiri sendiri, artinya kelenengan yang tidak terikat atau kelenengan yang tidak sedang, atau penyajian gamelan yang tidak sedang mengiringi seni yang lain, itu disebut kelenengan. Kemudian dalam perkembangannya digunakan pula untuk iringan tari, untuk iringan pakliran atau wayang. Kelenengan sendiri itu ada kelenengan kelenengan yang besar, kemudian ada yang kelenengan yang hanya diambil separuh saja riciannya, itu sering disebut kelenengan gadon.
Meantime, when playing gending, rician or instrument is also divided into 3 parts. The part is based on the level of difficulty. The first is instrument of rician balungan that produces rhythm based on balungan or the song's frame. Secondly, rician garap is an instrument that usually improvises in songs, a task that is more difficult than other music instrument. Usually, the instrument is gender, rebab, and other instruments including sinden. Sinden is a vocal aspect that is usually entrusted to women as the singer. And lastly, the instrument or structural rician that is responsible to produce structure within a song. the sound when a number of gamelan instruments are made. The type of metal used as the main element in producing the instrument are copper, brass, and bronze. Bronze is known for its finest quality, but brass is the most favorable due to its cheaper price. The quality of the sound it makes is also as good as bronze. This is Legiono, one of the descendants of Mpu Gamelan, his father. He said at first he never thought that making gamelan would be his way of living. Legiono decided to focus in gamelan making since the 90s, and now gamelan becomes the source of income for him.
Saya mulai menekuni pembuatan gamelan ini dari orang tua, dari suwargi Pak Dalio. Jadi Pak Dalio itu mulai membuat gamelan mulai tahun 1958. Udah mulai membuat gamelan. Itu dulunya cuma dari drum, dari selongsong peluru, kata ayah saya, dari selongsong peluru itu kan selongsongnya itu dari Kuningan itu. Langsung dibelah dibuat alat musik gamelan itu dulu seperti itu. Produksi kerajinan gamelan Dahlia memang spesial di Kuningan Tempa, Mas. Jadi Kuningan Tempa itu modelnya nggak ada lasnya, tetap utuh seperti ini. Ini kan nggak ada sambungannya ini. Ini jarang yang buat seperti ini, Mas. Jadi sini spesialnya tetap membuat Kuningan Tempa. Dan kalau dari besi itu spesialnya membuat besi tapi dilipat, Mas, bukan dilas, dilipat. Jadi dalamnya itu ada pentolannya ini loh. Ini spesialnya kerajinan gamelan Dahlia seperti itu. Itu kalau seperti ini pengaruhnya suaranya lebih nyaring, Mas. Dari yang dilipat, dilas itu sama yang ditempa, nyaring yang ditempa, Mas. Ini kan prosesnya kalau ditempa itu lebih padat, lebih keras, jadi suaranya lebih nyaring yang ditempa. Gitu.
The first process in making gamelan with metal is the cutting of metal. This time, they choose to use brass. The cutting of metal is to decide what type of instrument that will be made. After the cutting process, metal is then heated in firewood. The fire mostly used oak as a type of wood has a more stable temperature when placed on fire. Once it cools off, the metal is then hammered. The heating process is to soften the metal. It requires special skills to hammer the metal because the first hammering will determine the shape and sound it makes. At the gamelan making workshop, Legiono has a distinctive way in making gamelan. Each set of gamelan has no attachment, as each gamelan is made entirely from one piece of metal. Although some customers would order gamelan that has attachment to it, Legiono said that there is no significant evidence between metal that is from attachments of some metals or from a single metal. But if we look at it, instrument made out of a single metal would look more fancy. From the price, there is also a difference. Gamelan with attached metals would sell much cheaper. This is because the process in attaching metals is much faster than of a single metal.
Kalau sini ya paling semua bagi pengrajin sini mudah, tapi yang paling sulit itu cara pembuatan dari kenong. Kenong kan lebih dalam, Mas. Proses nempanya itu kan lebih dalam. Jadi paling sulit itu yang kalau membuat kenong. Itu paling sulit. Kalau membuat kempul sama bonang aja lebih mudah. Kalau satu set itu kalau semua full tempa ya, Mas. Kalau semua full tempa seperti ini, satu set itu sampai 2,5 bulan, Mas. Mulai dari pembuatan gong, kempul, bonang, kenong, sama genderan itu sampai 2,5 bulan. Kalau melaras itu seandainya ini udah jadi, ini kan harus ditempa lagi untuk nyari nada. Umpamanya ini nada 2 ya, atau nada 3. Ini.
The burning process would need 2 times of heating, which then followed by the hammering until the metal shapes into an instrument. After the shape is set, then comes the next process, which is the sanding of the metal's surface. After sanding, Logiono would tune the sound in each gamelan instrument. He has mastered the art of tuning the instrument. When he hears something's off, the metal would undergo another hammering process, and such process repeats until he finds the right tune.
Ini bacanya pakai kata Jawa. Ji, ro, lu, mo, nem.
Creating taste or sense. That is something that Pardiman Joyonegoro holds to. He always teaches his students to prioritize in the feel when playing gamelan, because he believes that with such taste or feel, we could create anything perfectly. Maybe Pardiman is one of the Karawitan artists that has succeeded in introducing the love of gamelan to children. He believes the importance of not forcing the young generation to play gamelan, but instead introduce them to gamelan in a more fun approach. Such belief is not understood by many, but he can prove by the many children interested to learn to play gamelan. The afternoon class by Omah Cangkem community that he owns is never empty with children learning gamelan. The joy of children as they attend class becomes a booster for him to share his knowledge of gamelan to many.
Mereka lebih berbahagia mereka. Jadi lebih bisa menikmati dunianya, dunia anak-anak itu. Kemudian mereka ternyata bisa mengontrol emosional. Artinya kecerdasan emosional sudah terbangun dulu. Karena salah satu bermain gamelan kan ini ada manajemen kerawitan itu mulat namanya. Jadi mulat itu melihat diri sendiri, kemudian untuk kepentingan orang lain. Itu namanya mulat. Jadi misalnya si kenong nabuhnya sekian, berarti saya nabuhnya harus sekian gitu. Jadi ada manajemen mulat itu. Dan ini saya kira itu menjadi manajemen bergaul juga. Artinya kita bisa adaptasi dimanapun akhirnya nanti gitu. Oh kalau di sini sesuatu ini nggak cocok ya berarti saya tidak melakukan dan sebagainya. Gamelan itu hidup bagi saya, kehidupan saya gitu. Karena gamelan itu kalau basa kramane gongso. Gongso itu garane gesang sak nyoto. Jadi gamelan itu sebenarnya inspirasi hidup bagi saya. Bagaimana kita belajar ngendang. Ngendang itu belajar mengendalikan diri sendiri untuk bisa mengendalikan orang lain, untuk bisa memahami orang lain gitu. Bonang itu belajar jadi pemimpin madya, orang-orang pemimpin nomor 1, tapi pemimpin di sebuah komunitas. Saron itu seru ning ora keseron. Jadi seru tapi aja terlalu seru. Peking ini penerai dicangking dan sebagainya. Nah itu kita sudah saya rumuskan itu dalam buku saya yang berjudul Nabuh Rasa.
His life journey in learning gamelan has made him realize that gamelan has huge effect in one's life and for one to build the sense of peace. The melody from gamelan is the genius artwork of Indonesia. Pardiman has also produced a number of gending or songs that is easy for children to sing and remember. Meantime, in each of his classes, Pardiman applies 5 methods, which are Srawung, Tepung, Dunung, Preso, and Reko-reko.
Kalau yang saya lakukan selama ini, sing belajar saya. Artinya saya harus, karena gamelan ini kan sesuatu yang banyak hal positifnya. Artinya ini harus kita sampaikan melalui cara apapun gitu. Kayak yang kita lakukan ya kita mencoba untuk selalu merubah gendingnya. Struktur gendingnya kita rubah, cara bermainnya kita rubah. Kemudian juga cara penyikapannya juga kita rubah juga. Tanpa menghilangkan esensinya gitu. Esensinya dari gamelan itu kan sebenarnya belajar menata rasa, belajar memanage rasa, belajar bertingkang rasa gitu. Nah itu kuncinya di situ. Kalau di situ udah kepegang, apapun kemasannya ya itu akan tergantung dengan situasi dan kondisi gitu. Ya. Kemudian tantangan saya adalah selalu belajar pada anak-anak. Jadi sing sinau saya. Sebabnya apa? Masing-masing anak itu karakternya berbeda. Jadi anak ini dikasih ini nggak bisa, harus dikasih ini nggak bisa, harus dikasih ini. Intinya satu, anak-anak harus suka. Harus suka, mereka harus cara komunikasinya gimana ini yang sinau gurunya itu. Nah kemudian yang kita coba seperti misalnya mempermudah hafalan, mempermudah durasi, mempermudah putaran lagunya itu kan kalau panjang-panjang kan sulit anak-anak ya coba kita pendekkan lagi. Kemudian anak harus merasa gembira, yang penting itu harus merasa gembira. Jadi saya lebih mengutamakan bukan mengajarkan repertoar, tapi saya mengajarkan teknik. Kalau saya mengajarkan repertoar, misalnya pangkur gitu, ya pangkur sudah kriterianya kayak gini. Tetapi bahwa saya mengajarkan teknik memukul salah satu yang ada di pangkur. Misalnya ada imbal, misalnya ada gembyang, gembyung, kendangan, batangan, dan lain. Itu di semua gending ada. Jadi kita potong-potong seperti itu. Kita penyikapannya kaya sotber.
For someone who have mastered the art of karawitan or gamelan, it is a traditional music from Java that have great philosophical meaning. In it involves a rich and unique musical playing technique. The gamelan sound also interprets the beauty of ancestral heritage and a life inspiration that would never be forgotten. The existence of gamelan community is like the root of a strong foundation that holds the country's authentic identity. Through his community, Pardiman hoped he could be able to pass the torch to the future generation as a way to preserve the art of gamelan music. Gamelan is not only a musical tool, but its function and existence becomes a symbol of the country's past history and also the future, where it should be well preserved.
Yogyakarta has become special because of its historical role in Indonesia in 1950. Since then, Yogyakarta has become a special place in the history of the Republic of Indonesia. The privilege of Yogyakarta can be felt in everyday life, especially in the palace environment with Abdi Dalam, the faithful caretakers of the royal households, who until now still faithfully maintain the authority of Javanese cultural values. Being behind the palace walls, we can immediately feel the atmosphere of human life in the realm of the noble Javanese cultural traditions. The essence of the values of loyalty, honesty, sincerity, and innocence radiates in the mindset and behavior of the Abdi Dalam, who from generation to generation have been so loyal to the palace and their king. The Yogyakarta Palace exudes an aura of cultural customs and manners. One of the cultural traditions attached to the palace and preserved to this day is the celebration of Sekaten, which is preceded by the crowds of the night market. The Sekaten celebration is held once a year, marking the anniversary of the birth of the Prophet Muhammad, which falls on the month of Maulid in the Javanese calendar. Let's follow the life of one of the Abdi Dalam as a living monument of the rare behavior of the Javanese people. This old man was named Sriyono. Then, the palace added the title Mangku in front of his name. He seemed to have received a blessing with his new name, Mangku Sriyono. In his youth, Mangku was a farmer working in the fields. Mangku lives a simple life with his wife, Jasima, and their child who is a religious teacher or Ustad in the village of Ponggok Dua Trimulyo, Jetis, Bantul, special region of Yogyakarta. In his old age, he now devotes his time to worship and serve the palace. Once every 10 days, he is present to carry out duties at the palace, or commonly known as chaos. And Mangku never counted how long he served. His memory of the past is still good. He remembers the early days of his service. Although he did not mention the year, he remembered very well when the 8th Sri Sultan Hamengkubuwono died.
had already served in the palace. It was 1939, which means he is now over 80 years old. Today is a good day for Mangku. After the dawn prayer, Mangku prepared all the equipment for the Chow's procession. Starting from the Peranakan clothes he usually wore and others. This ontel bicycle has been accompanying Mangku for more than half a century. This reflects his love for work as well as proof of his loyal devotion. As usual, the keris is the last item to complete Mangku's appearance. This morning, Mangku went to the palace through villages that are still beautiful. The residents are friendly, harmonious, and have a strong mutual cooperation spirit. The distance from Mangku's house to the palace is about 10 kilometers, usually 1 hour by bicycle. That's quite a distance for a courtier of Mangku's age. Truly extraordinary. This is the Yogyakarta Palace. It covers an area about 14,000 square meters and the building stretches from north to south. The front landscape is a field called Alun-Alun Lor, or North Square, and the rear landscape is Alun-Alun Kidul, or South Square. If we draw a straight line from the palace to the north, it is the Yogyakarta Monument. Meanwhile, if we draw a straight line towards the south, it is the Panggung Krapyak. This straight line contains its own philosophical meaning. The Yogyakarta Palace is still faithful to maintaining the values of Javanese cultural traditions to this day. Every Friday, tourists are treated to the Java Mocopat song in the Sri Manganti ward. Although some of them do not understand the lyrics, they can feel the beauty of the rhythm with their hearts. On average, the Abdi Dalam of Yogyakarta Palace are old. In fact, their age can be the same as the age of the gamelan they care for. This is sincere, selfless devotion. This is a kedaton, a building in the center of the palace, which is surrounded by sand and kecik sapodilla trees planted around it. This atmosphere makes those who come here feel cool and catch a magical aura. This is where Mangku works. He guards one of the regols, namely the Gapuro Regol, which is right in front of the palace's central building. Mangku is one of about 3,000 Abdi Dalam who work behind the palace walls. He is so faithful in maintaining tradition. so faithful in caring for the heritage of cultural values, and so faithful in preserving the existence of the palace as the center of Javanese cultural values. These are the Abdi Dalam who are on duty every day at the same time. From time to time, since decades ago, it was them who brought toyok lemo drinks, or cold water, tea, coffee, and hot water for the king. Another task of the courtiers is to prepare offerings with all their manifestations in several predetermined places in the palace complex. Since Yogyakarta was allocated special funds in 2013, Abdi Dalam has received additional salary appreciation from the state. For Abdi Dalam, getting an additional salary other than a gift or salary from the Yogyakarta Palace is a blessing, even though the salary is not everything for them. Mangku is not the only figure of Abdi Dalam Palace who is simple and unique. In the past, we have heard of the figure of Abdi Dalam who is innocent and humble, like the late Mbah Barijan, the caretaker of Mount Merapi. The times have changed the mindset and lifestyle. This made Suyat, or Suyatiman Jarmo Wocoro, Abdi Dalam, feel concerned. Mas Suyat, who is currently 60 years old, has been an Abdi Dalam since 1975. He is concerned about the low interest of young people to become Abdi Dalam. Suyat then introduced Rizky Kunchoromani, his grandson, to the life of the court Abdi Dalam. Like many other Abdi Dalam, Suyat cycled through the city of Yogyakarta to get to the palace. At certain times, Suyat invites Rizky to work with him and dress him in the same clothes as the Abdi Dalam. Often, Lil Rizky becomes a spectacle for the tourists visiting the Yogyakarta Palace. From time to time, thousands of Abdi Dalam have become living monuments to the changing times. Loyalty, honesty, sincerity, and innocence, which are now rare in our lives, can actually be a wise mirror for modern life today. We realize that big changes will always crush our cultural heritage. As long as the palace is still standing and faithfully caring for the values of cultural traditions, then for that long too, we, who live today, can still visit the past. However, we live in today and tomorrow, where the modernity of age based on science and technology is also an important part of our civilization.
set against the backdrop of the tropical splendor atop the largest archipelago in the world. Vast expanses of green, surrounded by peace and tranquility. The ideal place for that perfect golf swing. Boasting some of the finest golf courses in Asia Pacific, designed by golf's legends and top-level architects. Supported by attractive and professional caddies, ensuring the best possible assistance in every game. A multitude of splendid luxury resorts for a delightful golf getaway. Just a swing away from extravagant shopping opportunities. Providing the latest golfing equipment. Catering to the needs of today's golf enthusiasts. Landscapes and various cultural attractions. Creating the perfect setting for a contemplative golfing experience. However, it is the friendly smile and genuine hospitality of the people that will make the rounds of golf more enjoyable. More than a game, it is the ultimate golf destination. Golf at its best. Wonderful Indonesia.
Fresh food. Fresh from the ocean. Cleaned and baked instantly. And served straight to your table. Inspired by its astounding nature and culture. Ready to be explored in a mouth-watering journey. Step out of your comfort zone. Experience the delightful taste of Indonesia. Enjoy familiar dishes in not-so-familiar environments. From healthy breakfasts, exotic fruit juice, to traditional brunch, lunch at the sea. Many do, where eating affair goes from day to late at night. Nice surprises. The common corn, so common fried duck, all presented in style. Exploring street food, a great way to get together for a fun time. An Indonesian favorite pastime with an endless array of local cuisine. Some spicy, others savory. Mixed and matched to the preferences of each and every patron. Of course, Indonesia has also its own brand of fine dining. Origins are obvious, but it is the adaptation, the blending of international and local cultures that keep gourmets coming back for more. Simply serving the best of two worlds. And for the more adventurous, Indonesia is the real deal. Authentic, exotic culinary experiences, original recipes and traditional fairs, prepared with much love and passion. Fusing culinary customs and ingredients. Street food is the ultimate experience. The mouth-watering journey that lifts the spirit and broadens the mind. Always with the typical friendliness of Indonesian people. Food from the heart and for the heart. Wonderful Indonesia.
Mystical Flores. Life in unison with enchanting nature. Sustaining heritage. Preserving the craft, a way of life. Hospitality is a fundamental custom. Tradition maintained through celebrations. Captivating ritual. Vibrant culture. Solemn acts of devotion. Humble offering to the Mother Earth. Travel back in time to meet history of the nation's founding father. View the spectacular crater lakes of Kelimutu. A precious experience. A magnificent sight to behold. Encounter a new world. Lively, amusing, whimsical, warm-hearted, an enchanting universe generously welcomes you to an experience of a lifetime. Gentle people of Flores. Wonderful Indonesia. The wonder of voyaging through the beautiful tropics of Indonesia. Spectacular seascapes along the journey. Experiences that are cherished for a lifetime. Sailing across the largest archipelago in the world, like the early explorers. A leisure expedition that gives a new meaning to the word leisure. Be the first to take advantage of the development of cruise tourism throughout the region. See Indonesia beyond the ship's deck. Join the festivities. Feel the rhythm. Dance to the music that is exotic, yet at the same time so engaging. The locals' friendliness quickly catches you. And they are willing to share their home, embracing visitors with all their heart. Numerous attractions to enjoy, making the journey more delightful, even if you only have a few moments to stay in one spot. Exotic coastal cultures inspired by the sea. A showcase of Indonesia's diversity. The beautiful tropic rainforest. Many are celebrated by UNESCO as important parts of our world's biodiversity. Make a stop at one of the local artisan villages. You are bound to find a wide selection of impressive, detailed, traditional handcrafts. An unforgettable journey that creates memories for a lifetime. Bon voyage. You are always welcome in wonderful Indonesia.
Grand Mass with Supreme Leader of Catholic Church Pope Francis will be held this evening at Gelora Bung Karno, Jakarta. Families brace for end of temporary pause in hostilities in central Gaza on final day of the first stage of polio vaccination campaign. Late 70s and 80s relics from Lower Manhattan amass a rare auction by Gurneys in New York. Hello and welcome to Tvri World's News Watch. I'm Sesko Satrio. In the next half an hour, we'll bring you the latest information from home and around the world. And let's start the news in details. Today, Pope Francis attended a meeting with interfaith leaders at Istiqlal Mosque, Jakarta. The dialogue held at Istiqlal Mosque is a powerful symbol of religious harmony, as Istiqlal is not only the largest mosque in Southeast Asia, but also located just across Jakarta's cathedral. Tvri World reporter Shafira Junior has more.
Reporting from Istiqlal Mosque, Jakarta, on the visit of Pope Francis to Jakarta, and on Wednesday, Pope Francis paid an honorary visit to Indonesia's President Joko Widodo at Merdeka Palace. The Pope also met government officials, civil society, and diplomatic representatives at the palace. President Joko Widodo said the arrival of the visit of Pope Francis had been planned several years ago, but was postponed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And on Thursday, Pope Francis attended a meeting with interfaith leaders at Istiqlal Mosque, Jakarta, around 9 a.m. Jakarta time. The dialogue takes place inside the mosque, a powerful symbol of religious harmony, as Istiqlal is not only the largest mosque in Southeast Asia, but also located just across Jakarta's cathedral. And this close proximity has always been a reflection of how Indonesia embraces religious diversity. After the dialogue, Pope continues his visit with a series of meetings throughout the day. Pope meets with beneficiaries of charitable organizations at the office of Indonesian's Bishops' Conference around 10:15 a.m. Jakarta time. And in the evening around 5 p.m., the Pope led a Holy Mass or Eucharistic celebration at Gelora Bung Karno Stadium or GBK. The event was expected to be attended by up to 90,000 Catholics. Pope Francis is the third Pope to visit Indonesia, following Pope Paul VI in 1970 and Pope John Paul II in 1989. President Joko Widodo said the Pope's visit is a great momentum as Indonesia and the Vatican share the same commitment at fostering peace and brotherhood, as well as ensuring well-being of humanity. That's what we have for now from Istiqlal Mosque. Safira Junior with camera person Iqbal reporting for TVRI World.
And still about the Pope's visit to Indonesia, Grand Mass with the Supreme Leader of Catholic Church worldwide and Head of State of the Vatican, Pope Francis, will be held this evening at Gelora Bung Karno, Jakarta. This Mass is scheduled to last for 1.5 hours, starting from 5 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Western Indonesia time, and is expected to be attended by around 86,000 Catholics from all over Indonesia. Two major stadiums in the Gelora Bung Karno area will be used to accommodate the thousands of attendees who want to participate in the Grand Mass, namely the Gelora Bung Karno Main Stadium and the Gelora Bung Karno Madia Stadium. Preparations for this event have been carefully arranged by the committee, including coordination with various diocesan institutions throughout Indonesia. Indonesia is the 66th country visited by Pope Francis since he became the leader of the Catholic Church in 2013. Up next is the list of the Pope's schedule in his apostolic visit in Indonesia. Let's have a look. National Police Traffic Unit shifted traffic surrounding Bung Karno Sports Complex area in Senayan, Jakarta to prevent traffic congestion during a Holy Mass with Pope Francis at the Bung Karno Sports Complex Stadium on Thursday. The police suggests motorists to avoid the area as there will be at least 87,000 people attending the Mass. Pope Francis, the highest leader of the Roman Catholic Church, is now in his apostolic journey in Indonesia and Southeast Asia from September the 3rd to the 6th. Yesterday, he held a meeting with bishops, priests, deacons, and catechists, as well as scholars currents at the Church of Our Lady of the Assumption.
I'm standing in front of the Church of Our Lady of Assumption, or Jakarta Cathedral, in which on Wednesday, September the 4th, 2024, Pope Francis has continued his apostolic journey to Indonesia. And on this particular day, the Pope arrived at 4:36 p.m. in the evening. He was welcomed by numerous people who are already standing around Jakarta, and there were about thousands of Catholics as well as people of the faith who excitedly welcomed him to the cathedral. As he walked in, there were also several children playing the traditional Indonesian instrument or angklung with Indonesian songs such as Rayuan Pulau Kelapa, Kicir Kicir, as well as the Catholic song Salam Maria. The Pope seemed enthusiastic to greet all of the children as he wanted to walk through and also shake the hands of everyone who performed, including the conductors, the media, and expressed his joy and enthusiasm to be at the Jakarta Cathedral. During his visit in the cathedral, there were about 1,300 people in attendance. This included bishops, cardinals, nuns, priests, as well as catechists. The Pope also gave a speech, or the speech by the Holy Father, at the Jakarta Cathedral. And after his visit to the cathedral, he will go to Graha Pemuda to visit the Scholas Occurrentes, a non-profit organization that was established by him in 2001 when he was still in Buenos Aires. It is an organization that focuses on expanding cultural and interfaith dialogue, as well as giving opportunities for people of all faiths and all backgrounds to have proper and advanced education in technology, sports, and arts. And after the visit today to Jakarta Cathedral, as well as the Graha Pemuda, the Pope will go back and resort to the Vatican Embassy in Jakarta. He will continue his apostolic journey tomorrow, going to Istiqlal Mosque, as well as the Tunnel of Friendship,
and then leading a mass with 80,000 Catholics around Indonesia and the world at GBK or Gelora Bung Karno. That is it for my report. I'm Audrey Toyo and Iqbal Ramadan reporting for TVI World.
And now let's move on to other news from the world. Hamas is yet to receive any new official proposal regarding a ceasefire for hostages deal, said senior Hamas official.
Senior Hamas official and member of Hamas political bureau, Izzat al-Rishek, said Hamas has not yet received a new Gaza ceasefire proposal. Izzat al-Rishek also commented on the death of 6 hostages whose bodies were recovered by Israeli troops over the weekend, saying that Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu bears full responsibility for their killing. The statement comes on the same day that the UN Security Council is set to discuss the hostages being held by Hamas in Gaza. Hamas, which wants an agreement to end the war and see Israeli forces out of all of the Gaza Strip, says such a condition, among some others, would prevent a deal. Netanyahu says war can only end when Hamas is eradicated. The United States and its allies have been pushing hard to negotiate a ceasefire for hostages deal, to bring at least a temporary stop to the Gaza conflict in exchange for the release of sick, elderly, and wounded hostages.
Families in Deir al-Balah said they are bracing for the end of the temporary pause in hostilities in central Gaza on the final day of the first stage of a polio vaccination campaign to help stem the risk of its spread across the war-torn territory.
Parents say they were relieved to get a brief pause in fighting, but urged for a permanent ceasefire to help save the lives of Gaza's children from deadly aerial bombardments. The main United Nations agency for Palestinians, UNRWA, said it was making good progress in rolling out the polio vaccine, but called for a permanent ceasefire in the 11-month war to ease humanitarian suffering. UNRWA said that 3 days into the campaign in areas of central Gaza, around 187,000 children have received the vaccine. The campaign will move to other areas of the enclave in the second stage.
Still on the matter, World Health Organization chief said that they are preparing the logistics, cold chains, teams, and communications to begin vaccination in southern Gaza.
Addressing the press on Wednesday, Dr. Tedros said that on Sunday, WHO and their partners began a polio vaccination campaign in Gaza. Over the first 3 days, they vaccinated more than 187,000 children up to 10 years old in central Gaza. Families have been eager to participate, telling their vaccination teams about children nearby who also should be vaccinated. He also reported that the WHO has published new data on cholera for 2023, showing an increase in both cases and deaths. The number of reported deaths from cholera last year increased by 71% compared with 2022, and the number of cases increased by 13%. He added, so far this year, more than 342,000 cases and 2,400 deaths have been reported to the WHO from all regions. WHO chief also said on Wednesday, who is publishing a new framework to guide their member states in the studies that need to be performed to understand the origins of pathogens with epidemic and pandemic potential. He highlighted understanding when, where, how, and why outbreaks, epidemics, and pandemics starts is extremely challenging. But it is both a scientific imperative to prevent future outbreaks and a moral imperative for the sake of those who lose their lives to them.
Meanwhile, the Democratic Republic of Congo expects to receive its first delivery of Mpox vaccine doses, the head of the World Health Organization said.
Is
Congo is the epicenter of an Mpox outbreak that the WHO declared to be a global public health emergency last month. But efforts to curb the spread of the disease have been hampered by a lack of vaccines. WHO Director General Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus said the first batch of vaccines should arrive, and the DRC government is planning to start the distribution during the weekend. The vaccine doses' arrival would help to address a huge inequity that left African countries with no access to the 2 shots used in a 2022 global Mpox outbreak, while they were widely available in Europe and the United States. The WHO's acting director of epidemic and pandemic prevention, Maria van Kerkhoff, said the agency has seen a rapid escalation in the DRC and that there were concerns that the transmission in neighboring Burundi is higher than what has been reported so far.
We'll be right back after the short break, so stay with us.
Banyuwangi, not only rich in art and cultural traditions, Banyuwangi also has a martial arts tradition. It's called Pencak Sumping, which is preserved from generation to generation. Why Sumping? It is said that in the past events like this, the only familiar snack was Sumping. So this Sumping is used as a treat for the guests who attend.
Thank you. You're still with us. I'm Sesko Satrio, and now let's continue Newswatch. Braving the constant threat of airstrikes and bombing, 15-year-old Yusuf Saad, a Gazan oud player, rides his bicycle through the war-ravaged streets of northern Gaza's Jabalia refugee camp, his instrument strapped to his back.
Saad sings for children who have endured daily horrors in 11 months of conflict, trying to offer them a little joy or distraction. Saad was studying at the Edward Said National Conservatory Music in nearby Gaza City before it was reduced to ruins in the war that has devastated much of the enclave. Now, living with relatives after his own home was destroyed, he is one of 5 siblings whose futures have been upended. His father, a government employee with the Palestinian Authority, always supported Saad's dream of becoming a musician. But now, Saad's focus has shifted. He spends his days at Jabalia Day Center playing his oud and singing for children traumatized by war.
Late 1970s and 80s relics from Lower Manhattan have been amazed for a rare auction by Gurneys in New York. Among the lots are 3 Jean-Michel Basquiat's paintings from Patty Astor's New York City Art Gallery.
The sale will also include offerings from the legendary Chelsea Hotel, a cornerstone of downtown Manhattan's cultural scene, where artists including Bob Dylan and Jackson Pollock once called home. The auction house will sell 12 stained glass windows and the original neon letters from the hotel sign. The single letters are estimated at $10,000 per letter, and the name Chelsea's incompleteness is expected to fetch roughly $15,000 or higher.
I'm standing next to one of 3 paintings by Jean-Michel Basquiat that are in the auction. Each one of them was the artist's portrait of a good friend. 2 of the paintings were done of Andy Warhol, this being one of them. The other one was of Keith Haring. Basquiat's work brings considerable amounts, so it's not unlikely that this could fetch more than $1 million.
The auction will be available online via liveauctioneers.com and invaluable.com, where a live preview exhibition will be open to the public at the Chelsea on September 22nd and 23rd.
Another exciting news, the Egypt International Air Show kicked off with the attendance of the country's president, Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, and other state officials.
The air show, held in the country's north coast town of Al Alamein, aims at fostering digitization in the sectors of civil and military aviation in the MENA region and Africa. It runs from September the 3rd to the 6th at Al Alamein International Airport.
Hong Kong's twin panda cubs have made significant progress, doubling in weight and showing clearer markings just 2 weeks after their birth.
Recent image and videos reveal the cubs have grown noticeably, with their black and white markings becoming more distinct. As of last Saturday, the female cub weighed 328 grams and her brother is at 278 grams, almost double their weight from the previous week. Ocean Park's footage shows their mother, Yin Ying, engaging with the cubs through cuddling, feeding, and grooming. The park's animal care team ensures both cubs receive equal care. Born on August 15, the cubs have made Ying Ying the oldest panda to give birth. A day before her 90th birthday, they were gifted to Hong Kong by Beijing in 2007 and successfully mated in March 2024. Ocean Park hopes to introduce the twin pandas to the public by February 2025, once they are 6 months old.
And now news for you sport enthusiasts in our sport highlights. First sport news, the Paralympic Games continue on with gold awarded to athletes from Iran, America, and Ukraine. More on these stories coming up.
Iran's Saeed Afrouz set a world record as he won the men's javelin F43 at the Paris 2024 Paralympics. Afrouz hurled the javelin 41.16 meters to break his own world record that he set in the French capital just over a year ago. Colombia's Mauricio Valencia was second, with his compatriot Diego Fernando Meneses Medina rounding out the podium. And U.S. paraswimmer Jessica Long made history as one of the most decorated athletes of all time when she won her 17th Paralympic gold and 30th overall medal in the S8 women's 400 meters freestyle final at LA Defense Arena. For Ukraine, Yaroslav Denisenko won the first gold of the night with victory in the men's S12 100-meter freestyle. He was joined on the podium by compatriot Maxim Varaksa, who took silver. Denisenko would go on to earn another gold medal with teammates Marina Pidubna, Oleksiy Virchenko, and Anna Stetsenko in the last race of the evening. The mixed 49 points, 4 x 100 freestyle relay. Andriy Trusov also took gold in the men's S7 100-meter freestyle with a world record time of 26.38 seconds, while Stetsenko added a silver in the women's S12 100-meter freestyle.
Unseeded Czech Karolina Muchova, in only her 6th tournament back after suffering a wrist injury at the 2023 US Open, beat Brazil's Beatriz Haddad Maia 6-1, 6-4 to reach the New York semifinal for a second consecutive year.
Muhova, who returned to action in June, needed medical treatment on multiple occasions during the second set, but held on to dispatch the Brazilian 22nd seed in 85 minutes. Muhova, who has not dropped a set at the year's final Grand Slam, will next face either top seed Iga Swiatek or American 6th seed Jessica Pegula for a place in the final. In the men's draw, Britain's Jack Draper beat 10th seed Alex de Minaur 6-3, 7-5, and 6-2 to reach his first Grand Slam semi.
Sao Paulo's Arena Corinthians Stadium was preparing to host the first NFL game in South America. Drone shots showed workers making final preparations for Friday's Football American game between the Philadelphia Eagles and Green Bay Packers.
Sao Paulo has tightened security ahead of the NFL game after players voiced concerns about traveling to Latin America's largest country, the Brazilian state said on Wednesday. Eagles players have questioned security in the city, the largest in the southern hemisphere. Sao Paulo state government said it would delegate specialized civil and military police battalions to reinforce security during the game and place police officers on streets, trains, subway stations, hotels, and tourist attractions. The game is the first Week 1 game held on Friday evening since 1970.
And that news wraps up today's edition of Newswatch. I'm Sesko Satrio. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
There is an immense beauty here. The underwater beauty is so great. The beauty is as if it holds my hands to stay. The uniqueness of Bajo people and its culture has strongly embraced me. A warm hug that I could not step away from it, even just for an inch. It's like a fairy tale where all my dreams look so real. The underwater beauty of Wakatobi is a crown jewel. It's so immensely invaluable. The voice of nature is whispering through my ears about the beauty of Wakatobi. Oftentimes, beauty cannot always be put into words. It needs time for me to figure how to put things in words, and I choose to keep it to myself in silence. The beautiful sound of nature that makes me just want to follow the sound to as far as it would go. Just like the dawn that brings color and warmth, the perfect world, as perfect as one of God's beautiful creation, here in Wakatobi. Maybe not many knew that the name Wakatobi came from the names of a line of islands of Wangi-Wangi, Kalidupa, Tomia, and Binongko Island. Geographically, Wakatobi is a regency under the Southeast Sulawesi administration. In the early years, this area here was under the control of Buton Island Kingdom. The fresh morning breeze takes me to a unique kampung or village of the Bajo tribe, at the Sampela village to be exact, or which is known today as Samabahari. Here, I was greeted by a friend of mine, Nabila. Nabila is a true descendant of the Bajo tribe. The tribe is full of unique stories and facts that not many people would know. One of which is the skill to dive as deep as 30 meters without the help of any breathing tools. "90% of its people here work as fishermen, and the rest as employees of the village office. Most of the Bajo people prefer to live on the sea, but some also choose to go to land and seek another way of living." Today, Nabila takes me to visit the village of the Bajo tribe on board a small boat. This boat is the people's only means of transportation. Here, I am trying to pay attention to the home structure of the Bajo tribe, where it has never changed for generations. The wood house structure is supported with second-class quality wood that the people believes would be strong enough to prevent wood becoming porous due to seawater. Just like the typical house, the home of the Bajo people is also designed with a number of chambers, such as the guest room, kitchen, and bathrooms. But most of homes here are not designed with bedrooms, as they would sleep in the living room. The lives of the Bajo children cannot be separated from activities involving the sea, where they would swim near the dock. They are not accustomed to gadgets or any form of toys, as nature becomes their place to play and explore.
Ya, mau mengundang rumah mandi itu ada niat bagi orang tua, niat orang tuana atau tua. Memilih lokasi bebas jadi umum, bisa minat lokasi sehe.
As a tribe that depends on the sea, there are many sea activities followed by rituals, asking for God's safety. Today I'm lucky enough as I would be witnessing the Maduai Arak ritual, or the release of Arak water to the sea. Before being released to the sea, the arak is being blessed by the elderlies. The ritual is usually performed in the mornings and evenings. People of Bajo believes that sea is one of nature's wealth, and it would be appropriate to pay respect to the sea, as people's lives depends on the ocean. I was told that the people of Bajo are known for their skills to dive deep into the ocean. Lauda is one of them. Born in 1973, he works by catching fish using a spear deep inside the ocean. He mastered the skill from his father. At first, little Lauda would tag along fishermen, placing fish nets to sea, until his father taught him to dive deep into the ocean by using the so-called Bajo breathing technique. The technique is that he needs to dive deep into the ocean and walk along the corals. He said not many young generation of the Bajo tribe have that kind of skills.
Aku mendahulu sa bantuan alat, sa napas, dipakai kuku, karena paru-paru ku basah. Boleh ku tarik napas. Masih hilang kau napasku. Ya biasa dua bangi aku puri ka di laut dan ngilang ke kada kesaluh nama aku puri di laut. Ya saya dulu masih umur 15 tahun, masih saya sudah belajar sama orang tua saya dulu. Sampai sekarang saya sudah dewasa.
Today, Nabila is taking me to see Lauda at the dock. My guess was right. Lauda just came back from the sea and was able to catch a huge fish. Without thinking twice, I'm going to buy the fish. The fish that Lauda caught will be cooked with one of Sulawesi's recipe called parende. Parende is a fish curry. It's really delicious when it's served hot. There's also sambal that goes along perfectly with it. Bajo tribe lives in an area that was once colonized by the Dutch. Until this day, the tribe prefers to stay on top of the sea, as they say the Bajo are people of the sea. The sound of gambus music is a perfect way to end the evening. Visiting the island of Wakatobi doesn't feel complete if we don't enjoy the beauty hidden under the ocean, as it is here dubbed as one of the best diving sites in Indonesia. Not only known for its rich sea creatures, the coral reefs is also one of the best features here. Today, I met with one of the diving community, and we will be diving at Tomia Island, at the Roma and Alarif site, to be exact. The island of Wakatobi was declared as a national park in August 19, 2002.
And then black snapper, lot of fish, and another fish, small fish, like striker fish, parrot fish, and bobcat also. And then eagle race always come to us.
Okay. Let's
Okay.
Okay.
The Wakatobi National Park consists of 25 coral reefs spanning 600 kilometers. Here, there are 112 types of corals. There is also 93 types of decorative fish and a couple of species of turtles. The Wakatobi seawater had a diverse species of coral reefs, which is about 90% of the total world's coral reef. Maybe that is why this place becomes a favorite spot for world divers. Roma is a perfect spot for new beginner divers, as it is only 5 to 10 meters deep. Underwater, we can see reefs, a magnificent underwater scenery. Different to Roma, Ali Reef is more for the advanced divers, as we can find schooling of jackfish. You can also find mantis shrimp, leaf fish, octopus, and sometimes black-tipped sharks. Diver community says that it would be incomplete if you visit Wakatobi, but not visit Ali Reef. Colorful hard and soft corals becomes a wonderful sight for sore eyes, a beautiful, endless underwater view. The island has 118,000 hectares of coral reefs, and at Kaledupa Island, it has a 48-kilometer-long atolls, making the island having the largest coral reef in the world. At Thomia Island itself, there is 28 best diving spots. It's not to a surprise of Wakatobi is listed as a favorite tourist destination, and that at least we need to visit it once in a lifetime.
Namely Bangsering Underwater, which is a coral reef-based ecotourism. This tourism object presents an underwater natural attraction in the form of coral reefs that grows naturally and artificially. Stay tuned for today's journey of potential land.
For the Dayak Soloko tribe, nature is a source of life that must be protected and preserved. They believe that all living things on Earth are interrelated and depend on one another.
My trip continues to Kaledupa Island, an island located not far from where Bajo people live. Here, I was greeted by a long bridge, Ambuea Bridge, that circles the mangrove area. Its simple motif combined with bright natural colors. Weavers would make it into a traditional single cloth or turn it into sarong. Kaledupa Island also has other tourist destinations, one of which is the religious tourism that offers an old mosque that still stands strong. The masjid is located at a 7-hectare-old fortress. The masjid is called Agung Bente Mosque. The mosque is built in 1401 by a man named Haji Pada, a traveler who was stranded at Kaledupa. Until this day, nobody knows exactly who is Haji Pada. The mosque, located at Olo village, becomes a silent witness to the arrival of Islamic teachings in Wakatobi. had the chance to cross to a small island called Hoga. Here is no different to other beaches in Wakatobi. White sand beaches and soothing pine trees becomes a magnificent natural view. I also met with a quite large-sized turtle and helped it swim back to sea. Wakatobi would not only offer breathtaking views of the ocean, but also a place to rest and enjoy the beauty of Kontamale Cave. Usually at afternoon until this evening, this place is packed with locals who spend their time by swimming or even just soaking in water. The cave structure is formed of stalactite rocks that covers half part of the cave. The clean water here comes from the sea. There's a tunnel that connects the cave with the shore. According to the local belief, if we swim at Kontamale Cave, it would make easy for us to find a mate. I also visited one of the spots where a group of dolphins often show themselves. On board a boat, we visited the spot located not far from the Chamara beach. What a beautiful sight to see. Enjoying the ocean would not be complete if we don't get to taste the local dish. Here, we could enjoy fresh fish as we witness the magnificent sunrise. Being able to witness such magnificent sunrise makes me aware of God's beautiful creations. Nature has given us everything that we need. It would be wrong if we don't get to take good care of it. Today, I try writing down my experience of my entire journey, a journey enjoying the beauty of nature. This place offers unforgettable stories, the warm nature of the Bajo tribe, delicious sea dish, and breathtaking ocean perfectly mixed with tunes of the local traditional music. The peaceful sound of sea waves hitting shore makes me reluctant to leave. As this now becomes a longing that can never be fulfilled by other, a longing of beauty, the beauty of Wakatobi.
With imprisonment for 8 years. Good people have a past, bad people have a future. This is a black to white story.
Time to story. Are you sitting comfortably? Then I'll begin.
I am nobody. My name is only Denny Afifuddin. Lives in Petarangan village, Kludung sub-district, Temanggung Regency. I'm just a junior high school graduate, nothing more. I also have no future. I'm just a farmer. Every day, I also only help my father in the fields, no more. There is one place that I like. There, I can express my emotions, my anger, my joy, and my sadness. I used to vent all my emotions there. It is Botorono Hill. At that time, I felt like I had lost my future, away from friends, family. Moreover, there is also very contrary to my heart. Alhamdulillah, the people and Mr. Rizal from the government still believe in me and want to guarantee me. Finally, I was paroled for 4 years and a month, and I was allowed to go home. After returning from prison as an ex-convict, I received a lot of cynicism and fear from society. I felt that when I walked among them. I greeted in a friendly manner, but they looked at me cynically. This means I need to adapt so that society can accept me back. At first, I was annoyed, because I had tried. I've tried to be as friendly as possible to the community, but they still look down on me. On the one hand, I always thought when I was in prison, returning to society was not easy. Eventually, because my family was experiencing economic problems as well as the demands of my conscience, I returned to the black world, selling drugs and liquor. I also still feel like rebelling and holding a grudge at that time. I didn't get the whole trust of the people in me. It means I still have to fight and change my attitude. Finally, within 2 years, my friends brought me to the village administration. My heart is open to starting a better life. I built an organization or was trusted by the village head and friends to form an anti-drug youth movement. This is what changed my life. I also received guidance from the village head. I was made the head of the youth organization in the village of Petarangan. The time when I was given the responsibility or entrusted with being the youth leader of the youth organization was the turning point of my life. Initially, only known as ex-convict, but I tried to be a better person in the eyes of the society. At first, I had doubts. I'm still pessimistic. At first, the public's view of me still looked doubtful to me. But gradually, I gained the trust of the village head and the community. My friends continue to support me. My family motivates me, and I must be able to change myself and other people. At first, I was hesitant, maybe because some people didn't believe me. But from deep within my conscience, I am ready to change Petarangan village and myself to be a better and more useful for the community. From Botorono, we can see the surrounding scenery that is still natural. Located in the middle of Mount Sindoro Sumbing, we can also see the urban situation from Kledung to Petarangan. The road to Botorono is a bit steep, so we, youth organizations and the village government, chose some people who were able to pass through that road to become motorcycle taxis and could take visitors up from the bottom to the designated place. It was my turning point from dark time in prison and was my thoughts while there. My regrets, or whatever could be of benefit to society. I feel proud that I have been able to build Botorono, that I have been able to move forward and benefit the community. Alhamdulillah, many people have allowed their houses to be used as homestays or other supporting facilities. They also synergize with our youth organizations. The community also wants to cooperate and build the Tvri site. Although our youth has a dark story, we still have a future to live. We will continue to build Botorono and other supporting facilities, such as increasing the number of homestays owned by rural communities. This effort can support and revive the economy of Petarangan village. We are also still developing Botorono so that it has more facilities. To prove that even though I'm only a junior high school graduate and a former convict, it is not impossible to become a useful person.
To me, Borobudur and its surrounding is like one spirit that brings serenity. A conquered heaven. Borobudur leaves so much meaning to the people around it. True happiness. Look at their faces. In this empty hallway, it's like we are invited to appease ourselves before we see all the collection inside. As one of the biggest art collector in Indonesia, he will astonish you with his painting collection. Here, you can get genuine tranquility while tasting the legacy dishes. Did you see a small version of the Borobudur? It's so wonderful. You can pass the time by conversing heart to heart. Enjoy the nightfall. Spoil oneself. Enjoy the motionless solitude. Enjoy the nature. Meditate. Feel the nudge of the water. Dancing with your feet thoughts. And express your soul. Feel their honorable greeting. One of the reasons why you will want to come back here again someday. A unique history is that you can see the chronicle story in a chronological order if you walk in a clockwise direction. The Borobudur temple becomes the center of all the beauty surrounding it. A spiritual experience that's different and you can never find in any other temple on earth. Even coming here dozens of times won't feel enough because of its indescribable beauty. Never change.
pristine tropical beaches. Exotic rituals. In the beautiful island of Lombok. Colorful craft. Created from local resources. Presented to visitors. Authentic traditional villages. Distinctive pottery. Guests can take part in the process. Exquisite pearls. Embark on a remarkable voyage. A visit to the nature preserve. Towards the sea and beaches. A thrilling adrenaline rush in a spectacular turquoise water. Parties on the beach. Celebration of enigmatic local culture. Amazingly festive. Exploring the treks, crystal clear waters of the towering plateaus. A serene volcano in Lombok, the other island paradise. Wonderful Indonesia. Over 17,000 islands stretching between two oceans. Studded with more active volcanoes than anywhere else. Dazzling natural beauty and biologic diversity. Discover Indonesia's eco-adventure. Home to one of the new 7 wonders in nature. An extensive network of national parks and nature preserves, protecting its ecology and biodiversity. Boasting fascinating natural diversity and tropical climate all year round. Ecotourism in Indonesia offers a wide range of exciting outdoor recreation. exploring nature in unimaginable ways. Adventurous journeys through untamed wilderness. A multitude of opportunities to interact with wildlife in numerous national parks across the country. Home to 28,000 kinds of flowering plants and 300,000 wildlife species. Four of the parks have been declared as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. 8 are listed as biosphere reserves, keeping balance between preservation and development. The seascape scenery is as stunningly diverse as the landscape. Unique eco-friendly resorts, providing thrilling excitement and environmental sustainability. The epicenter of marine biodiversity. More than 600 species of coral, over 3,000 fish species. The natural wonders of Indonesia. Nature and ecotourism. Wonderful Indonesia.
Uluwatu Temple, or Pura Luhur Uluwatu, is regarded as one of the 6 most important temples in Bali, along with Pura Besaki. Inscriptions say that Uluwatu Temple was instigated by Mpu Kunturan, a Majapahit monk who also participated in establishing several other important temples in Bali, like Pura Sakanan in Denpasar, about 1,000 years ago. According to Archaeological Survey of India, the remains found at the site proves the temple is made out of a group of stones that came into existence around the 10th century. When visiting Uluwatu area, will be entertained by a typical dance from Bali called the Kecak dance. Kecak dance is a traditional art, a type of dance mixed with drama that is typical of Bali. The dance describes the wayang story, especially the Ramayana story, which is performed with the art of movement and dance. This Kajak dance is one of the most famous traditional arts in Bali. Apart from being a cultural heritage, Kajak dance is also one of the attractions for tourists who came to visit. Kajak dance is usually called Jat dance or fire dance. This dance is a mass entertainment performance dance that depicts the art of acting and is not supported by musical instruments or gamelan. However, it is only supported by a chorus of about 70 male dancers lining up in a circle, wearing a checkered cloth covering the shape of a chessboard. This dance is very sacred. It can be seen from dancers who walked on fire, but because of their skill, are safe from the fire's scorching heat. The Ramayana story was chosen by Uluwatu Kajak dance to be a play. The story tells of a very wise king named Sang Ramadewa who was trying to save his consort named Dewi Sinta, who was kidnapped by a very evil giant king named Ravana. The long and very dangerous journey was taken by Ramadewa, accompanied by his younger brother Laksamana. It is also told when King Ravana kidnapped Dewi Sinta, on his way, he was stopped by Sang Jatayu, a Garuda bird who was a friend of Sang Ramadewa. When Jatayu found out the woman who was being kidnapped by Ravana was a consort of his best friend Sang Ramadewa, the bird Jatayu tried to save the empress. However, because Ravana's supernatural powers overpower Jatayu's, Jatayu can be defeated. In the next part, the journey of Sang Ramadewa, accompanied only by his younger brother Laksamana, then meets Hanuman, a warlord of the monkey army, nephew of a monkey king called Sugriva. Because one felt indebted to Ramadewa, the monkey army led by warlord Hanuman and King Sugriva was willing to help Sang Ramadewa to reclaim his consort. Because of his magic, the white monkey Hanuman was able to infiltrate the palace of King Ravana and then met Dewi Sinta. With his magical powers, the white monkey Hanuman then burned the palace of King Ravana, which in the Kajak dance was illustrated with a fire dance. Hanuman is then captured and set on fire by Ravana's soldiers, all of whom were giants. Hanuman's struggle in helping Ramadewa to get his consort back becomes a very interesting story. In the dance performance, several other interesting characters also appear, as the characters are performed by a young group of people from the Pachatu community who are so graceful in presenting their respective characters. Apart from being a cultural heritage, this Kajak dance is one of the attractions for tourists who came to visit to the island. In Bali, almost all regions have their own Kajak dance group. In its development, Kajak dance is also experiencing developments, both in terms of performances, the number of dancers, stories, and plays being performed. This is done as an effort from artists so that the Kajak dance show continues to be of high demand and known by a wider community.
Brilliant tropical weather, favorable wind. Excellent waves all year round. Perfect crystal tubes. Endless ideal spots for surfing. Grab a board. Travel far and wide in search of the next big wave. Get ready for fun in the sun. Meet new surf buddies along the way. The perfect escape. From popular resorts to secluded beaches. Tons of surfing spoils, where both newbies and pros alike can enjoy. Awesome beach vibe. Adventure of a lifetime. Surf's up. Ride the untamed wave. Become one with nature. It's all about the sensation. Pure adrenaline rush. Subliminal surfing experience. Enjoy every thrilling second. The truest sense of freedom. Unforgettable moments in and out of the water. Sharing unlimited passion. Forging lasting friendships. Good times. Good company. Living it up into the night. Cooling off after a splendid day of surfing. Vibrant, colorful nightlife. The ultimate surfer's paradise. Wonderful Indonesia.
This is the atmosphere of Tenganan, a quiet and peaceful village. Here, we can feel the nuances of old Bali, at least through the architecture of this village. We can find various artworks of local residents, such as paintings on eggs and palm leaves. Apart from those artworks, there is something unique here, namely local clothing, which they call the gringsing cloth. Gringsing cloth is one of the ancient Balinese cultural heritage that still exists today. The word gringsing is a combination of the word gring, which means sick, and sing, which means no. So it can be interpreted that ginseng cloth is a magical cloth that keeps the wearer away from harm. The fabric, which originates from Tenganan village, Bali, uses a double tie technique and takes an average of 5 years to complete. The weaving process itself takes about 2 months, but the process of making the double tie pattern takes a long time. The production of ginseng fabric from the start to finish is done by hand. The threads used are hand-spun with traditional spinning tools, not machines. The yarn is taken from one seed kapok, specially brought from Nusa Penida, because one seed kapok is only available there. After being spun, the yarn will undergo a process of soaking in candle nut oil before proceeding to the binding and coloring process. The immersion can last more than 40 days up to a maximum of 1 year, with a change of the soaking water every 25 to 49 days. The longer the soaking, the stronger and softer the yarn will be. The ginseng cloth motif only uses 3 colors called Tridatu. The natural dyes used in producing the ginseng cloth motif are babakan or tree petals, white kapundung mixed with noni root bark as a red color, oil of old hazelnut fruit at least 1 year of age mixed with powdered water, wood ash for yellow, and town tree for black. The candle nut fruit is taken directly from the Tenganan forest, and the ginseng fabric maker must use ripe candle nut which falls out from the tree. This is in accordance with awik-awik, or customary rules, which stipulate that fruits of certain types of trees that grow on individual land may not be picked by the owner, but let them ripen on the tree and then fall themselves. The yarn will be spun into a piece of cloth that has a certain length and width. To close the woven, the thread will be pushed using a backbone. The finished fabric will be tied by a tie artist following a certain pattern that has been determined at the first place. The binding process uses 2 colors of raffia rope, namely pink and light green. Each bond will be opened according to the color dyeing process to produce the appropriate pattern and coloring. Gringsing cloth is the only double tie weaving product originating from Indonesia. A number of craftsmen in the village of Tenganan Pegeringsingan still produce until this day this Gringsing woven fabric with some modification in their manufacturing. They are committed to continue to develop and look for new patterns without moving away from this specific Balinese culture. The charm of the beauty of Gringsing woven fabric is proof that nature has provided resources that can be processed into artworks. Each region or village has its own historical story behind it, usually written either in papyrus, chronicles, and inscriptions. The Penglipuran traditional village also has its own story to be told. Penglipuran Traditional Village is one of the neighborhoods of Kubu village, where the village's population mostly comes from Bayung Gede village, Kintamani district, Dati Regency in Bangli. During the era of Bangli Kingdom, residents of Bayung Gede village were often assigned by the King of Bangli to participate in war and other activities relating to the kingdom. Because Bayung village is far from the location of the kingdom, the king then was given a place at Penglipuran Traditional Village that makes easy for him to perform activities. Originally mentioned in the inscription, the Penglipuran Traditional Village was called Kubu Bayung, which means Pondok Bayung Gede. Over time, villagers built a village in the neighborhood with Kahyangan Tiga or 3 temples called Pusat Temple, Dalam Temple, and the village temple or Hall Agung, as well as another temple built similar to those in Bayung Gede village by the community. This is intended to remember the temple in Bayung Gede village. According to community leaders, Penglipuran etymologically has several meanings. The first meaning is Penglipuran comes from the word Pangling and Pura and made short to the word Penglipuran. It means the people of Penglipuran built a temple like in Bayung Gede to remember the temple in Bayung Gede and remember their past ancestors. The second is Penglipuran comes from the word Pelipur and Lara and made short to Penglipuran, meaning that Penglipuran becomes a place of comfort in times of sorrow, in addition to the fact that residents can often feel at ease when the king is in trouble. And the third is Penglipuran comes from the word Pangling and Pura and combine the two words to Penglipuran, meaning whoever visit Penglipuran will pass through temples in the 4 directions, north, east, south, and west. In other words, that Penglipuran is surrounded by temples. Penglipuran Traditional Village is a residential complex that is environmentally friendly. Neatly arranged buildings built on the same land. The main door or angkul is the same and symmetrical. The village atmosphere is unique and beautiful. The beauty of Penglipuran village is not only from its architecture, but also the warmth shown by the local people, which becomes another magnet that attracts tourists to visit the village. Penglipuran Bangli village does not have a conceptual spatial layout, making it unique. The housing is very neatly arranged. Streets are clean and quiet without passing vehicles. Motorbikes are prohibited from entering the traditional housing complex. A parking space is provided for vehicles that would be a car or a tourist bus. A traditional settlement that is rich with local wisdom makes the traditional village of Penglipuran quite famous among domestic and foreign tourists. It is not uncommon for school children to make Penglipuran village a mandatory tourist destination during school holidays or during their study tour activities. The existence of Penglipuran Traditional Village as a tourist attraction in Bali is undeniably beneficial. Many tourists, after being informed about the traditional Penglipuran village, became interested and changed their tour routes in Bali to visit the village instead. Moreover, it's strategically located and easily accessible, being close to other tourist attractions in the Bali tourism area, such as Kintamani tourist site. Visiting Penglipuran village would be incomplete if you don't take the time to stop at the bamboo forest area. According to locals, planting bamboo trees in this area is one of the residents' efforts to maintain the water ecosystem in the area. However, over time, the bamboo forest area has become a tourist destination for tourists. This bamboo forest has an area of 75 hectares. This site is also usually used as a location for people to take pictures.
Hi, I'm Devini Hermawan. I will tell you why you should taste gado-gado as one of the most iconic Indonesian cuisine. So, just like any other salad with dressing, the dressing itself takes the major part to make gado-gado really delicious. Here it is, rendang. So just put, this is the white pepper, shallots in, as well as the beef. This is our rendang. Now we can assemble them into a beautiful bowl of soto ayam Lamongan. A simple but special perkedel kentang. The flavor is really intense.
Indonesian flavor with Chef Devina every Saturday, 5:30 p.m. Western Indonesia time.
That's all for today's edition. Indonesia has different culinary flavors and I will be back with another authentic menu. See you and goodbye.
In this episode, we will get acquainted with one of the barong in East Java, namely Barong Kemiren, which is located in the city of Banyuwangi.
Jadi sejarah Barong Kemiren iki kawite iki kanggo arak-arakan selamatan desa ana ning Kemiren iki ya iku diarani terbumi lan selamatan desa timbang sewu. Jadi ambil melakoni zaman terus perkembangan zaman akhirnya barong iki muka ya jadi tontonan.
Dan saya sehari-hari beraktivitas, saya membuat kerajinan patung barong ya ciri khas Banyuwangi. Dan
Time passes as life goes by. Maintaining distance, which is in line with harmony. Tell stories about life's streaks, which will never be lost in time. Whispers about the past, revealing the beauty of a civilization. Romantic nuances combined with beautiful movements that tell a story.
Earth is our home. However, the Earth's condition is increasingly in crisis. Therefore, we as humans must be wise to make good use of waste, as was done by the couple doctors Dr. Adanta and Dr. Agita. Stay tuned for today's journey of Potential Lad.
For the Dayak Soloko tribe, nature is a source of life that must be protected and preserved. They believe that all living things on Earth are interrelated and depend on one another.
Similar to praying, the Osing people in Banyuwangi perform this dance as a form of manifestation of gratitude after the harvest. This dance is performance art presented with typical music accompaniment of a blend of Javanese and Balinese cultures. They call it gandro.
Open the envelope in front of you and guess where it is.
It's probably an Aztec site in South America?
Not even close. This is Taman Sari in Yogyakarta, Indonesia. It's only 2.5 centuries old. Find different bathhouses for princesses and kings with a circular communal prayer room just beneath it. Whatever happened to doing everyday things in style? Any questions?
진짜요? Hi, I'm Devini Hermawan. I will tell you why you should taste gado-gado as one of the most iconic Indonesian cuisine. So, just like any other salad with dressing, the dressing itself takes the major part to make gado-gado really delicious. Here it is, rendang. We just put, this is the white pepper, shallots in, as well as the beef. This is our rendang. Now we can assemble them into a beautiful bowl of soto ayam Lamongan. A simple but special perkedel kentang. The flavor is really intense.
Indonesian flavor with Chef Devina every Saturday, 5:30 p.m. Western Indonesia time.
That's all for today's edition. Indonesia has different culinary flavors and I will be back with another authentic menu. See you and goodbye.
In this episode, we will tell how the people of Mandar village have used the potential of their village to become a large and useful investment area. Stay tuned for today's journey on the potential land.
cek sekehe cerita liananira.
Lontar Yusuf is a narrative poem about the life of one of Islam's most popular prophets, Prophet Yusuf.
Lontar itu naskah dan kebetulan ini banyak orang bilang itu naskah kuno. Sebetulnya awalnya lontar itu ditulis di daun lontar medianya itu. Sekarang teknologi itu semakin canggih hingga disalin ke media kertas.
In this episode, we will get acquainted with one of the barong in East Java, namely Barong Kemiren, which is located in the city of Banyuwangi.
Jadi sejarah Barong Kemiren iki kawite iki kanggo arak-arakan slametan desa ana ning Kemiren iki ya diarani terbumi lan slametan desa tumbang sewu. Jadi ambil melakoni zaman terus perkembangan zaman akhirnya barong iki muka ya jadi tontonan. Dan saya sehari-hari beraktivitas, saya membuat kerajinan patung barong ya ciri khas Banyuwangi. Dan
similar to praying, the Osing people in Banyuwangi perform this dance as a form of manifestation of gratitude after the harvest. This dance is performance art presented with typical music accompaniment of a blend of Javanese and Balinese cultures. They call it gandrung. get to know the married couple, Mr. Hendro and Mrs. Nani. They are the owners of the Peduli Agro Dragon Fruit Picking Tour. There, we will understand how they manage dragon fruit to become an extraordinary investment.
Open the envelope in front of you and guess where it is.
I don't think this is a real place. I think this is a movie set.
No, it's Goa Jomblang in Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Ease your way down, 60 meters deep down, to a primeval forest. Find your light, befriend the stalagmites. No filter needed for your journey to the center of the earth. Any questions?
No way.
Open the envelope in front of you and guess where it is.
Wow, is it New Zealand?
Look at that, babe.
It's so beautiful.
Oh no, it's Waduk Sermo in Yogyakarta, Indonesia. A massive, man-made dam with all the beauty nature could offer. Wake up to a warm cup of coffee, have it with a view, or just sail away as if nothing else matters. Any questions?
Babe, can we please go?
Indonesia, the country with an abundance of resources, spread far and wide. Indonesia is busy transforming. We move forward to grow and thrive. We balance the green economy, blue economy, and the digital economy. With the new job creation law, Indonesia is progressively ensuring the policy reform to create quality jobs through investment. Let's be part of Indonesia's growth and progress. Invest in Indonesia now.
Welcome to TVRI World to our special report, Papal Blessing at GBK Mass. We will broadcast live the historic visit of the leader of the Roman Catholic Church and head of state of Vatican City, Pope Francis, who will lead the Grand Holy Mass at Gelora Bung Karno Stadium.
Yes, the Grand Mass at Gelora Bung Karno Stations, or GBK, will be the highlight of the Pope's apostolic visit to Indonesia. Previously, Pope Francis have gone through a series of agendas during his visit in Jakarta, Indonesia. Last Wednesday morning, the Supreme Pontiff met President Joko Widodo at the Merdeka Palace, and then in the afternoon, he visited the Cathedral Church to hold a special meeting with the priests from Society of Jesus or Indonesian Jesuit Order, a significant momentous meeting for the religious community in the country.
That is right, Stephanie. Aside from that, the Holy Mass to be led by Pope Francis is expected to be attended by more than 86,000 Catholics coming from all over Indonesia. Later on, upon his arrival at the Bung Karno Sporting Complex, or GBK, Pope Francis will parade around the stadium to greet the public before leading the Grand Mass. The opportunity to meet or simply just to see the Pope up close in person is considered a rare and special moment that has been anticipated by the Catholics and probably now by non-Catholics alike, as many is admiring the Holy Father after witnessing and learning about his examples that he set on modesty, simplicity, and compassion in life. The last visit of the Pope to Indonesia actually occurred way back in 1989.
Yeah, so it's been 35 years ago before finally another Pope made a visit to our country, Indonesia. So follow along on the report on this event, the Papal's Blessing GBK Mass, with our expert guest, Halili Hasan, Executive Director of Setara Institute, Professor Evi Fitriani, PhD, Professor of International Relations from the University of Indonesia, and Father Trio Angelo Supidayanui, SJ, Vice President at St. Michael College, Solo. Thank you very much once again for joining us here.
Good to see you again, Father Tiro.
Good to see you again this afternoon.
Thank you so much. So for everybody else who's not attending the Mass at GBK, they are staying away from Senayan area. So thank you so much for coming in here, being with us for this very special occasion. Thank you. All right, so let's begin the special report. Stephanie, I'm Siska Becker.
And I'm Stephanie Silitonga. Let's start our special report.
Now let's begin our discussion with a very special guest. We would love to dissect further about the significance and importance of this visit, this very special event, the GBK Mass presided by Pope Francis, and of course to get your thoughts on the significance of this visit for the Indonesian people and the religious tolerance in Indonesia. Now before, in the previous program, we've asked Father Tiro and Mas Halili about the significance of this event, of the papal visit, and also about your personal highlights so far of the papal visit. But we haven't asked Prof. Evi yet, because this is the first time we've seen her in the live coverage from TVRI. So before we discuss further, Prof. Evi, if you may, please tell us what has been your personal highlight so far of the papal visit by Pope Francis in Indonesia.
Thank you, Siska, for this opportunity. I think the visit by the Pope is very important, not only for Indonesia, but also the whole Southeast Asian countries, because this is the longest trip he has done, right? So he bothered to travel that far to visit us. I think that means something, that the importance of this region and Indonesia for the Holy See policy and also position. I think it also showed the importance of Southeast Asia and Indonesia in the world. So for us, actually, this is kind also a blessing, right? Not only for Catholic society in Indonesia, but also for the whole society of Indonesia, because the Pope visit is also means that the acknowledge of the role of Indonesia, not only as the biggest country in Southeast Asia, but also the country with the biggest Muslim population.
Yeah.
And as a leader of Catholic Church, he bothered to come here. So it means something, right? To not only to give a strategic position and light strategic position of Indonesia, but also to show that there is another side of this country, which is a religious side. And you mentioned about the tolerance. I think this is one of the what Indonesia may be always proud of, soft power of Indonesia, that in Indonesia, despite of the fact that we have the biggest Muslim population, Catholic Church is still respected, and we also welcome him.
Okay. Yeah, very beautiful. So, Father Tiro, because we are expecting the Mass this afternoon at GBK, and there will be, I think, 86,000 people from across Indonesia. And I think it is also predicted more than 86,000 will be attending this Mass. So, as a father, what is your expectations from the Pope's message that will be delivered this afternoon?
Oh, I feel looking at how the Pope has been is just an expression of joy, joy of the gospel, joy of living out the Catholic faith, and celebrating diversity, especially in Indonesia, with all the different languages, cultures. And I think the Pope is having a lot of fun actually in Indonesia because not many people know about Indonesia as a society. It's usually taken parts, maybe it's Bali, maybe it's Toraja, but over here it's a showcase of Indonesian as a society that is made out of different cultures and ethnicities. So it's just that pure joy and seeing how the light of God, the light of goodness is present and is happy, as you can see in the screen over there.
Yes.
And then the second thing also is just how important it is to see that this can exist in a Muslim majority country. Minorities can flourish. They can celebrate in open space. There is respect. And yeah, it's a very, very precious moment. I think the Pope is also getting a lot of energy from us as well. So maybe that's why we've seen him, even though at his age and his physical condition, he still has a lot of spirit. So, and I think he's feeding off of our energy, our positive energy as a nation.
Yeah, that's true. It's actually quite heartwarming to see the positive enthusiasm, the energy coming from the Indonesian people. Catholics and non-Catholics alike, they are very touched by the simplicity and humility of the Pope, and we see all of these posts on social media by Indonesian citizens complimenting the Pope about the fact that he stays at the embassy instead of a hotel, flew with commercial aircraft instead of a private jet, and being so modest, sitting in the front next to the driver instead of sitting at the back, like how government officials usually do it. So a lot of positive feedback. And when we saw each other last time, Mas Halili, we saw the Istiqlal Declaration, and we saw how the Grand Imam of Istiqlal together with the Pope stood side by side, and how they were so friendly with each other, so warm with each other. And I think that was one of the highlights from the occasion that we saw at Istiqlal Mosque, how the Grand Imam kissed Pope Francis, and then Pope Francis kissed the Grand Imam's hand. Is very widely publicized in social media. What do you make of this warm response from the Indonesian people?
I think before I respond to the issue raised by Mbak Siska, I have to tell you all that I go to TVRI twice a day by public transportation. And I agree with what Father Tiro taught us earlier on the support of all of us, not only Catholic society, as Professor taught us earlier. And in the public transport, I see two things. The first one, it's a bit of rare to face the faces of public, how they respond to the congestion. Traffic jam is something in Jakarta, and we are usual with that. And now the traffic jam is maybe normal for Jakartans, but when we see the faces of public society, of non-Catholic state, I think it's reflecting how the sincerity of public support, not only in social media, I think, but also in the real facts that everyone support the event, everyone is very enthusiastic with the Pope visit, and I think that's I just emphasize what I previously told about the DNA of Indonesian society, which is tolerance. But I can add the previous declaration carried out in Masjid Istiqlal, in Istiqlal Mosque. I think we can see from two sides of perspective. I think the first one on the declaration itself, on the document itself. We don't see that the document, the declaration by top leaders of interfaith figures in Indonesia is merely static document. It's not just sort of formality. For Indonesia, I think we also put the not only authority but agenda for the religious among us to the top leaders of us. As previously, I previously talked about feudalism in Indonesia. It will be very determined by how the top leaders behave, and the behavior of top leaders of interfaith in Indonesia will influence the behavior of society. That's also that the first side of perspective is that, but the other is the issue itself. I at least note the three main issues about humanism, about tolerance, and about environmental issues. And in these issues, I think we have shared interest. The shared interest will lead us to the not only share perspective but also collaboration to deal with our nowadays problems, and it will lead to what we call it gotong royong. Each other will be in hand-on-hand work for achieving what the Pope yesterday said: justice, social justice.
Now, before we continue our conversation, I think it's getting more interesting now.
Yes, indeed.
So now let's take a look at the Pope Francis biography first. Pope Francis is the third Supreme Pontiff making an apostolic journey to Indonesia. The first visit was made by Pope St. Paul VI, who visited in 1970, and the second one by Pope St. John Paul II, 1989. The invitations from the Indonesian President of the Republic of Indonesia to Pope Francis was conveyed through the ambassador of the Holy See in Jakarta on March 25, 2024. A previous plan for a visit to Indonesia back in 2020 had to be called off due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Now let's take a look on the brief profile of Pope Francis, the first Pope from the Americas and the Southern Hemisphere.
Moreover, for the first time in history, the Pontifical Swiss Guard, the Pope's elite personal protectors, accompany His Holiness on his visit to Indonesia. let's take a closer look at this centuries-old historic and most unique military unit and their crucial role in ensuring the safety of the Holy Father.
For over 500 years, these elite Swiss soldiers have been protecting the Pope and the Vatican City. Founded in 1506 by Pope Julius II, the Pontifical Swiss Guard is one of the oldest continuously active military units in the world. Known for their colorful uniform and the ceremonial duties, the Swiss Guard also plays a vital role in the security of the Vatican. Their responsibilities including guarding the Pope's residence, escorting him on official visits, and protecting the Apostolic Palace. The Swiss Guard is a highly selective unit, accepting only unmarried Swiss Catholic males between the ages of 19 and 30. Recruits undergo rigorous training, both military and cultural, to prepare them for their unique role. Despite their traditional appearance, the Swiss Guard is equipped with modern weapons and training. Their primary mission is to ensure the safety of the Pope and the Vatican, and they have proven their courage and dedication on the numerous occasions. The Pontifical Swiss Guard is a testament of the enduring power of tradition and the importance of the protecting religious leaders. Their dedication and service continue to inspire millions around the world.
So that's the very unique Swiss Guard, another aspect of Pope Francis's visit here, and it's very interesting to see the historical context of it. And I gotta say, even like the colorful garb, the colorful uniform, really catches the eye.
Yes, and in fact, I think the Swiss Guard soldiers is the one of the oldest also in the world. So it's interesting to know. So why does it have to be the Swiss soldiers? So I'd like to go to
Father Tiro was just explaining it to us actually.
Shed us a light on this.
Well, I think to just give a brief perspective of how it is, kids nowadays would just look on their phones and Google it or AI it, but we should always verify.
Yes.
But from what I know, that it comes back in a tradition during a time in Europe where there was a lot of disarray between the different Christian denominations and the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
And then during that time, there was a group of Swiss Catholic youth who want to pledge their lives in order to serve the Pope, in order to protect and serve the Pope. So it's got a lot to do with tradition and this commitment that, and even until now, there are still young Swiss nationals going to the Vatican and going through intense military training.
Okay.
So yeah.
So they still uphold this tradition and this commitment until today.
Yeah.
Okay, that's very interesting. And although we see that it's quite old-fashioned in the way they present themselves, but in terms of technology and capabilities, it's one of the most modern military units in the world.
Yeah.
I read about this and I was quietly impressed actually with the capabilities of the Swiss Guard. Very fascinating to learn more about them.
Yeah, definitely. When they came, they were in their polo shirts, so we couldn't really tell what they were, but then once they are in their attire, and then that they're the Swiss Guards, But I mean, as a military unit, very, very professional. When I entered the Vatican embassy, there was this very, very tall man in a suit, and I believe he might be a Swiss Guard undercover. So we had to really obey the protocol. No cell phones. I had to take off my ring. So
even your
ring. No water bottles.
Okay, so very strict.
Very strict, and we had to go everything systematically, and that's in order for the Pope's visit, so it goes as smooth as possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Very interesting.
Now, let's go back to the visuals, Iska.
Let's take a look at GBK Stadium. We hear that actually at the stadium, President Joko Widodo and Minister Luhut Binsar Panjaitan is already there in attendance.
Yeah.
We're going to take a look to see how it is right now.
Oh, very full.
Oh wow, the
It
crowd
is so crowded, but also very organized.
Yeah.
Very
Very
happy
organized,
to
yes.
see
Yeah.
that everything is so organized. Even earlier in the day,
Yeah.
when we took that lunch break,
Yes.
Stephanie, we had
We
a
saw
look
people,
at the
yeah.
Gbk area, and everything was so organized.
Mhm.
People were just enjoying themselves. The
Yeah.
mood was jubilant.
Yeah.
It was happy. It was joyful. We're still at the Stadion Madya, yeah. They're still congregating at Stadion Madya, not yet to the Gbk
Yeah, not
Stadium.
yet. Yeah.
But as you can see, there's a lot of students, a lot of people from different churches, different parochies, and I think we're actually seeing another show of the Indonesian culture being presented here.
Yeah.
So-
Orang Bugis.
Yeah, and I think they might be priests and nuns, but it
Oh,
might be
okay.
a collaboration. But
one
one
performing
thing,
right now?
yeah.
Okay.
But one thing that I find very fascinating and admirable was how organized the bishops' conference
Yes.
in doing this since like 3 months ago, and then how every church had a quota of 3 to 5 people.
Okay, is that the
And
quota for each church?
for each church, and then there's like, and so parishioners get to vote. So, and it's all the churches throughout Indonesia,
Okay.
and it's very systematic.
All right.
Everybody has their bracelets with a QR code telling you
Okay.
when your bus is going to leave and when you should board and where you should meet. So
All right.
Now I think we are
Yeah.
Very
seeing
meticulous
the-
organizing.
Yes.
So
I
we
think
see
we're seeing
the
Pope
car.
Francis
the Kijang is
Approaching,
arrived,
The hybrid
Gbk.
car that he insisted upon.
eco-friendly.
Eco-friendly.
Again, leading by example.
Exactly.
He's very strong on environmental issues and delivering messages of environmental preservation. And here we see
Yeah.
a true example of how he does
Role
it.
model. Ya.
So now entering the Gbk complex area.
Yes.
It's already being cleared since earlier today.
Yeah. It's been a good, smooth preparation as well.
Yes.
Everything is so well organized.
That's true.
Well, that tall guy was the one
Yeah,
at the
yeah.
Vatican.
I can spot a Swiss guard now, I think.
Now we
That's
can
President
see
Joko
President Joko
Widodo.
Widodo.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Welcoming Pope Francis.
With Pak Luhut
Yeah.
Binsar.
I think Pak Luhut Binsar Panjaitan commented earlier that this will be his second Pope visit.
visit.
Yeah, after Pope John Paul II in 1989. You can see he's very excited to welcome the Pope to the biggest sports stadium in Jakarta and of course in Indonesia.
Yeah, now the Pope is getting ready to get off the car.
There were a lot of great moments earlier at the Istiqlal Declaration,
Yes.
Stephanie. I cannot wait to see many more beautiful moments that we'll capture here at Gbk Stadium for the Holy Mass.
Yes.
Even now,
Yeah.
it hasn't started yet, but you can see the smiles all beaming.
Yeah, I think for me the sweetest moment that happened today at the Istiqlal Mosque is when the interactions happened between the Grand Imam and the Pope Francis.
Definitely,
yeah?
most definitely.
No,
It touched many hearts.
Yes,
It touched
yeah.
many Indonesians.
Yeah.
To see two religious figures
Yes.
going hand in hand,
Hand in hand,
being
yeah.
so warm with each other.
We're so looking forward to witness more interesting things happened later at the Mass.
Okay,
at
here we
Gbk.
see Pope Francis.
Yeah.
He has left the car. I think the plan is to get him to the Pope Mobile.
Yes.
We learned this yesterday. There's already a Pope Mobile being prepared.
Bulletproof.
He's ascending.
Is there
into
any
it.
lift? Does he have to climb the
I
stairs? Is
think there
any lift?
might be some sort of forklift mechanism.
Yeah.
But it seems that
It
he
seems
is.
that-
Oh no,
Yeah,
he's climbing.
He's climbing
he's
on his
climbing
own.
the
Yeah.
stairs.
Using all of his energy.
My goodness.
Still smiling though.
Silakan bergembira menyambut kedatangan Bapak Suci kita di Stadion Madya.
I'm gonna get a heart
Ditemani
attack.
oleh Bapak Kardinal Ignatius
Oh, he's
Suharto.
there with the cardinal.
Okay, that's the cardinal behind him. Okay.
So he's the leader of the Jakarta Archdiocese.
Okay, we can see around there, there's a lot of security personnel
Yes.
from Indonesia, the National Police and TNI, I think have deployed 9,000 personnel to
Wow.
make sure
Yeah.
of the safety of the Pope and his entourage during this papal visit in Jakarta.
The Mass itself, it will start at 5 p.m.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's gonna be the last mass, missa, the last missa.
Yes, perhaps the last
Last mass in
public
Indonesia.
Indonesia, because he will be going, I heard, on Garuda to Port
Port
Moresby.
Moresby.
So it helps with our aviation,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
So hopefully Garuda will
Do well.
bounce back.
Yeah,
Hopefully
what a great moment
we'll do
for
well.
our
Hope
national
all goes
airline.
well.
Yeah.
Okay, the Pope Mobile is now on the move, getting ready to enter the stadium.
Berjoget bersama kita.
He's so happy.
Menyanyikan lagu jingle yang tadi kita latih. Begitu kita
I mean, it must be very heartwarming for him as well.
Uh-huh.
As much as we are so happy to see him, it must have been so heartwarming for him to hear all of this appraisals and welcoming remarks from many different people,
Yeah.
not just Catholics but non-Catholics.
Yeah.
There was a teacher from Buton Island.
Yes.
It went viral, the video.
Yes.
She was so emotional when
She was
speaking
with
of
the
her,
well,
speaking of her
Yeah.
experience and how much she appreciates the Pope for coming here.
And also placing the attention to teachers
Yes.
in the outlying islands and
Yeah.
how they deserve more attention from our own people.
Yeah.
So
Which is also part of his attention,
exactly,
his teachings as well.
exactly, to bring light to those who aren't seeing.
Yeah.
Those who are not seen, but actually they are the frontliners
Yes.
of spreading education, especially to eradicate poverty, which
Exactly.
is also a great mission of Pope Francis since the
Yes.
very beginning. Don't forget the poor. I think that was his
Yeah.
words when he was first anointed in 2013.
Yes.
Do not forget the poor.
Definitely. Oh man, I wish I was there.
I think all of us right now wish we could be there
Yeah.
to see this in person.
Several of my friends are over there,
Okay.
either as volunteers or participants.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, a lot of our friends as well.
As well, yes.
Lucky them.
Yeah.
Smile follows him wherever he goes.
Yes. So this is the Madhya Stadium. Once
Yeah.
again, it's Senayan complex area.
And I believe all the different church groups are color coded. So you might see somebody from a group from Bangka,
Yeah.
another group from Manado or from Papua.
Okay.
Because the invitation goes through all the churches, the Catholic churches in
Okay.
Indonesia.
We passed by a group of school children, I think from Central Java earlier,
Yes.
Stephanie, when we had our
saw
lunch.
it
Yeah,
earlier,
I was so
yeah.
excited to enjoy Senayan area.
Oh.
So let's have some culinary adventure before we see the Pope, all in Javanese. It was very exciting
Yeah.
actually to hear all these people congregating
I
from
should
all
have-
over Indonesia.
I should have walked. I should have walked around.
Yeah,
and,
yeah, you could have. So a lot of people in the West, like if you see it on social media, they're actually wondering, a bit confused, why does the Pope visit Indonesia, a Muslim majority country? Why did he include it in his apostolic journey this time? And what people maybe don't realize, Indonesia is such a big country that although there's only like 3% of the population that are Catholics, that's already like what, 9 million? So a lot of Catholics actually reside here in Indonesia. I think it's an eye-opening thing for everybody to see in the world that there
Yes.
are actually a lot of Catholics that live
Yes.
here in Indonesia.
And people tend to forget that currently a lot of priests and nuns working in Europe and Eastern European countries,
Yeah.
even Africa and Latin America, like in the Amazon, are Indonesian citizens.
Is it, we are the biggest, the country with the biggest number of this.
Yes.
Yes, of missionaries.
Yes.
Missionaries, yes.
Yeah, although we are a Muslim majority,
Yeah.
but we also send out the most missionaries, not just
Exactly.
Indonesia, but throughout the world.
Throughout the world.
Could this be seen also as a sign of appreciation from Pope Francis?
Yes.
For the clergymen, everybody
Yes.
here in Indonesia who have spread the gospel.
Yes.
Yeah.
Appreciation and also acknowledgement.
Yeah.
And seeing how Catholics as a minority could contribute to the world. A minority in a Muslim majority nation.
Yeah.
It blows people's minds.
I know.
And
Like they just
yeah.
realizing it now. Oh,
Yes.
okay, it is actually that diverse, Indonesia.
Yes.
It's not just Muslims, it's not just Islam, but there's actually this whole faction that is so celebratory,
Yes.
so joyful, so vibrant as well.
And I always find it amusing when I bring friends from overseas and to see the Catholic Church and to see how Catholics are with people from different faiths, and for them it's just mind-boggling.
And that really represents Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. But I come to this curiosity, Father Tiro. If this kind of vehicles, it's what also being used when the Pope also traveled to other countries. So if he also uses this similar vehicle.
The Pope Mobile.
Yeah, the Pope Mobile.
The
Is
Pope
that
Mobile
his?
is
Is that
actually
his?
quite distinctive, right?
Is that his or is it made here?
I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's called the Macan or something.
So
And it's
it
like
is
Indonesian made.
It's ours, yeah.
Yeah,
it's
so we
ours.
prepared.
Tailor made for him.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think because of the situation of Jakarta, having the kijang might be a lot more practical than having this car around. So this is mostly for the ceremonial purposes, so he can go around, he can sit comfortably.
Yeah, people can see him clearly.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Okay. While we watch Pope Francis go around Madia Stadium, maybe we can go to Prof. Effie as well. Prof. Effie, as we know, Pope Francis is not just the leader of the Roman Catholic Church, but he's also the head of state of Vatican City of the Holy See. So maybe we can talk a little bit about the diplomatic relations between Indonesia and the Holy See. It was formally established in 1950, but actually it started in 1947, I think, when Vatican was the first European country to acknowledge Indonesia's independence. But how about now in 2024? Please enlighten us and tell us more about the current condition of the relations between Indonesia and the Holy See.
They have a strong relation with Indonesia and Vatican for the special diplomatic relation, and we have always our ambassadors posting there, and each of the ambassador usually have a special occasion. Of course, they have opportunity to meet the popes, but also usually they become the bridge between Catholic community in Indonesia with the Vatican. And one of the big program that usually Indonesian embassy in Rome and usually do with the Holy See is the interfaith dialogue program. So it's a very common beginning. In the beginning there are a lot of mission from usually from Indonesian Catholic society, a lot of them, and they facilitate. But I think the last 10 years or 15 years, the interfaith dialogue has been quite strong too. And we would like to show that Muslim community and Catholic community are two big religions that are also work for the peaceful of the world. This is what I think is important. The strong message that Indonesian Vatican relation can reveal is that between the two big religion, can also work together. The religion is not the reason for war, and this message has been brought to the international community. And the visit by the Pope is also highlight this message. That and he as the head of the leader of the Catholic of the world, but also a very strong international actors, we call very credible. What he said will be respected. So he has been kind of different from other head of the state, for example, president, and he has a religious credibility that all other countries, whether they are strong or weak, will respect. He has what we call in international relations soft power,
Okay.
credibility,
Yeah.
and morality in the world. So despite of this very difficult world situation at the moment,
Yes.
with a lot of wars and trade wars and technology wars, whatever you call it, but he come to show that actually despite of these power games between state and we should place the humanity, the justice as the goal of the world cooperation. That's why we need to cooperate together. So he became a kind of moral, what to call it, moral powers in the world that cannot be played by other big powers, even United States or China's leader, perhaps.
Yes.
So that's the biggest part of.
So it's always interesting to see the perspective from of the international relations on this data. I'd like to ask, how do you see from the series of agenda that the Pope has that we already witnessed? So how do you think this will influence the relationship between Indonesia and the Vatican, and how has this been evolved over time?
I think the visit by Pope in this time is again with previous Pope also will also revive and enhance the relation of Indonesia and Vatican for the future, because we have the same goals. We have the same for the peace of the world, right?
Yes.
And in this sense, it's time for Indonesia also to enhance and strengthen the collaboration, to voice the peaceful means in the world. I mean, if there are so many problems, injustice, problem of war, poverty, it is time for us to hand in hand with Vatican to bring it to the world and to tell the big powers that despite of spending so much money on the weapons and mass destruction, it's much better to put it for the people.
Okay. Now we've just received word that now Pope Francis has just entered GBK Stadium, greeting everybody who's already seated there in this special vehicle that was made just for the Pope. For this visit in Indonesia.
For the Mass at GBK.
Did you make round?
I think he went inside and then out. He went around in the parking lot.
Yeah. First went to the Madya Stadium, and then now it's GBK Stadium. Oh, so it was another stadium,
Two stadiums.
Yes. There's so many people.
I thought it was only one.
No.
One stadium is not enough to accommodate.
I think people from across Indonesia come to see the Pope, right?
So they have a place where they could see from a jumbotron.
Yeah.
But then the Catholics who did not receive the entrance, the invitation, there are the churches would organize showings together. So it's like nobar.
In their own church.
In their own church. So it's sort of like a Taylor Swift concert for the Catholics.
There was a kind of ticket war in all of those churches to get that quota that you mentioned.
Wow.
Everybody wanted to attend.
Everybody. So it must be quite difficult for the church committee to select who will receive the invitation. So.
And to organize such a big number of people is amazing. But remember, Catholic Church is one of the most organized institution in the world. So no wonder.
I went to a Catholic school for 6 years, so I know exactly what you mean.
So actually, the name of the car is not Macan but Maung.
So
there's Sunda pride there.
Sunda pride. Interesting. Maung.
Made by Pindad. Right?
Pindad.
It's military car. It's military car.
We're going to have a closer look and watch the live feed from GBK Stadium to truly capture the energy and the vibe there. Let's have a listen and have a look.
Kita nyanyikan lagi jingle kita.
Ayo semuanya. Viva il Papa! Viva il Papa! Viva Papa Francesco! Viva Papa Francesco! Viva il Papa! Viva il Papa! Viva Papa Francesco! Viva Papa Francesco! Welcome to Indonesia, Papa Francesco! Papa Francesco! Papa Francesco! Welcome to Indonesia, Papa Francesco! Bienvenido, Papa Francesco! Viva il Papa! Viva il Papa! Viva Papa Francesco! Viva Papa Francesco! Viva il Papa! Viva il Papa! Viva Papa Francesco! Viva Papa Francesco! Welcome to Indonesia, Papa Francesco! Papa Francesco! Papa Francesco! Welcome to Indonesia, Papa Francesco! Bienvenido, Papa Francesco! Semuanya! Viva il Papa! Viva il Papa! Viva Papa Francesco! Viva Papa Francesco! Viva il Papa! Viva il Papa! Viva Papa Francesco! Viva Papa Francesco!
Kristus Jaya.
Selamat datang Paus Francisco di Indonesia. Benvenuto Papa Francesco, ti vogliamo bene. Kristus Jaya, Kristus mulia, Kristus, Kristus Tuhan kita. Kristus Jaya, Kristus mulia, Kristus, Kristus Tuhan kita. Kristus Jaya. Benvenuto Papa Francesco in questa terra di Indonesia. Kristus Tuhan kita. Kristus Jaya, Kristus mulia, Kristus, Kristus Tuhan kita. Kristus Jaya, Viva il Papa! Kristus, Kristus Tuhan kita. Viva Papa Francesco! Kristus mulia, Kristus, Kristus Tuhan kita.
Oh, such a heartwarming to see this another historic moment after the past 35 years ago, Siska.
Exactly. In 1989, it was also actually here, the Mass. It was called Stadion Utama Senayan at that time. And now we're back here at Gelora Bung Karno Stadium in 2024 with Pope Francis, the leader of the Roman Catholic Church. You can see everybody is so excited to see the Holy Father right there in front of them. You can see that he's also as excited and as happy to see everyone. I think he was a bit overwhelmed to see the enthusiasm and the energy from the crowd, all waving Indonesian flags.
Memory
calling
for
out
the
his
lifetime that they will never ever forget.
Definitely.
Yes, definitely.
Most definitely. It's a beautiful day. We were a bit worried earlier in the day because it rained a little bit.
Yeah.
But right now everything looks very gorgeous. We have gorgeous weather. I think we're entering the golden hour moment, which is perfect. It's the perfect setting for this historical occasion. Okay, he's now backstage, ready to enter the stage area.
So this you see over here
Yeah.
is a statue depicting Mother Mary,
Okay.
but it is showing that Mary, the mother of Indonesia. So if you look at the elements,
Yeah.
almost every major culture is represented either in like the covering, the head covering,
Okay.
and like the cloth that she's wearing.
So elements of the Indonesian culture
Yes.
you can see is evident.
Yes.
Yeah.
This has been localized.
So that's a priest.
Okay. So throughout this visit, we see a lot of moments and occasions when elements of traditional Indonesian culture is married with elements of Catholicism. Is this something that is purposeful to show that how religion and tradition can actually coexist peacefully together?
Yes. Yes. One thing that I'm really excited to talk about is how the Catholic Church, through its official documents, states that God's light exudes through cultures of all places. And therefore, appreciation of the local culture is encouraged so that we could see the goodness of God exuding through all that is good in that culture, and that culture is highlighted, and the culture of violence is left behind. So it's about just bringing out the good, the beautiful. So it's it might be a little bit shocking for somebody to, for example, if they were to see a church in the eastern islands of Papua, where their outfits are different. But once you get the concept of why, of the symbolism of their dress, of their dances, you can see how goodness in life is expressed through dance and through song.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, so
then you go to churches in Manado and you'll hear the church songs being played with kolintang.
Exactly, and in Java you would hear it gamelan.
Okay.
So so there are so it's all written in our hymnal book, and it's even written like for example, for more meditative kinds of music, we recommend you singing the Javanese songs. For more joyful ones, the Eastern Indonesian songs or the Batak songs.
Yeah. I think it was mentioned by Pope Francis during his speech at the cathedral, where he said, everything that is beautiful in Indonesia, it comes from God, the nature, and including the culture. So the culture is
the
a gift
different
from God.
religions.
Yeah, and the different religion as well. So it should be celebrated and enjoyed and highlighted.
Yes.
And it should not be uniformed all around.
No.
We should all be grateful for the differences that we have, the richness of our culture. Okay.
So these are, I think, the altar servers.
Andy, we are very grateful to have this opportunity because, as we mentioned before, this papal visit was actually postponed from 2020. It was actually planned for 2020, but because of COVID-19, it was cancelled then because no global travel was allowed. But finally in 2024, we come to see it in fruition and watch it as it happened live. I mean, such a historical and great moment for us.
Yeah, and very interesting as well because yesterday at the Merdeka Palace, the Pope Francis also met with President Joko Widodo as well as the incoming President Prabowo Subianto. So very interesting. Would you like to comment on that, Professor, on this? I mean, if it's the right time for the Pope to also come to Indonesia in this kind of occasion.
Yes, I think it's very interesting because usually if it is an official state visit, the official will meet the head of the state and also will be accompanied by other key state ministers. So in this sense, I think Pak Prabowo is perceived as a key minister. There will be president to be right at the same time here. Well, I just wonder whether he got blessing at the time. Okay, that even better then.
I think he extended his good wishes to the incumbent, to the upcoming president.
Because I think the visit by Pope this time is not the same like a visit by others head of the states. It is more than that. He's a religious leader. So it goes beyond just political matters. It's also religious matters and also friendship. Maybe this is why I think he also can give blessing to Prabowo.
For the upcoming government,
Yes,
very upcoming. Okay, I think we have more live feed from GBK Stadium. People are waiting for Pope Francis, His Holy Father, to ascend to the stage or give his blessings and preside over the Mass, the Holy Mass, to the awaiting crowd. Let's try to have a look and have a listen.
we get the audio?
We have a bit of a problem with the audio.
Okay.
So Mabil, while we wait, Mas Halili, maybe we can
Yeah.
get back to you. We mentioned about the significance of the visit to decrease religious intolerance that sadly still happen in Indonesia, not as rampant as probably like 10 years ago, 5 years ago, but it still does happen quite sporadically in between Indonesia. Do you think the Pope, or do you think the Pope should address this issue? I mean, he's been quite positive in his remarks, congratulating Indonesia in the peacekeeping of the religious tolerance, but in truth, I think we can be open with one another here in the panel to say it hasn't been a clean slate. There still has been, persecution of minorities. What do you think? Should he address it?
Yes, I think if in my view, it should be that way. I think we will be, or even we should be ashamed of ourselves if we cannot learn a lot from Pope visit. Particularly in the layer of society, because the big problem of us is society. We can learn from a lot of Catholic government. For instance, Kupang is one of top 10 of tolerant cities in Indonesia, and Catholicism in Kupang is very prominent, I think. And the government of Kupang teach us how we should deal with issue of diversity. For instance, the case of PBM or Ministerial Decree 2006, that in several regions of Indonesia, in several provinces, there are so much restriction against minority to propose the establishment of the church or the house of worship for minority.
Still a problem for many communities.
But in Kupang there is facility, political facility, public facility to deal with the issue if the minority there face the constraints, the burdens to, for instance, asking the permission relating to the administrative requirement, the support of what you call formula of 90 and 60. So that's the things I think that society should learn a lot from not only Catholicism but also from particular and holy visit, apostolic visit of the Pope here. So I think the approach of us on that sense, on the sense of religious tolerance, should be swift from the top down to bottom up, and so much not only Catholic society but also all of us contribute to what Basiska previously told us about sporadic cases, but it's repeatedly, if we look at carefully to the data, we see not only in maybe conservative society as like several main provinces in Java, in West Java, or in East Java, or West Sumatra in that sense. But I think we have to encourage all society to do what previously I mentioned about meaningful participation to make the circumstance better for all.
Mas Halili, sorry to cut you off, but I think
let's
we
go
now
back
go
again
back
to
GBK Stadium. For Pope Francis just enters the altar at GBK Stadium, Jakarta, Indonesia.
For
Spiritus Sancti. Pax vobis.
E con spirito tuo.
Fratres, agnoscamus peccata nostra, ut aptissimus ad sacra mysteria celebranda. Saya mengaku. Misericordia nostri, omnipotens Deus, et dimissis peccatis nostris, perducat nos ad vitam aeternam.
Christus,
Oremos. Deus, che ecclesiam tuam, in dilectione tue divinitatis, et proxime cunta servare celestia mandata doquisti, da nobis, ut beate teree sie exemplo, caritas opera cercentes, inter benedictus regni tui communare mereamur. Per Dominum nostrum Iesum Christum, Filium tuum, que te conviviet regnat in unitate Spiritus Sancti, Deus, per omnia saecula saeculorum.
Bacaan dari surat pertama Rasul Paulus kepada jemaat di Korintus. Saudara-saudara, janganlah ada orang yang menipu dirinya sendiri. Jika di antara kalian ada yang menyangka dirinya berhikmat menurut penilaian dunia ini, hendaknya ia menjadi bodoh untuk menjadi berhikmat. Sebab hikmat dunia ini adalah kebodohan bagi Allah. Sebab ada tertulis, Allah menangkap orang berhikmat dalam kecerdikannya sendiri. Dan di tempat lain, Tuhan tahu rancangan-rancangan orang berhikmat. Sungguh, semuanya sia-sia belaka. Karena itu, janganlah ada orang yang memegahkan dirinya atas manusia. Sebab segala sesuatu adalah milikmu. Baik Paulus, Apolos, maupun Kefas. Baik dunia, hidup, maupun mati, baik waktu sekarang maupun yang akan datang. Semua itu milik kalian, tetapi kalian milik Kristus, dan Kristus milik Allah. Demikianlah sabda Tuhan.
Milik Tuhanlah bumi dan segala isinya. Milik Tuhanlah bumi dan segala isinya. Milik Tuhanlah bumi dan segala isinya, jagat dan semua yang diam di dalamnya. Sebab dialah yang mendasarkan bumi di atas lautan dan menegakkannya di atas sungai-sungai. Siapakah yang boleh naik ke gunung Tuhan? Siapakah yang boleh berdiri di tempatnya yang kudus? Orang yang bersih tangannya dan murni hatinya, yang tidak menyerahkan diri kepada penipuan
Pada suatu ketika, Yesus berdiri di pantai Danau Genesaret. Banyak orang mengerumuni dia, hendak mendengarkan firman Allah. Yesus melihat dua perahu di tepi pantai. Nelayan-nelayan telah turun dan sedang membersihkan jalan. Yesus naik ke dalam salah satu perahu itu, yaitu perahu Simon, dan menyuruh dia mendorong perahunya sedikit jauh dari pantai. Lalu Yesus duduk dan mengajar orang banyak dari atas perahu. Setelah selesai berbicara, Yesus berkata kepada Simon, "Bertolaklah ke tempat yang dalam dan tebarkanlah jalamu untuk menangkap ikan." Simon menjawab, "Guru, telah sepanjang malam kami bekerja keras dan kami tidak menangkap apa-apa. Tetapi karena perkataanmu itu, aku akan menebarkan jala juga." Setelah melakukannya, mereka menangkap sejumlah besar ikan, sehingga jala mereka mulai koyak. Lalu mereka memberi isyarat kepada teman-temannya di perahu yang lain, supaya mereka datang membantunya. Mereka pun datang lalu bersama-sama mengisi kedua perahu itu dengan ikan hingga hampir tenggelam. Melihat hal itu, Simon Petrus pun sujud di depan Yesus dan berkata, "Tuhan, pergilah dari hadapanku, karena aku ini seorang berdosa." Sebab Simon dan semua orang yang bersama-sama dengan dia takjub karena banyaknya ikan yang mereka tangkap. Demikian juga Yakobus dan Yohanes, anak-anak Zebedeus yang menjadi teman Simon. Yesus lalu berkata kepada Simon, "Jangan takut. Mulai sekarang engkau akan menjala manusia." Sesudah menarik perahu-perahunya ke darat, mereka pun meninggalkan segala sesuatu, lalu mengikuti Yesus. Demikianlah sabda Tuhan.
Traduzione come si fa? L'incontro con Gesù ci chiama a vivere due atteggiamenti, che sono fondamentali e che ci permettono di diventare suoi discepoli. Il primo atteggiamento, ascoltare la parola. Secondo atteggiamento, vivere la parola. Prima ascoltare, perché tutto nasce dall'ascolto, dall'aprirsi a Lui, dall'accogliere il dono prezioso della sua amicizia. Ma poi è importante vivere la parola ricevuta per non essere ascoltatori vani che illudono se stessi. Per non rischiare di ascoltare soltanto con le orecchie, senza che il seme della parola scenda nel cuore e cambi il nostro modo di pensare, di sentire, di agire. E questo non è buono. La parola che ci viene donata e che ascoltiamo chiede di diventare vita, di trasformare la vita, di incarnarsi nella nostra vita. Questi due atteggiamenti essenziali, ascoltare la parola e vivere la parola, possiamo contemplarli nel Vangelo che è stato appena proclamato. Anzitutto ascoltare la parola. L'Evangelista racconta che tanta gente accorreva da Gesù e la folla gli faceva resa attorno per ascoltare la parola di Dio. Cercano Lui, hanno fame e sete della parola del Signore e la sentono risuonare nelle parole di Gesù. Dunque, questa scena che si ripete tante volte nel Vangelo ci dice che il cuore dell'uomo sempre è alla ricerca di una verità capace di sfamare e saziare il suo desiderio di felicità. Che non possiamo accontentarci delle sole parole umane o dei criteri di questo mondo, dei giudizi terreni. Sempre abbiamo bisogno di una luce che venga dall'alto a illuminare i nostri passi. Abbiamo bisogno di un'acqua viva che possa dissetare i deserti dell'anima. Abbiamo bisogno di una consolazione che non deluda perché proviene dal cielo e non dalle effimere cose di qua giù. In mezzo allo stordimento e alla vanità delle parole umane, fratelli e sorelle, c'è bisogno della parola di Dio. La parola di Dio. L'unica che è bussola per il nostro cammino, l'unica che tra tante ferite e smarrimenti è in grado di ricondurci al significato autentico della vita. Fratelli e sorelle, non dimentichiamo questo. Il primo compito del discepolo, noi tutti siamo discepoli, il primo compito del discepolo non è quello di indossare l'abito di una religiosità esteriormente perfetta, di fare cose straordinarie o impegnarsi in imprese grandiose, no? Il primo compito, il primo passo invece consiste nel sapersi mettere in ascolto dell'unica parola che salva, quella di Gesù, come possiamo vedere nell'episodio evangelico, quando il Maestro sale sulla barca di Pietro per distanziarsi un po' dalla riva e così predicare meglio alla gente. La nostra vita di fede inizia quando umilmente accogliamo Gesù sulla barca della nostra esistenza, gli facciamo spazio, ci mettiamo in ascolto della sua parola e da essa ci facciamo interrogare, scuotere e cambiare. Allo stesso tempo, fratelli e sorelle, la parola del Signore chiede di incarnarsi concretamente in noi. Perciò chiamati a vivere la parola. Soltanto la parola, senza viverla, ci fa diventare come pappagalli, che si dicono ma non si capisce e non si vive. Infatti, dopo che ha finito di predicare alle folle della barca, Gesù si rivolge a Pietro e lo esorta a rischiare scommettendo su questa parola. Prende il largo e gettate le vostre reti per la pesca. La parola del Signore non può restare una bella idea astratta o suscitare soltanto l'emozione di un momento. Essa ci chiede di cambiare il nostro sguardo, di lasciarci trasformare il cuore a immagine di quello di Cristo. La parola ci chiama a gettare con coraggio le reti del Vangelo in mezzo al mare del mondo, correndo il rischio, sì, correndo il rischio di vivere l'amore che Lui ci ha insegnato e ha vissuto per primo. Anche a noi, fratelli e sorelle, il Signore, con la forza bruciante della sua parola, chiede di prendere il largo, di staccarci dalle rive stagnanti delle cattive abitudini, delle paure e delle mediocrità, per osare una nuova vita. La mediocrità. E la mediocrità piace al diavolo, perché entra lì e ci rovina. Certo, gli ostacoli e le scuse per dire di no non mancano mai, ma guardiamo ancora all'atteggiamento di Pietro. Pietro veniva da una notte difficile, in cui non aveva pescato nulla, era arrabbiato, era stanco, era deluso. Eppure, invece di rimanere paralizzato in quel vuoto e bloccato dal primo fallimento, dice: Maestro, abbiamo faticato tutta la notte e non abbiamo preso nulla, ma sulla tua parola, cioè sulla tua parola, getterò le reti. Sulla tua parola getterò le reti. E allora accade l'inaudito, il miracolo di una barca che si riempie di pesci fino a quasi ad affondare, quasi ad affondare. Fratelli e sorelle, dinanzi a tanti compiti della nostra vita quotidiana, davanti alla chiamata che tutti avvertiamo a costruire una società più giusta, ad andare avanti sulla via di pace e del dialogo, questo dialogo che qui in Indonesia da tempo è stata tracciata, questa via, che possiamo sentirci a volte inadeguati, sentire il peso di tanto impegno che non sempre porta i frutti sperati, oppure dei nostri cuori che sembrano arrestare il cammino. Ma con la stessa umiltà e la stessa fede di Pietro, anche a noi è chiesto di non restare prigionieri dei nostri fallimenti. E questa è una cosa molto brutta, perché i fallimenti ci prendono e noi possiamo diventare prigionieri dei fallimenti. No, per favore, non restare prigionieri dei nostri fallimenti. E invece di rimanere con lo sguardo fisso sulle nostre vuote, sulle nostre rete vuote, di guardare Gesù e fidarsi di Lui. Non guardare le tue rete vuote, guarda Gesù, guarda Gesù. Lui ti farà camminare, Lui ti farà andare bene. Fidati di Gesù. Sempre possiamo rischiare di prendere il largo e gettare nuovamente le reti, anche quando abbiamo attraversato la notte del fallimento, il tempo della delusione in cui non abbiamo preso nulla. Adesso farò un piccolo silenzio e ognuno di voi pensi ai propri fallimenti. E guardando questi fallimenti rischiamo, andiamo avanti col coraggio della parola di Dio. Santa Teresa di Calcutta, della quale oggi celebriamo la memoria e che instancabilmente si è presa cura dei più poveri e si è fatta promotrice di pace e di dialogo, diceva: quando non abbiamo nulla da dare, diamogli quel nulla. E ricorda, anche se non dovessi raccogliere niente, non stancarti mai di seminare. Fratello e sorella, non stancarti mai di seminare, perché quello è vita. Questo, fratelli e sorelle, vorrei dire anche a voi, a questa nazione, a questo meraviglioso e variegato arcipelago, non stancatevi di prendere il largo, non stancatevi di gettare le reti, non stancatevi di sognare, non stancatevi di sognare e costruire ancora una civiltà della pace. Osate sempre il sogno della fraternità, che è un vero tesoro fra voi. Sulla parola del Signore vi incoraggio a seminare amore, a percorrere fiduciosi la strada del dialogo, a praticare ancora la vostra bontà e gentilezza col sorriso tipico che vi contraddistingue. Vi hanno detto che voi siete un popolo sorridente? Non perdere il sorriso, per favore, e andare avanti. E siate costruttori di pace, siate costruttori di speranza. Questo è il desiderio espresso di recente dai vescovi del Paese e augurio che anche io vorrei rivolgere a tutto il popolo indonesiano: camminare insieme per il bene della società e della Chiesa. Siate costruttori di speranza, sentite bene, siate costruttori di speranza, quella speranza nel Vangelo che non delude mai e che ci apre alla gioia senza fine. Grazie tante. Dilettissimi fratres e sorores, Domino gratias agentes pro Sante Teresie de Calcuta, fide y claro testimonio preces nostras atulamos fidenter.
Kagem Bapa Suci Paus Fransiskus lan pasamuan dalam ingkang suci. Gusti, mugi yang Roh Suci kersa njangkung Bapa Suci, para uskup, imam lan umat dalem, saengga kawula sedaya tansah nggadahi raos adring kangge ambiyantu para sederek ingkang ngorong ing sedalem Sang Kristus.